Good morning. Happy Tuesday. I hope you guys all had an amazing weekend. Nice long weekend. I think some of us are probably having a little Karen Reed trial withdrawal. So that will end today. I'm your host, Bob Motto. This is Defense Diaries. And we're back. And all I can say to you is one thing. If I can find the asset. I was going to have it all lined up to play for you guys right away because unless Mandy got rid of it, it's possible. It's possible. We're always, oh, here it is.
Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back.
Yeah, we're back. We're back, baby. So how was the weekend, y'all? Did you guys have a good one? We had a lot of softball, a lot of losing. It was a tough softball weekend. The girls played hard, though. That's all you can ask for. And they had some fun. We had some great games, but at the end of the day, just couldn't take them. Take them down. But very proud of all the girls. They played really, really hard. Had great moments. That's all you can ask. You know, all you can ask. That's the groundhog dance from Caddyshack. I thought that was this. That was the groundhog dance. It just looks that way because I'm on the ball. What do I know? Oh!
Wow, nice dance.
There she is.
Caught the tail end of some really sexy dance.
Allie, what's up, girl?
Did I catch the tail end of some really sexy dance you're doing?
I don't know. You tell me. Hey, how you doing? How's it going? Good looking.
Yeah, I say so.
Hey, well, thank you. I appreciate that. Your opinion matters most to me. You know that. All right. So, what do you think, Bae? What do you think?
What am I thinking about?
The big trials today. The end of the Commonwealth's case in chief. I think Jughead's supposed to testify, or Judson, Jughead.
What?
Yeah.
I thought you were saying Welcher.
Yeah, Jughead Welcher. Isn't that his name? Jughead.
Oh, I have no clue. I thought you were making a. I thought you were cracking wise.
Oh no. Me? When do I ever cry? I'm a very serious person. You know that.
Yeah.
I never crack wise. There's no tomfoolery, no ballyhoo. None of that. Definitely. Oh, thank you, Annie. Annie, everybody's telling me it's not Jughead, it's Judson. Okay. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Well, so he was cracking wise. He was tomfoolering.
Did you guys really think I thought his name was Jughead?
No.
Like for you old heads, you obviously know who Jughead is, but for the youngsters out there, maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe you don't.
I doubt there's very many youngsters. What's a youngster?
I don't know.
30?
Like anybody under 40?
Okay.
You know how it is. It's I had who was I having a conversation with like a week ago? It might have been It might have been Courtney. I think I can't. Somebody's like, are you familiar with Archie comics? I'm like, of course.
Oh yeah, somebody we were just talking.
Yeah, they're like, I'm like, with Jughead and the whole crew and Betty and Veronica, and they were like, I'm like,
I think it was
it like our Alex has never heard of Archie comics. I'm like, what? I'm like, I'm pretty sure. Didn't they make an Archie movie?
No, I think it was
They haven't. I'm
series,
surprised.
like a cartoon series, animated series.
I mean, like recently, like they do with every comic. If they haven't, oh yeah, Riverdale. The comics is the only reason I watched Riverdale. You watched some of Riverdale, didn't you?
I don't remember.
Loosely based on Archie and
oh yeah, because one of the kids watched it.
Yeah. So that was Archie. No, if you're 40, you're youngsters. I'm still calling you a kid. You see that kid over there? That guy's like 40. I'm like, yeah.
A kid.
It's weird. The older you get, like the harder it is to tell. Like I always used to be really good at kind of like hitting a very narrow window on pinpointing somebody's age. And the older you get, the harder that gets, the younger they are. It's just a fact. It's just tough. Like I can't tell. It's hard for me to tell these days anywhere from like 17 to 23, 24.
So. You're not that old. My Lord, man. My God.
I'm gonna test this next time we're out.
Okay.
Since you're talking so much shit right now, we're gonna go out and we'll pick out some kids that look like they're in there anywhere from the range of 17 to 23. Because you're wrong.
We only have a kid who's 19, so we should be able to tell these things.
You would think. But if I saw Cameron when she's like blasomed up, hair straightened and all made up, and like she'd easily pass for 23, 24. There's no question.
Yeah, I mean, probably.
Yeah. There's no question.
No, she's a small child. She's a small child. Sorry.
Size don't have shit to do with it, girl.
Well, I don't mean she's a tall child. I'm just saying.
Yes, that's true. Kyoka, I am a serious person with a serious message. We actually do have a very serious message over here, and that's that we love due process. But we tell a lot of jokes on the way. Try to have some fun.
All right, I got to get some water.
Hey.
Do you have water, babe?
I don't.
Okay, I'll bring you some.
You could just do me a can of water, Lou.
That's what I was going to do.
That's easier.
Well, isn't that what you'd prefer?
I would. Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
I mean, I should make us coffee, but I'm feeling too lazy.
Sounds like a lot. Sounds like a lot after a long holiday weekend. It's like
doing nothing but watching up and down from sports.
Yeah, a lot of sports. It's a travel game, so we had to go to
a weekend of losing.
I already told the folks, but the girls played hard.
Yeah, Scarlett got Scouts are MVP.
She was MVP on, what was it, Saturday?
I forget.
I forget.
Second game, first day, I think.
Yeah.
All right, Agua it is.
All right, thanks, babe. Love you a long time. All right, let me pull it up. Let me see what's up. See if we got OF going. See what the dealio is. See what's cracking, what's popping. Betero Thursday, right here. Thursday, he'll be here. We're gonna go, I think 6:30 our time, 7:30 Mark's time. So mark your calendars. I'll promote it as it gets closer. It's already pretty close. Feels like it's. Let's see. Allison thinks Nanook got a bird. I'm like, what? I don't think so. I mean, it's not from a lack of effort. That dude like dreams of catching small animals. It's like he just gets so excited. He's always treeing squirrels. I'm Like those things are like the real bane of his existence. The squirrels. So quick to scoot up the trees. All right, let's put it up. OnlyFan is pumping. OnlyFan had a nice 5 days of rest too. You know, OnlyFans OnlyFan looks like in a really good mood today. Look at that. It's got like a real smooth rotation going today. Look at that. See, that's a well-rested fan, kids. That's what a fan who's had 5 days off looks like. Huh? Wait. Now it's plural? She's saying that Nanook's trying to eat an entire family of birds that are in the tree. Like, there's birds in the bushes. It sounds like a fun, like kind of a nursery rhyme beginning. Birds in the bushes. Birds in the bushes.
The dog eats
Everybody
it.
loves
I don't think
birds in
that's
the
a
bushes.
good nursery rhyme. Dog eats bird.
Thanks, babe. Wow, you really worked that nursery rhyme angle there. That was good. All right, so tell me in the chat, what did y'all get into? Grilling, boating, swimming, drinking, golfing, all the Memorial Day things. Hopefully you took a minute and reflected on why we had yesterday off, which is to remember our fallen soldiers that went over and gave the ultimate sacrifice. Hope you did that for a second. I always post something on Memorial Day and Veterans Day for that matter, because it's important. It's important that we remember. It is. There's just like whenever I sit and think about being like 18 and sitting on one of those transports from one of the warships that they were sending our troops, these young guys. At that point, it was just young guys to storm the beaches in Normandy, where the Nazis had that foothold and they had those big giant like metal X's to like stop it so that tanks and stuff couldn't get out. And these guys just, it's like unbelievable to me. It's unbelievable. They're what a sacrifice, what heroes. Just, it's unbelievable. Like I started watching Band of Brothers again. Anytime it gets to be around Memorial Day, I start thinking about vets. You know, these guys who have no choice who they're fighting. They're in the military. They get sent places, and it fundamentally changes you. It absolutely fundamentally changes you. You cannot be sent over into war, active war, into the shit, and come back the same person. Can't do it. Can't do it. You've done and seen things that a vast majority of us will never see or do. War is hell. So, at any rate, I hope that you all took a moment to think about those folks, because in my estimation, they're absolute heroes. Absolute heroes. Oh, Josh, I keep meaning to send you invites, man. I wish you'd remind me. I forget. I'm glad I see you in chat. I'm going to shoot you one in case you want to pop in today. My boy Josh Schiffer. He is in the chat. Good morning, my friend. All right. I'll send that off there, boo. Yeah, I mean, and there's no, it's like protesting against the guys that they sent over that had nothing to do with, that fight. They were just sent over there. It was a bad look. I mean, I think you were protesting against the war, I'd like to think. You know what I mean? Because they're two different things. two different things: protesting against a war and protesting against the soldiers that are forced to fight the war. The more you see about the Vietnam War, and I highly recommend, there was I was raving about it when it came out. I think it was on Netflix. It might have been Apple TV. It may have been Max, but there was an amazing documentary with all footage from Vietnam that had never been seen. And just, I mean, a lot of those guys were over that war too. Like they didn't get why they were there. Because at some point, it's that concept of putting your head down, doing what you're told. That's the entire concept of, oh yeah, 100%, Drenda. Yeah, it was Band of Brothers in the Pacific are like partner kind of, I don't know what you call that. It's part documentary, because they obviously, like in Band of Brothers, they would always, and with the Pacific as well, they would have the the actual kind of documentary part where they would have some of the actual soldiers that were the topic of the show, but then they also had scripted with that.
I need to change gears when you're done with this specific talk.
Okay. I was just telling people to remember our,
fallen soldiers.
Yeah.
So what are the chances? What do we think that we somehow got through this long extended? Because what did we start Wednesday? I can't remember.
Zero.
What started.
Zero.
Without some sort of jury issue.
Oh, that. Okay. I think a high likelihood. The real question is, who thinks that not one juror on 5-day break didn't watch or read anything about this case or see anything? Like, there's no way.
They
Zero.
did. So then if there's no way and they did, somebody's likely to fess it up right now.
I mean, there's no way. Let me ask you.
If I fess it up?
No, would you be able to not look for 5 days if, like, you were on this trial? Be honest.
No, I think that I would take it seriously and try. Yeah. I wouldn't actively go out and look.
Try is the operative word.
Right. So I think
so, like, you're like, all right,
get in and admit it.
You got invited over for a big Memorial Day pool party in Canton. It's like, we're gonna come, but Allie is a juror, so no one at the party can talk about Karen Reed. If you see Allie approaching you and you're talking about the trial, you have to cease the conversation. These are the ground rules of the Matas coming to your party. You cannot speak about the Karen Reed trial because we made a promise to Judge Bev.
Well, and it's our civic duty.
Yeah, that. So I don't know. It seems like it would be really, really tough.
All right. So then we're going to be spending much time this morning going over all the people who overheard shit at barbecues.
Injection. Guaranteed this thing's going to start up and she's going to need to see the lawyers at a sidebar. Like, what are the odds there? Super high odds on that?
Yeah, I still think that there's super high odds. We've got,
that's a heavy
probably have half the neighborhood calling saying, I saw a juror at a barbecue. And they really seemed to be standing close by when someone said free Karen Reed.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure I saw a juror wearing a pink bathing suit. And it was a guy.
Don't miss Velvet wants a poll.
Do a poll. All right.
I'm not sure what it would be. Which one of the things are we talking about?
We talked about many things. We talked about all the things, right?
All the things.
All the things. All right, let me see. Oh, first of all, I gotta handle some other business real quick. So, babe, I let the kids know Bettero set for Thursday. I pushed it because we have games tonight, tomorrow.
Really feeding into this.
Feeding into what?
You let the kids know.
What?
Are the kids the chat?
The class.
That's a little better.
Is it? It's the same damn thing. Really. All right, let's see. Okay, hold on. I'm trying to think of. Hold on. I'm doing other things right now, though.
Any poll will do.
Doing
All right,
another thing.
when he's done doing his other things, we'll get on the poll.
Do the pulse.
But I just think there's no way that we're getting through this morning without some serious jury issues. I'm still not even sure what the last issues
Yeah,
were.
I mean, none of us are. That's kind of the point. Like, her having an
that's
issue
10-10.
with the
I agree.
jurors and it not making it out into the real world was the test. Whatever she talked about to the jurors, like if there would have been some kind of leak there, that would have given up the whole game. Like that was the test. If I'm Canonian,
Someone's going to be like, Bob, didn't you see this tweet here that they?
Nah, I missed that one. I didn't see all the tweets over the weekend. I was trying not to be on socials too much this weekend. Trying to be present for my peoples. Present for my people.
So I'm trying to figure out with Little Miss Red Velvet. I thought you were kidding about falling off the ball. What are you doing? Are you exercising on it? Because I'm just sitting on it, so I never fall.
Who?
Little Miss Red
Like
Velvet.
if Scarlett sits on my lap sometimes on the ball, it gets perilous.
And you fall?
Well, no, but I feel like I'm gonna fall.
Oh.
That's half the fear. It's fear.
I'm like, because my feet are on the ground, so I just don't know how I'd fall.
Well, has she sat on your lap while you've been on the ball?
For a hot second, not.
Sometimes that'll take your little feet right off the ball. Like
Well,
her
sometimes
weight,
I lift
her
them
weight
up.
will
I'm
make your leg. Yeah, so I do that all the time.
trying to.
Excellent. My feet are off the ball right now.
Mine too.
And I'm doing this shit right here.
I'm just sitting here.
Yeah. See, it's doing the things.
I mean, I just lifted them up, or
It's doing all the things
I'll
right
go
there.
forward with them. But if I go forward with them, then I kind of wobble, I guess.
Weeble wobbles and they don't fall down. Old heads, you guys remember Weeble wobbles? Yeah, baby. Yeah, baby.
No, what's a
What?
weeble wobble?
Wait, you
The
don't
little-
remember Weeble wobbles? Oh shit, we own. Oh, sorry, that was.
I think vaguely.
You are unmuted.
Well, it's too damn late for my whether it's gonna be a sidebar.
But now open and may be seated.
All right, so I was told, Counsel, Mr. Lessie, you wanted to see me?
Yes, please.
Okay. Did you want to come to Sidebar?
Start at sidebar and then
Sure.
we'll go from there.
Okay.
There you go.
She didn't need to see them; they needed to see her.
Right. There was a word on the street.
Oh
You
my!
guys got a nice olive green pantsuit on today,
Who?
Karen. I was like an olive green.
Yeah,
Who?
she must be doing stuff on her ball.
Who?
Yeah, I could see you. If you start doing stuff, falling off.
Who, me?
No, Miss Red Velvet.
Oh, yeah. She loves her ball. Little Miss, I got your email today. Thank you. It's delightful. I just love hearing from you. It makes me feel good. You send me feel good emails. Makes me feel happy to read your emails. So thank you for that.
Well, then you have to read it to me later. I got to figure out what's going on with my court day, really.
Should I do a grift today? I think I'm going to do a grift today.
Oh,
No grift? You don't want to do a wheel? It's Tuesday.
I mean, you can do a wheel without a grift.
Huh?
I don't know.
What do
Yeah,
you mean?
grift, make us money.
That's the whole thing. That's the
Show
whole.
me
That's
the money.
That's the whole grifting joke.
Yeah, I get it. I get it now, Bob. Obviously.
I mean,
Thanks. It went right over my head there.
it's like, look. You say you get it, but
I just don't think you need to grift. I think this is a grift. We're doing the grift. We're sitting in front of the screen. That's the grift.
no, that's not the grift.
That seems like the whole grift.
That's the teaching.
Right. With the grifting.
That's the teaching and the comedian.
Well,
Comedian. Okay.
I just think
And the puppeteering.
you
That's
don't
the
need to
entertaining.
ask. Hey, Jennifer Hill. I'm proud to announce my daughter, Alexandra, graduated from Vassar College on Sunday.
Hey, all right.
Congratulations. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Jennifer.
Way to go, Alexandra.
Yeah, that's amazing. Vassar. Hoi
Wow.
polloi.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Watch out.
Good.
Watch out, world.
World.
The cupcakes you guys sent Melanie were beautiful. Oh, well, thank
Aw.
you. Thank you. She deserved them. Alessi never sleeps.
Yeah.
And Spitfire says, emailed you some marketing stuff this morning, Bob. Wow.
Oh,
She's working bright and early.
she's
Better
up
get
and
on
at 'em.
it.
Up and at 'em. All right, let's see. I don't need to do a poll anymore, right? Oh yeah, the grift. That's right. Hold on. Hold the line. Hold. Hold.
I just don't think you need a wheel to grift. Takes
right.
all that time up at the end. People are already they're gonna want their.
I like
they're-
the wheel.
All right, I'm fine with it. Do what you want, my love.
It's been a while since we did a wheel. All right, we'll do a wheel. We'll do a Wednesday wheel. We'll do a wheel tomorrow. The Wednesday wheel. Everybody loves the Wednesday wheel.
Tracy's probably out there going, thank goodness. It's more work for her.
It's true. It's true. I was finally smart enough on the last wheel to cut and paste the list instead of typing them all in. That's what
Cut
I
and
was
paste
doing
from where?
Well, I had Trace email it to
Oh,
me.
Tracy's list.
Yeah. Tracy puts together the wheel list for me.
And you're typing it all in instead of
But
copying and pasting.
there were 2 Venmos and 2 Cash Apps that.
All right, people are asking questions. Let's
Oh,
think about
okay.
this.
Okay, mommy.
Pokemon wants to know who's the guy sitting next to Peggy.
I don't know. In the black shirt?
I mean, it looks familiar. Seems like all the other people that sit there.
I don't know who those 2 guys are. Those 3 right there.
That guy's got a little pin. He's got to be something.
Yeah. Yeah.
But he's sitting over there. I mean, what's he, a senator?
I think
it could just be like his Memorial Day pin. Like I'm a
I think
supporter.
Mr. Reed's over there trying to figure out
This right here at the end. No, that's not Mr. Reed. He's over here.
what?
He's over there trying to figure out who's over there.
Right.
Yeah.
He's over there. He's like, who's this bald fuck
All right.
in the all black?
He's not saying that.
There is a huge there's like 3 straight up shave their head bald dudes over there.
The courtroom seems pretty empty.
It
But it
does.
is a really small courtroom, right? I keep forgetting that.
Well, there's some gaps there.
People are tired this weekend from the
No,
weekend.
It'll fill up. Trust me. It'll fill up. There's no question. All right, hold on. I'm really trying to think hard about what I should do here.
A poll? Are you back
No.
on a poll?
No, I'm still on the grifting. Let's see. So I like Melanie says Judson is the last dude. Like, so the Commonwealth's
Yeah,
case is
That's who they're
wrapped.
closing with. Seems.
Well, I think he's the guy. Mr. Woke right there is looking, he's intently working. Ready?
Yeah, I think is Brian talking about the popcorn or were there chocolate bars I'm not familiar with?
Wait, what? What did she
Those
say?
chocolate bars were definitely a grift.
Oh, that was popcorn. I don't know. I didn't sell chocolate.
But that goes to Wabanzi.
Yeah.
Your team.
That was like that was Cameron's grift.
That I'm still stretching for my back tuck on trampoline.
Wow. Yeah. You guys crushed that so hard. It was amazing. That was amazing.
And Cameron and I went down, we scoped out a place to record hers, and I was like, Cam, you cannot do this on this hard grass. Let's try to get into your gymnasium at the school. So she's supposed to be asking today.
Oh yeah, for sure. If you're talking about like same, like when they used to have us grifting as children for the school or whatever, yeah, it was always chocolate bars, always. Like popcorn's a more
Yeah,
recent.
but some people sent us popcorn somehow. Now we got all this popcorn.
There's no somehow. Your brother's like, I don't want the popcorn because I'll eat it all.
He ordered it to our house.
Yes.
Oh Lord.
Because I'm like, he's like, is there any way I could just donate the money? I'm like, well, I mean, you can just throw the popcorn out.
Or I said,
or send
a
it to
homeless
somebody
shelter
else.
in
So he
Denver.
sent it to us.
They got homeless in Denver.
Yeah, for sure. Probably
I guess
Boulder
it's kind of
too.
hard to bring like 10. I
Yeah.
don't know. Boulder might keep it tight.
What do you think of this? The Bounce with Allie podcast. Give everyone like seasickness. Oh,
Right. Whoa. Whoa. I'd get motion sickness watching myself. I'd be screwed. Be like, these people are out. I can't watch
yeah,
this.
for real wrestlers. I mean, you know for a fact. I mean, look, it's this simple. Their entire case, there being the Commonwealth, is relying on Jud Welcher. Like I can't remember a trial in recent memory where it all hinges on one person. Because to me, they haven't proven anything.
Nothing's happened so far.
I mean, like, dude. So, like, this guy, they must have this guy as the guy who's going to be tying up all the loose end guys. Like, so
I think we're a horrible judge. I need to know. Now I'm asking for a poll, sir. How
Chase?
many people are second trial only people right here? And if you barely paid attention, like knew of something first trial, you can loop yourself in there. But how many people is this trial your first read trial?
You want to see? You want to take the temperature?
Yeah, because they all may be seeing stuff that we didn't see, but if they're watching us, they're screwed. They've been jaded.
Hey, Allie McCabe said Colin wasn't there when John was in the house, was gifted a membership, and she decided to stay. Yay! Yay! Now remember,
Nice.
Now remember, Allie McCabe said, if you're like you're a cupcake, there is no shame in the game of bouncing back and forth. People do it all the time. I have zero problem with people.
How do you know she's a cupcake?
They love. Yeah, I mean,
but how do you know she's a
love
cupcake?
Melanie. So
wait, how do you know she's a cupcake? Is there something?
I was making an assumption.
Oh,
I mean,
wild assumption.
I mean, she was somewhere.
She was somewhere.
She did a pop in.
She got gifted membership.
Got gifted membership. She decided, right, exactly what her comment said.
Holly also asked, "Who dat by Peg?"
Who dat?
Who dat by Peg?
I don't know. He's chuckling there though. He thinks he's somebody told him a funny, or he heard something that made him chuckle a little bit.
Well, I thought the defense was allowed to have the crash daddies in when their experts were testifying. I mean, like, maybe they're allowed to watch it after the fact. I don't know.
Oh.
John Miller says they love the wheel. So, maybe you don't threaten a wheel, then you can't pull it away. And we need a wheel to grift ender.
Oh, I finally saw
Wheel Wednesday. There you go. Amanda named it Wheel Wednesday.
Wait.
Oh, there's Josh Schiffer.
I called it the Wednesday wheel.
I know, but she called it capital W, capital W Wednesday.
I created a jingle.
Oh, well, okay. I didn't know that. Josh says, Bob, could you start grifting some skincare lines or hair products?
Of course. As soon as they send me the money, I'll grift away.
Right.
I mean, hopefully it'll start with FOP. I don't want FOP, God damn it. I'm a Dapper Dan man.
Dan man.
Easing smell is half the point. You stole from my can. Don't get me on an old brother thing. Like it'll get bad in here. It'll get very, very old brothery up in here. If I get like on a Cohen Brothers,
I am a man. You can sing it, babe.
Way off tune.
I know.
I am a man of constant sorrow.
Hey, pretty
Hey,
good.
hey,
I like it.
that wasn't full throat either.
Of
I'll
course
knock
not.
it.
It's too
Right
early
out
for
the
that.
park.
It's
Yeah,
too early for
I'm
that.
saying, like, no one needs that. No one.
All
needs
right. Well, I don't know what Alessi's got over there, but it's
He's got
turning into quite a
issues.
sidebar.
He's got issues. He's probably over there
Something.
saying, like,
Well,
I heard
Welcher lied too. We're gonna have some big problems here.
I heard things.
All their
What'd you
all
hear?
their
I heard things. What
heard
the fuck did you hear? I heard things. Movie, 2 seconds. I've done this one before. You have, like, if somebody
I
doesn't
got
get it,
two in my head. I'm not exactly sure which it is.
I'm feeling like you ain't getting it.
What?
What?
Well,
You
then
heard-
maybe it's not what I think it is, because if it was, you wouldn't say I wouldn't get it.
Look,
All right. So Criddles says, let's go. I mean, that's Mickey. Time for some Commonwealth shenanigans. And Criddles says, if he was a regular dude and not a cop, do you think this case would have been tried? I mean, it's a good question.
I did a Bob Senior puppet wheel.
All right. Well, you ignored Criddles
I
throughout a
did,
very
I
good
wasn't
ponderable.
on, I wasn't looking at the chat.
All right.
girl.
Well, it's a very good ponderable. Here it is.
Oh,
If he was a regular dude and not a cop, do you think this case would have been tried?
if he was a regular dude and not
Yeah,
a
that's
cop.
John. Right.
Yeah, obviously.
Maybe not.
I don't know. That's a great question.
I mean, for as lack of evidence that there is, I think not. I think not.
Well, I mean, if you kind of like
Because they had a
2 steps back, if you're of the mindset that the only way that this thing even got to the point where there was no
planted
evidence
taillight.
was the tail light, right? So you had
So
so
no.
the question then becomes what the question really is.
No, they're not planting evidence for a regular guy.
Right. If would Proctor have planted the tail light evidence if it was just a dude?
No.
I would say no.
And that's on the assumption that they think she hit her. I mean, it could be obviously that they just wanted to frame someone else, because they knew a cop was involved. But even ignoring that, they think she hit him. So they plant the evidence. I don't think they're doing that if it's a regular guy. No, that's Raging Bull. I was never getting it. You're muted, Bay.
Yeah, there's not a chance. Not a chance you were getting that. All right, I'm trying to go back and see who got it first. Because what I'm going to start doing, I really am.
I love Raging Bull. I just didn't. That's
No,
just
I
not ringing as that's where I was headed. I was thinking Goodfellows or
Goodfellas, not Goodfellas.
Goodfellas.
Oh my God.
Sorry,
Wait, say that again.
Goodfellas.
Goodfellows.
Goodfellas.
Hey, have you ever seen Goodfellows? Wait, what?
Hey, Goodfellow.
That
Oh boy.
was awesome. It almost sent me into a coughing fit. Oh, brother. No.
I'm gonna meet you at the.
Well, oh, brother
that-
was the I don't want fop, God damn it. I'm a dapper damn man, 100%. That was definitely.
Yeah.
Then I moved into the trickier. So it looked like to me that it was because what I am gonna maybe Giggle Glimmer might have been the first to put Raging Bull, which is the correct answer. The great Robert De Niro and Joe Pesci playing brothers. Jake LaMotta, the boxer.
Oh, I'm like thinking of a completely wrong movie. I was thinking of a baseball movie. What movie was I thinking of?
What?
I
What?
was thinking of the oh Lord. I'm just gonna stop talking now.
Raging Bull is obviously the boxing movie with
Right.
Jake LaMotta. You never got me down, Ray. You never got me down.
Yeah, but I don't know why I was thinking.
Sugar Ray Robinson just beat him to a pulp.
Yeah, I was thinking of the one.
I think Giggle Glimmer was the first one in. Allie is definitely a siren. Allie, Do you want to do your go-to karaoke song for the class?
No, those days have passed. Those days have come.
Those
and
days
gone.
have not passed, girl.
You know, like the sirens in oh,
Oh,
art.
brother.
Yeah,
Wow. You should go, mate. Your brain
I
is
know.
asleep. Like,
I'm
clearly.
trying to say, "Oh, brother," and "art thou" all at the same time. Art thou? Oh, brother.
Yeah, Raging Bull.
Oh, brother.
Oh, brother. Which is a phenomenal movie. If you guys have never seen Oh Brother, Where Art Thou? I
Yeah.
recommend
It's
from
the only
Bob.
musical Bob will watch.
That's not true. I love like the original Charlie and the Chocolate Factory.
And Grease.
Grease is the word, is the word.
He does not love Grease.
I do love Grease.
Oh, you do.
Yeah. What? Like that was like right when like Travolta was cool as shit. Like I would consider, even though I mean Saturday Night Fever is definitely a musical. I mean the whole song, like they're just not singing. Well, all right, so here's the question. In order for a movie to be defined as a true musical, do the actors have to sing? Or can it just be like a movie that is like,
The actors are singing in Oh Brother.
I'm not talking about Oh Brother.
Oh.
But I moved on to Saturday Night Fever. Like I consider that to be basically a musical. Except nobody's singing. I don't know. It's hard to know. It's hard to know. What do you guys tell us in chat? Oh, you came from being a Grizzly. Yay. We love the Grizzlies. We love the Grizzlies. So we are thrilled that you are here. We are thrilled that you are here. We love all the Grizzlies over here. I've been trying to get
Wow. All right. Now we need to talk about what is Alessi saying.
all kinds of shit.
So Alessi's calling for the sidebar. So who did we end with last time? Was that the other side of Welcher? Was that what's his? No, we've been through people. Oh Lord.
I heard
Someone
things.
fill the fog in my brain with information, please. Who did we end with?
I thought it was wasn't it the glass gal?
Oh,
Wasn't she the last one? Because remember they had to do them out of order. So
Yeah,
they
yeah.
did. They brought on what's his face?
it's got to
And
have
then-
something to do with Welcher, then I would assume. This is an insane sidebar. Something significant is being discussed because she's not poo-pooing them and being like, all right, we'll talk about this later. Go away.
I mean, what she should be doing, knowing that there's going to be sidebars every day.
Starting early.
Starting early, correct. Get your ass out of bed. Get to the courthouse.
Hey, you know what? I
Well-
am in generally all for people having boundaries and saying, you know what?
Beautiful Messy Ball says yes, they have to sing, otherwise it's just a movie with a soundtrack.
Yeah, I think that
I don't know. Like that hit different. Like every movie these days has a soundtrack. What happens if they specifically make the songs for the movie, as they did in Saturday Night Fever? Like the Bee Gees wrote
yes.
those songs for the. Does that change the equation at all? If
I don't
the
think so.
songs were written for,
If they were written for the movie and they were like about what the people were literally doing, like I'm going to the
that it was
refrigerator to get a cup of milk. No, the Bee Gees music has
night fever.
right. I mean, that's not like
What?
it's
You
not like
had
I'm
never
heading.
even seen it until like a month ago.
I had to. I just
Oh
don't think
my
I had
God.
watched
You're
it
like,
like
I don't think I've seen this. I'm like,
start to finish.
I
You know,
definitely made you watch this movie with me.
Yeah, start to
Love it.
finish. I was, but what I didn't know was that the Bee Gees just powered through and like threw those songs together for that
Wow,
movie in like one weekend or something. It was crazy.
come on. All right. Well, the question still remains. If they've written, like, I would argue that those songs were written specifically
Well, they were.
for the movie, but to go for like to be used during specific scenes.
Babe, that
More
one's
than
hard.
a woman to me. That, like, everybody's gonna go listen to that soundtrack after this live today because you should. Like, everybody who's
I
like,
just
I
think
hate the
about
Bee
how
Gees.
they
Like, how could you hate Staying Alive? Like, how could you hate that song? Like, I still, every time I hear that song, I want to get down. Like, it doesn't matter. That song is one of the greatest songs of all time. I will die on that hill. Don't come at me that song's not the shit, because it is the
Look,
shit.
it just started playing in my ear because I was looking up
Like
the
that opening
soundtrack
scene.
because I wanted to write that
I've
the
talking.
soundtrack composed and performed primarily by the Bee Gees. Oh no, I wanted to give that
Tasha says, I
information about.
hate her, the Bee Gees. She was so enraged she couldn't type properly, and she made a horrific typo. I hate her, the Bee Gees, Bob. I hate the Bee Gees. What is wrong with you, Akasha? What do you?
You're not alone. She's not
you
alone.
hate? Okay, look, you're allowed to hate disco.
Do you hate disco? I'm
I'm
asking
Look, so
Akasha.
the way that it went chronologically, because if you all don't know, Allie and I are funk people. So disco is what came in and knocked funk off.
I mean, nothing knocked funk off. It's still in.
At the time, it knocked funk off.
Well, but it's still
Making
in.
funk music. That's not the point.
It's in all the music, though.
It's not
Sorry.
the point.
It's in all the sounds.
Disco came in. Here was funk getting down. Oh yeah. Disco came in, kicked it to the curb. That's
Kicked
what
it to
happened.
the curb. Nothing kicked it to the curb.
Steve Dahl, just a fabulous DJ.
You stick on any hip hop or rap song you listen today, made
Did
today.
the Disco Sucks thing at Comiskey Park in the 70s, where he sent, like, he had like 10,000 disco albums and he set it on fire. And the thing got out of control. They had to cancel the game. It was
Yes. Giggle, glimmer.
disco was definitely a scene.
Yes.
Disco was definitely a scene. Blasting rails a blow in the disco, getting out there, breaking it down. Yeah, that's true. That was true.
I was highlighting Giggle Glimmer's comment. Everything came from funk.
Truth.
Giving up food for funk. Giving up food for funk.
I like if YouTube didn't have this rule that I couldn't play, like
Mm-mm.
like
We'd be having
everybody would be like, oh, did you
music
go over to
jams.
that funk channel? Because I would be playing funk sound clips all the time, and y'all
Well,
movies. I'm gonna challenge you to that. I could play
I'm
you
punk, not
songs
funky.
and be like, oh fuck, I love this song. Oh my god, I love it. Like, trust me, you're a funk chick too. Everybody's got
It's in
funk.
there. Got a
And
funk side.
everybody's got the funk in them. Everybody's got the funk. I got all my friends that like had never listened to any kind of funk. They're like, what? Like, what?
We love this.
My Spotify funk off playlist is epic. Like, you guys,
It's public. You
like,
can find it.
You can use it, and it's epic. You can just put that on for 4 hours. You're done DJing. You're
Just
good.
Spotify search Bob Mata.
Yeah. You'll find some of my other little like Scouts pump up playlist. I don't know if that's public. It might be.
Oh no, I hope mine's
I
stuff's not
force
public.
all my music on Poor Scout.
I don't think mine comes up under your name. though.
Wait. What is yours?
Party time.
Party tracks. Party
Party tracks. Party
Alley.
tracks.
Party tracks. by
Well,
Alley.
because we were like, hanging out with young heads, and they've got like their modern day hip hop, or and I'm like, no, I'm gonna put a soundtrack together that they'll like and I'll like, and then I can survive.
Babe,
I
you
will
are
survive.
amazing in so many different ways. DJing is not one of them.
Don't.
Just-
I like what I like.
I know you do, but so here's the problem with Allie. Like, she'll want to DJ, and we'll be like, everybody doesn't like the same shit. That's what makes us all amazing, right?
There's
We're
something
all
wrong
about
with
the-
your ears. Clean them out.
So
Clean them out.
Allie, like, she gets into wars. Like, we'll be at a party or a gallery. Like,
No, that's a bar, and I'm battling someone
Bullshit.
for the DJ.
okay, I'm gonna remind you of the little spat you had with your sister on a boat. We're on a family vacation in Jamaica.
All right, that's one place.
Dude. Our friends will not let you DJ for a reason because you will not bend. You never take into consideration that other people want to hear other things.
I invented the pass the phone.
You could be my personal DJ all day, every day.
Okay,
'Cause we love
but I
the same
invented the pass the phone. That always works.
Did you? Were you the? Were you?
Yeah.
You very well might have invented that game. I know you invented it for us. Like, I know
Yeah.
that was your concept when we did it the first time. I don't know if other people were doing it though. At the same, I'll have to ask Lauren because they do the pass the phone too.
Who's Lauren?
Lauren Prypachenko.
Oh, well, she clearly didn't get it from us.
I know, but maybe
It's spread far and wide. Bob's real big on
We-
like
Yeah,
one of us invented
getting
some
credit
shit.
for shit that I invented. That's
So
right.
somehow Lauren, the only reason her family passes the phone is because we started it in circa 19.
This sidebar, Weird Debbie,
No,
has
not
been
19.
going on for 17 minutes, I guess.
Yeah, house long.
If you think that's fighting, you ain't never seen a fight, girl.
What?
I'm like, no, wrong. RONG. Wrong. Pass the phone.
Tasha does pass the phone. Okay. And then no one gets
Yes,
the train.
Beastie Boys do rule.
Yes.
Beastie Boys.
Yeah, I'm fine. If people start playing shit I don't like, I just beg Bob, can you just, because he can get on it and make it where they like it, but it's only shit that I like too.
I'm a pretty good DJ. I'm pretty good.
I'm just like an 80s, 90s hip hop rap kind of sound. Like I don't like to go far and wide, but there's some new stuff I do like actually. But it's got to have that 90s sound. So, you know. PhDs. Yeah. No, that's what I joked earlier. Up Welcher's shit is all. So from A to B says, I've seen possible PhD issues regarding Welcher. I think that's everyone joking. I'm assuming like we were doing earlier. Like, okay, Welcher's resume is all lies too. But if that were the case, they'd save it. You see how the saving it works really well? You just keep it in your back pocket. Put it in your back pocket. Put it in your back pocket. So, you know, I was thinking about it because during COVID, we had like DJ friends that did dance parties all the time. But oh, that wasn't on YouTube. I keep forgetting. That was on like Zoom parties or something. Oh, babe, they're back. You can hear me out there. They're back. Oh no, we're going to OnlyFans. I wish Bob was there so we could rewind and see what everybody's faces look like. Did anybody get a load of anybody's face? What was the telltale signs? Let's see what you all saying over here.
All right, I was grabbing my vitamins. I'm here.
He's here.
Let me just bring in the jury.
Bob, I'm ready to get my disco light out and throw down.
DK knows.
DK.
DK knows. She knows.
CW. Beer ye. God
Beer
protect us from the
ye,
Commonwealth.
beer ye. God protect us from the Commonwealth.
All right, who is on the defense witness list filing today? There was a new filing?
What?
Better check your email, see if.
Tracy,
Oh God! Actually,
I
speaking
don't
of
know what my
which,
phone is.
I've got a. It was in the bathroom.
Oh, did I
next to
blast
the
you guys
tub.
all out
In the
with-
bathroom, next to the tub.
Yeah, sorry. My
Hear me?
What?
In the bathroom, next to the tub,
Oh,
where you got in the shower.
apologizing to last year's Man 91. I blew his ears out.
Oh,
All right. Hold on.
Let's see if I found it. Bob's usually the finder of things, not me, but oh God. I have a feeling that I've got a client who's going to try and avoid me all day in hopes of not getting divorced.
Are you talking about that client?
I mean, we don't need to obviously give names, but this
Obvious.
is why I don't do divorce. Because I'd just be like, fuck you, get divorced.
I mean, the client has to understand that if the one person no longer like desires to be married, you can't force a person to stay into a marriage. It's not how that shit works, bro. It's not how that shit works. I want to be divorced, but too bad.
Well, it works out well when the other side just decides, well, maybe if I do nothing, they won't be able to get divorced, and then you get everything you want.
Right.
Absentee,
Does it
absentee divorce guy.
don't work like that.
Won't work like that. All right. So now what? All right. So you're checking for a filing. Thank you, Ann.
A new filing.
But I do want to put out a poll, or we'll just while Bob's looking for that, we'll just do a I'll watch the chat kind of poll. Is Josh in here? Oh, Josh says something. Let's see. But I don't talk about losing your kids. Oh, wait. I want to do divorce work. I will tell folks they're going to prison all day, but I don't talk about losing your kids. I mean, Josh, it's no good. There's so much whining and I mean, this is why divorce lawyers make so much money, though. And that's why I wouldn't be good at it, because I'd be like, just knock off your shit. Where other people's like, just keep it up. I'll just
Yeah,
bill you.
let's keep
Keep
fighting.
it up. Keep
Let's
fighting. Keep whining to me. Oh, you want to talk? Sure, I'll answer my phone here. You can just whine in my ear for an hour.
Let's nitpick.
There's $500. $750. Thank you. Oh, you want a bitch fest? Come on. $750.
Yeah.
And I'm not good at that. I'm like, you're wasting your money right now. This is what you want to be doing right now?
It's true. See, that's a true thing, though. That is shitty about divorce lawyers that do that kind of shit.
Yeah.
I was the same way. I'm like we're arguing about nothing here. Act like a goddamn adult. The only thing that matters is your kids. Pull your head out of your ass. Make this easy on your
so
kids.
much whining over de minimis while I'm over here trying to get folks out of a war crime jail. Yeah.
Yes. Is Tracy in chat?
I haven't seen.
Tracy says the filing isn't available yet.
Oh, well, then how does Ann know all about it?
I don't know.
What's going on over here, Ann? Oh,
I don't know. I can tell you this, though.
But that's what I wanted to ask everybody. Who do they think the first? Oh, we did that already. Never mind. I forgot we went.
Oh God! See, those are the assholes that give lawyers a bad name, literally.
Well, I mean, it just depends. Usually, if you've gone
are you
through
trying to make excuses for lawyers that take people's money and don't do shit?
No, but if you've gone through 6, were these all divorce lawyers? Is this because literally was well, Steele or retainers and or his? I don't know. But usually, if you've gone through 6, you
see. The other thing about
you want something that can't be done
is that I think it's kind of lost on the client sometimes. Is like no one's walking away happy from a divorce. Like that's not how that thing is set up to work.
No, both sides better be upset, or one side just got screwed.
Right. Like I mean, like judges will always say, if I see one of the parties walking out of my courtroom after a divorce, and one of them is smiling, I did not do my job.
No.
So, like Like, I think people from the movies think that there's big wins in divorce.
For the lawyers.
Yeah, that stretch that shit out, because a good lawyer is going to tell you, look, you can go to trial and spend an extra $15,000 with us going through all this shit, and the judge is going to tell you, because here in Illinois they do pre-trials, so you go in, kind of argue your case back in chambers, both sides, and the judge will give you an opinion. I'm like, all right, that's where the judge is coming at that with this thing. You know, in Illinois, before they finally created a maintenance statute, like that was the biggest thing. It was child custody and maintenance, formerly known as alimony. And it was like those two things were the wars. And then oh, Sydney, thank you. I'll see what this thing is. Sid, Christina Rex, she's boots on the ground. So that's how she would have gotten it. So Karen reads supplemental list of prospective witnesses. Boy, they're taking forever this morning. Who's irritated? Me.
Oh, is that what? Tracy just sent you something too,
Hey,
or is that what you were reading?
hey.
I don't know if you were reading the X thing or what Tracy just sent.
How did I get signed out of X on my goddamn computer?
All right, well, I'll put it up because it's right here. There's only 4 witnesses.
Yeah. So provide the following supplemental.
Here, I'll just stick it up.
This is okay. They're boring. They're all authenticating records.
Oh, wow.
Nobody exciting. Literally, people that are like, it's the old. Is this a fair and accurate depiction? People.
Yeah, but do we recognize any of these names? Matthew Coleman, Michael P. Arico.
I don't.
Nicholas David White,
They're all
Jonathan.
people that are authenticating
Nimitz.
records. Why would we recognize any of those people? There could it be like a fucking Verizon store clerk, somebody
Maybe.
who works. Yeah, I mean it's definitely gonna be that.
Well, I didn't know if it was going to be some other video that didn't get in, or maybe it's got to do with the ring. The camera.
You want control? You want to control? I got no problem if you want to be you're muted, I think.
I'm not muted.
Oh, do you want to control?
I don't want to control. No, because I might have to deal with some shit.
Okay.
Why? Did I say I did?
No, I know you like to control
I
sometimes.
do like to control.
I was just offering.
Thanks, babe.
Yeah.
So sweet and kind.
I'm a little chilly. I want to put on a hoodie.
I'm actually not that cold down here, but I do have on a hoodie. So,
Mm.
All right. Well, Meg says I thought Coleman was a cop, but then I realized I was thinking of Holman. Okay. Bob, I just tagged you in the new X filing. Yep, we got it. We got it. Thanks, Trace. Thanks, Trace, and thank all of you. Yeah, but I got to deal with this. I might have like shit come up, so I need to have someone that's, wow. Is X talking about what's going on? People, give me some dirt. I need to know what's happening. I mean, we could have like the ring camera people. I mean, for all we know, we could have the people that make the whatever software they use in the Sally port. I don't know. I can't think of what records they would need. It could be people that are dealing with Life 360 for sure. That could be one. That could definitely be one. Why don't we Google some names? See what we got here. Let's see. I want to see if I can find something. Let's see. Because if they're keeper of records, they might come up. We got Matthew Coleman, but they're from Quincy. Like that's small timing. So that's like local stuff. Huh. Let's see what you guys are saying. All right, nothing. Let's see.
Second Hook, is that your first time listening to them? That's what they do.
Who?
They're the king and queen of everybody's guilty, unless it's like Gilbert King, and they can make some money off of it.
Huh.
It's like they, talk about a grift. Their whole Adnan thing was like the biggest grift of all time. That was a literal grift. Like, let's go and say that guy's guilty, and we'll start a huge thing.
I don't know. Nothing's popping like right off the bat with like.
Well, I lost all respect for they like blocked me because we disagree on like cases. I'm like, are you kidding? Aren't you a lawyer?
Who are we talking about?
The prosecutor.
Oh, the prosecutors. Oh, yeah.
I'm like, you like seriously? Like we disagree on cases, so now you don't want to be friends?
Bizarre.
Oh, okay. See ya.
Y'all can't be us. They all can't be us.
And, whatever. It's like there was never going to be like vacationing together or anything like that. But in terms of like a professional, like, hey, it's kind of cool to have.
We like having both sides of the aisle
because we love arguing. It's like that's what we do.
That's why we really do love it if there's someone when we've got more people in chat that have a difference of opinion.
Yeah, that's like the best.
And want to provide like a really safe spot for them not to get
just bullied to hell.
Yeah, bullied by somebody else. Right.
Right.
All right. Wait. While we're doing this, can you stick out
new crash reconstructionist for whom?
Matt on Court TV is saying new crash reconstructionist is caused.
How would Matt know?
Sidebar.
Was he like?
He could hear some whispers. Maybe
he was doing this, cupping the ear.
It's a really small courtroom. Mel keeps telling us so small. So small.
Yeah.
I mean, are they still just standing there? I thought they all walked away from the sidebar.
I don't know what's going on. Yeah, 100%. It's not that I'm willing to like. They get it right most of the time. They don't get it right all the time.
Oh, Susie's not asking. She's just saying you guys are willing.
Right, but like it's not our.
No, they did that one guy. There was that one guy who the guy asked them to do a thing about.
Yeah, Gilbert King. I just said that.
Yeah. Who knows what they would have decided if they weren't asked by that.
They got, that was a grift.
They even think the Memphis 3 are guilty.
I have no idea. Like, I don't like.
I think I just read a different. I think I just read a different.
It's like I don't listen to their shit anymore.
Our cat says now
they're on me like a child because we have a difference of opinions.
Me too.
And I'm like, I know.
I only found out because you said you were blocked, so I looked to see.
It's like they've created a whole weird little subculture of guilters that like think everybody's like pro-government people. I'm like, really? Like who's pro-government? I thought we all hated the government. Like government sucks. Do you want hugs? Come here.
Oh, I closed the door on him. He wanted to come down.
He was just laying here next to me.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's so sweet. He just wanted to give me hugs.
No, I'm sorry. I might have been just speaking completely out of turn. I think I was like digesting something in the chat where it said Memphis 3, and then I just conflated the two things. I have no idea if the prosecutors think the Memphis 3 are guilty.
They're doing it. They're doing it. So I'm like, I mean, for their grift,
they can't say they can't. They need to find someone else not guilty. I feel like at this point, the Memphis 3 are not guilty. So are factually innocent.
Prosecutors are the government, Risa. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's like politicians are politicians. Like,
Yeah, she's agreeing, babe. That
yeah, no, I know. I'm like, I don't know. It's like, it wasn't that they just blocked me. They like kicked me out of their Facebook group. And like they shut. It was more
I
of a
don't think you were
shunning.
very active anyway.
I was very active in the prosecutor's Facebook
Oh.
group for a while.
Oh,
Like, when we started like first kind of collabing on some stuff, because I love that concept of having both sides represented. And then they I think it was the Richard Allen
what
show.
really started the downward thing was that you went on Bob
Rough,
Ruff's podcast.
probably, which is also bullshit, you know.
Right, not the podcast, the fact that they're upset that he went on it, just in case
Right.
anyone knows, because that's a great podcast. What's this podcast called?
Truth and Justice.
Truth and Justice.
I mean,
Does
Bob
some deep
Bob
dives.
takes so much shit too. It's crazy.
He does deep dives. He does good work.
I love Bob Ruff. He's a genuinely nice person. And his heart's in the right place. You know, like Bob's not afraid to say people are guilty.
Oh, we need a poll of, let's just start with how many people are in here. Like, followed the first trial, didn't follow the first trial or something.
Okay.
Or watched the first trial, didn't watch the first trial. Because if you knew a little something, you know, I still just stick yourself, you gauge yourself and you can stick yourself into the didn't watch the first trial if you.
I
And
was
just-
going like the what little Twitter I was looking at this weekend. Like I kept getting into this debate with like other Free Karen Reed people, and I'm like, God damn it! Like, quit being so married to the like the goal. Like, I almost started like a live to just say, please, if you care about Karen Reed, then quit being so married to the concept that the defense has to prove something happened in the house, because they don't. That's not what reasonable doubt, like, get used to the concept of reasonable doubt if you want Karen to be free. Because one thing that'll never happen in this trial is that somebody in that house will be found guilty of something. The only person that can be found guilty or not guilty of anything in this trial is Karen Reed. So with that in mind, you should be, because I'm like, this concept, like, if you can turn the brain doctor guy into a defense witness by saying, well, there's the possibility that this was just
that
all
a drunk person slipped and fell.
right, a freak accident. You know, I'm like, and people are like, no way, dude. Like, I'm like, why are you fighting that? Don't you understand me as defense
And
attorneys?
again, it doesn't have to be the actual, we don't have to really solve the crime. We just have to demonstrate that the evidence puts forth other equally plausible suggestions. So Cody Hardwick says, Court TV is saying a recess in court for an unknown amount of time. What do you guys think?
Oh my God.
I mean,
Yeah, no, I'm not
this,
mad. No, I'm not mad. I'm
what are you
passionate.
mad about? What you mad about?
I'm not in chat. I'm trying to create this poll.
Oh, he's
I'm trying to think
creating
of
a
how to
poll.
question it.
So I don't know. I mean, I'm just gonna have to assume this has to do with Welcher.
Yeah, I mean, the difference between me and Runkle is I've been saying this since the first trial. Like the concept of a potentially just a slip and a fall. Like, he's not knocked out cold. He gets up. He's on all fours trying to crawl his way up to the house to get help.
You know what's
Basement.
hysterical, Bob? My mom said when I was watching watching your live while we were in Denver or Boulder, my mom said something about coyotes. She's like, there's a lot of coyotes out. And I was like, Bob's always saying it could have been a
Oh, God,
coyote.
like, people just get so weird. There's no coyotes. I'm like, it's not like they're not. This isn't a coyote attacked him. This would have been John was already knocked out, and it was a scavenging type thing. Like, people are just so like. The point being
There's
is, if
possibility.
you're the defense, you are allowed to not have just one theory. You could throw all kinds of possibilities of what might have happened to John out there. And you know what? If 1 or 2 or 12 jurors are like, you know what? Like, maybe it was the people in that. And like, somebody was like, oh, Bettero disagrees. I'm like, no, actually, Mark completely agreed with me. And the concept that, you know, you don't have to lean in to the house thing, because you're never going to be able to prove that. And when you lean into that, all the way, you do create a de facto burden on yourself to prove it to the jury. And if you don't, that's where you get mistrials. If you throw out a few different possibilities, and now the beauty of that is you have Dr. the real one, Wolf, is now a defense witness, because that guy absolutely said that injury, and forget about the hard grass, it would have been John whipping the glass, pissed off that Karen was like, they were arguing with, like, wasn't that the whole point
Babe,
of the dramatic cannon?
here's the thing, though. All right. I'm just going to say this. You cannot whip the glass
Yes.
and have the glass resting next to his hand all at the same time without other human interference with how the glass got back to resting next to him.
How do we know that the
I
glass?
don't know. I guess the
right now?
pneumatic cannon will have to tell me about, it goes this way and then it comes back.
I mean, the glass
lands
definitely
right.
could have bounced into the yard. I mean, it's like, and you know, like the average, like I used to be able to throw when I played ball, and I wasn't a pitcher, but like low 70s. So like pro pitchers.
I mean, I
can
guess
throw
if she's
90s
backing up
an
and
hour.
he throws, then the force could be like a baseball.
Wasn't the
don't know.
wasn't the entire purpose of the pneumatic cannon that Dr. Wolf, Dr. Wolf created to shoot the glass out? Like clearly he thought of the concept as well. That
Oh, we
like
got a Richard Allen filing.
Oh, there is.
Yep, you got appearance. Oh, Stacy Ulinia.
That's one of his appellate attorneys.
Oh, it's just her saying she's accepting service via fax. And then
Yes,
supplemental
Harry
record.
Potter's beard. There is factually innocent means that I don't believe that somebody committed a crime, that they're factually innocent.
And not guilty means we don't
Not
think
guilty, right?
the prosecution proved the
Could
case.
mean we don't have a delineation here in the United States. And I was fascinated to hear last week about during one of our voicemails about the Scottish legal system, where they have 3 potential verdicts. They have, and I can't remember, there was guilty, there was basically the
Prosecution hasn't proved
government
the
didn't
case.
prove their case, and the other one is
This
didn't
guy
do
didn't do it.
they
He
didn't.
didn't do it.
So like, which I think was really.
So what would have been? I did they tell us what happens? What is the effect of a he didn't do it verdict? Is it like an automatic? You get reimbursed for all your legal fees. You get. I mean, there's got to be a reason they have it. I wonder what the.
All right, so I made it simple. Did you?
Thanks,
watch
Brian
the-
McNeil. She gifted 1 Defense Diaries membership. Love it. Love it.
Okay, I started a poll.
All right. Shannon says, house many super chats to win a Defense Diary tee. It's on Wednesday, Wheel Wednesday. Partially watched the first trial, watching more of the second trial. Used to think Karen Reed was guilty, but Defense Diaries coverage changed my mind.
Wow.
All right. Nice,
That-
Shannon.
Look at that. It's really just that ARCA should change your mind. Like those guys, like they're the most powerful evidence in the case. Like they just are. They have no horse in the race. At the time that they did their reports, they had no side. And they just came in and they did what they did, and they came away with their conclusions, which I find to be very credible and very compelling. And that's it. Done and done. Take care now. Let's move on. Like it was that simple for me. So then, because I had always been saying, I'm like, why is nobody just thinking that, like, plus, babe, you keep forgetting about the plow. Like, and the plow could have thrown things up onto the lawn. The problem is that we don't really know where anything was found because they didn't do a proper investigation. Like, we don't know. I know they're saying, but we don't even know where John's kind of by the flagpole. Well, what's that mean? It's just crazy. We don't know where anything was found at all. Grid searches, and they don't take photographs, and they don't indicate where things are found. It's like I've never seen it before in any of our cases. Like every single in like the Garcia case where there was a lot of evidence that they found in the house, I knew exactly where everything was located. Every single thing that they found, I knew exactly where they found it, which you're supposed to. Like, how can you reconstruct a crime scene if you don't know where the hell things were found?
It was all in the
See, that drives me nuts
general
too.
area.
I mean, as far as the people in that house, they were
The way they described it, there should have been a like mound of snow, like a outline castle body shape, you know, like he was in the snow and it's so much piled up next to him. He
if
gets
you're
out.
but
that-
you have to think about the conditions and about reality and that people were drinking and were like different levels of intoxicated,
Oh, how
and
does
they're
no one
not coming out of the door, the higher perch door, walking down the stairs. They were all coming out of the kind of the side entrance, so they're ground level, and you're looking at your goddamn feet when you're walking on slippery surfaces. You just are.
Yeah, but
That's just
when they drive by
oh,
with
yeah,
the
but
headlights, wait,
there's
wait, with the headlights shining on the white snow,
dude,
uh,
like
all right,
I could
stand
see
by.
a world in which people missed him, is all I'm saying. Like that doesn't begin and end the conversation that John had just slipped, cracked his head open violently, was able to get up, like flips over his belly, gets up on all fours, starts crawling, and then face plants once, gives him the egg. Like I could come up with a very detailed narrative that would absolutely be a possibility, and no one's talking like it. But even in my scenario, Proctor's still planting the tail light, but because he developed tunnel vision, like he decided that Karen was guilty, and he knew that the case needed a boost. Without the tail light, there's no way they could have brought this case at all. So once he had decided at that point that they were pinning it on the girl, they had to plant, like, even in my scenario, Proctor has to plant the tail light. And like I'm not dying on the hill if that's what happened. All I'm suggesting, people, is that you give that to the jury so they have multiple possibilities, because you know what that means? If any juror thinks that something else is possible, that's called reasonable doubt. Like, it's so frustrating. I there was one woman I was like kind of bickering with who was like, like all bristling up. They're never proving in this case against Karen Reed that something took place in the house. So if you give a shit about Karen being walking out of that courtroom a free woman, then don't be so married to that concept. You should be married to the concept that they're trying to get this jury to find that there's reasonable doubt. And the easiest way to do that is to have multiple potential possibilities of what might have happened to John, including that something in that house, like it's exactly like Betterow was saying. It's like we can say, all right, well, there was a lot of really weird shit that went on with these people.
Right. But again, we've said it before, I'll say it again, a lot of legal commentators, lawyers, they say they don't like when the defense puts out multiple possibilities, like that they've got to pick away and just push that one way, where I've always thought multiple possibilities was actually the right way to go. Mickey says, and thank you for your generosity, Higgins testified to having to pull up 1 to 2 feet, stop to raise his plow before entering the roadway. Imagine how close he was with his headlights on. Well, if he was truly parked there. And that's a great point. And that goes back to the point I was trying to make before.
Higgins had been drinking all day. They came
He
back
still has to get
he had been drinking all day. Like they came from a cop funeral.
I don't
like
care.
In Boston or New York, somewhere. They just drank there. They came back. They drank all day.
I mean, I guess it's not beyond the possibilities, but it just
dude,
seems likely that one of those two vehicles would have seen something when they are driving past with
and I'm going to say it again. I'm not saying to exclude all the shady shit. You include that. But if you make that the only thing,
Right. He's just saying not the only thing.
if you make that the only thing, this thing is going to end up in a mistrial again. I'm just telling you, you're not convincing 12 people with the evidence that we have to walk her on that shit. I'm telling you, I'll bet you on it. So you give them another option. You could say, because then if you say, well, there was a bunch of crazy shit that, like, I don't understand these butt dials. I don't understand how all these people didn't see John laying in the front yard. That seems insane to me. But I don't know.
Wait, I got to go off topic here. Is Little Miss just sitting on a regular yoga ball, not on a base? That explains why she's really working it.
What do you mean?
Like if she's just sitting on a regular
Yeah.
yoga ball this is a yoga ball chair with the base and everything. So we're not actually like rolling around. We're
it's got wheels and everything. It's like a yoga ball office chair kind of. But do you guys understand what I'm saying? Like people are getting so upset. I'm like, why are you getting upset?
Well, because there are, people that are
This isn't the place to prove.
I understand that, but
did something.
people want justice for that scenario.
I understand that. This is not the place that's going to happen.
Right. It's got to, you kind of have to separate truth out from
different things.
Two different.
The first step of ever getting John O'Keefe actual justice is getting Karen Reed found not guilty. That's step number one.
Right.
Then you have to try to figure out a way to get the feds to really start digging on this case in a much more significant way than they already have. Like, that's the only hope. If
Brian says John will never receive justice, and putting an innocent woman in jail isn't justice.
Thank you. Like, for all the people that are like, free Karen Reed, why are you arguing with me? We all want the same thing. I'm just telling you, there's an easier way to do it. And that's to include, because like you're just turning their brain doctor witness into your witness, because that guy clearly said, I was up in Minnesota and worked there for years, and drunk guys and girls were slipping on the ice, and it's exactly what the injury looked like. You've just turned him into a defense witness 100%.
Right. Well,
posing that as a possibility of what may have happened. And then you still have, like, you don't lose the Proctor angle. You still, all the work you've done with Proctor is still very necessary and very needed under that slip and fall theory, because he had to have planted the shit.
All right. So Sacred Valley Podcast says the Bryans went to a cop funeral, but not John O'Keefe's, who went. So I did hear that. Is that true? Do we know for sure that, like, a lot of that who didn't go? Like the Alberts didn't go, Higgins didn't go, like,
Kathy, it's not a faulty theory. Like,
all right,
why
Bob's
do you
stuck
like
on his
why do you guys think it's insane for like, if you looked what's in the backyard of 34 Fairview, Kathy? Have you seen what it's a huge, like, forest preserve, like massive. It looks like it's like 4 miles. It's huge. There's no houses back there. It's just straight up forest right behind 34 Fairview. There's not like a couple streets back. It's right behind. There's railroad tracks.
There could have been a random dog walking in the blizzard.
Like, I think people are confused, thinking that I'm looking at it as a predator type situation where a coyote attack. No
movement.
You are unmuted.
Movement.
Any kind of predator animal would have tried to pull.
Right. I was told council wanted to see me at Sidebar again.
Oh my God.
Opening A to Z.
Are you kidding me?
This time she just says council. I guess that means it's the Commonwealth. No, I'm sorry.
Kathy, you need to Google the coyote situation in 2022 in Mass, by the way. Remember, I'm not saying that the coyote attacked him.
All right. Kathy's free to think that it's a faulty theory. There are people that say if a coyote was involved, he would have done more.
I disagree.
You're not a coyote expert.
I like, based on people telling me that I was wrong, I became a coyote expert.
He's become a coyote.
Like, coyote, like,
all right. So wait, let's
eat through clothes might have been like, I'm moving on. But at first would have been trying to drag John, and it's too small. It wouldn't have been able to drag him anywhere, like to a more secure area.
It is suspicious if people didn't go to a funeral of a fallen officer, fellow officer that they
No,
knew they worked
we're
with.
not on morning break.
We're on. Morning hasn't started yet.
Yeah, but there hasn't been one second of testimony yet.
Second sidebar of the morning.
I mean, it's 10:20 in Boston. It's insane. Like, and I mean, I get it. Like, we had plenty of times where we had to conduct a lot of housekeeping before a court day started. And 5 days is a lot. Hank was probably up to all kinds of shit. It's not even a rant. It was like driving me nuts. I'm like, do you people not understand the concept of reasonable doubt?
Reasonable what?
Right. I'm like, what are these, like, what are you pigeonholing yourself, painting yourself into a corner with one theory? To me, is not the move. We'll see. We'll see how it plays out. Yeah, most people don't understand. I mean, we know Ronnie, the juror, sure the hell didn't. Ajax is typing away. He's not even at Sidebar. What's he doing? Looks like Alan got a haircut. Still got that beard, though. I might fly out to Boston just to go into that forest at night and find a coyote. To prove my point. Let it
I
gnaw.
get a call.
But
Your husband's been attacked by a coyote.
no, I'd lay on the ground and just let
Lord.
it come up and try to scavenge me.
Okay. Just let it come up and try to scavenge you.
I was driving the other day. I was like by myself. I don't think I had the music on for some reason. I was like, you know what I'd like to do?
What do you think Alan's doing? Looking for case law on some issue? Just not interested in the sidebar? I think
opportunity to like do some emails.
No, I think he's doing something important relative to what they're talking about.
Oh, so I was thinking, you know what I'd really like to do?
Not lay on the ground and just hope you get
No,
stabbed.
I can't believe, like, the closest guy to have done anything conceptually as to what I'm talking about is like be in trouble 31 with his arm.
Oh, you want to fundraise for him so that he'll go lay himself out on the ground?
No, I want to get it like the exact model of Karen's Lexus, go buy it, and then like go in reverse at 24 miles an hour. Have you go in reverse?
Turtle Boy didn't Aiden do something like that?
Just hit me.
It just hit you.
See what happens. I'll take.
Okay. Yeah, we'll take it.
I'll end the whole controversy.
There you go, guys.
If I survive the first hit, then I'll get up and I'll have you try the pirouette thing.
Oh God. Yeah. Funny.
Try that one too. Just to see what kind of damage is done. It's like Allie got in a little fender bender and like it was like a scrape and there was just a ton of damage. Like imagine if you would have hit like somebody 24 miles an hour, like hit. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it does not take much to cause a lot of damage on a vehicle. You know what I mean?
But I mean, if it's hitting directly a body, that body's got to take some damage. I know we've had a lot of people be like, I walked away unscathed from this and from that, but it's like, it's hitting the actual body.
I'll go sniff some shit out.
Yeah.
I will.
Sniffing shit.
I will.
Sniffing shit.
Sniff. I'll sniff some shit. Oh, by the way, speaking of sniffing shit out, I didn't go to the second dig, right?
Oh, what happened?
They have not found jack shit.
Oh. What does everyone's faces say? Stone cold. They're not giving anything away. Huh?
Oh, great, great.
Oh, tell this lawyer.
Are they bringing the jury in? I hope. What a long morning. Is that a big sigh?
Sounded, yeah. Absolutely. was.
Big sigh.
Truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help. Morning, Your
Good
Honor.
morning, sir.
All right, let's go.
So we're going to have a short voir dire.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so
Oh,
Mr.
wow.
Lessie,
Thank you, Your Honor.
This should be interesting. This is Welcher, I take it.
I take it. Oh, find out.
All right, guys, here it comes.
Morning, Dr. Welcher.
Good morning.
If you look at any documents in answering my question, I appreciate you letting me know that, okay?
Okay,
Do you have any documents open in front of you at this moment?
I do. I have a binder.
Your Honor, I would ask until the question
can
comes
you
up.
do without it, sir, for a few minutes?
Depending on the question, sure.
Okay, so just let us know if you need to look at it. Don't look at it without
I mean,
permission, please. All right, go ahead, Mr.
Thank you, Your
Lessie.
Honor. Dr. Welcher, you have changed your PowerPoint presentation in the last few days in this case,
Oh
correct?
boy, of course.
I deleted a slide and removed a couple words.
Right, but you've changed your PowerPoint presentation, correct?
Correct. I deleted a slide and deleted a couple words.
Who have you spoken to at the Commonwealth in the last 2 weeks? Anybody associated with the Commonwealth? Who have you spoken to?
In the last 2 weeks, Mr. Brannon, Mr. Lowley, Lieutenant Tully.
Ooh,
Anyone else?
why,
I
Lieutenant
think
Tully?
Mary Ellen Gray,
Anyone else?
the tech person Cindy this morning.
And with regard to those conversations, what prompted those conversations? Who initiated them?
I was originally told I was going to have to be out here last Monday. So there was a whole flurry of conversations around that. I was initially told I may have to give all my rebuttal testimony on a whole huge data set I'd received.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, sir. My question was simply because we have a limited amount of time. Who initiated the conversations?
Oh, there were multiple conversations.
How many?
I
Who
have no
initiated?
More
idea.
than 10?
Let's start
I'm
with
sorry?
More than 10?
Probably not.
All right, what did you discuss with, you understand it's no longer Detective Lieutenant Tully, it's, as I understand, it's Lieutenant Tully. Did you have you said you had conversations with him, correct?
Correct.
When was the first conversation? How many, and what are the nature of those conversations?
Are you limiting it to the last 10 days or in total in my life?
oof.
Within the last 2 weeks?
Last 2 weeks. I believe it was when I got here on Saturday night, I informed them I'd landed. And then Sunday morning, he gave me a ride over to the district attorney's office.
Wow.
And what did you discuss
conversation?
from when you, did you have any discussions with Lieutenant Tully before Saturday? Within the last 2 weeks?
Not to my knowledge.
What did you discuss with Lieutenant Tully? Topics?
Give me a time frame.
I
In the
keep saying
past
the
2
last
weeks.
2 weeks. That's the
So
time frame I'm looking
all
at.
the conversations I had with him.
Yes,
Yes.
Can you have somebody pick me up at the hotel?
I'm talking substantive, sir, about your outline, your PowerPoint presentation. Topics of, what discussions about the topics in your PowerPoint presentation?
I had no discussions with him about the topics of my PowerPoint presentation.
What about your
Who
testimony?
did you
in
have
general?
discussions with from the Commonwealth about the topics in your PowerPoint presentation?
Mr. Brannon and Mr. Lowley.
Describe those conversations and how many you had, including the first one that you had.
Well,
in the
I
past 2 weeks?
originally submitted my presentation with my original report way back, I believe in January.
Right. I'm asking for conversations within the last 2 weeks.
Okay, question wasn't clear. Then on Sunday, we just went through top to bottom through my presentation. Mr. Brandon wanted to make sure he understood everything in it. And then I met with Mr. Brandon again on Sunday. We ran through it briefly again. And then that was largely it.
Who suggested the changes to your presentation?
Mr. Brandon.
Brennan.
Brennan suggested the
Brennan,
changes
not
that you made.
Brannon.
He indicated some of the things, for example, the slide I deleted referenced testimony that I was not allowed to include on a slide.
Or
Did-
including your,
Were there any discussions
About-
with anybody from the prosecution team about the changes with regard to the what I will call the Dighton route, the Dighton distance, and the total mileage? Do you know what slide I'm referring to, sir?
I do, yes.
Who initiated the discussion on the changes to that slide?
So that slide was changed, I don't know, probably 8 or 10 days ago.
Oh, it was changed 8 or 10 days ago.
Correct.
Were there any changes made from 8 or 10 days ago to what's now in your presentation?
Not beyond what we talked
Oh,
about.
okay. So 10 days ago, those changes were made.
8 or 10.
8 to 10
8 to 10.
days ago. I could actually probably figure out exactly when if you like.
Now my next questions go to Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess is a colleague of yours at Aperture, correct?
Correct.
Are you aware of issues relating to the accuracy or inaccuracy of his CV?
Unfortunately, I've been bombarded with emails that have referenced that. I've seen it. I have not read them.
You've been bombarded with them, but you have, and you say unfortunately, but you have not read any of them? None?
Maybe 1 or 2 lines. For example, they come in, they're looking like legitimate business emails. And then I pull it up as a business email. I'm like, okay, I'm not supposed to do this. Court said I can't look at this.
Now, I want to go back to your slide presentation. I understand that you intend, subject to our objections at the court's ruling, you intend to present testimony with regard to your PowerPoint where you are going to elaborate on your 1231-38 to 1231-43 trigger 1162-2, and you're going to add to what has been in your presentation a verbal discussion with regard to Mr. Burgess's change that he made in his May 8th report with regard to the variance time window. Do I have that correct?
No, you don't. It's not based upon a verbal discussion. It's based upon his report.
Okay, so you're going to make, you propose, what you're intending to do is you want to add the change from Mr. Burgess's May 8th report to what you're going to testify to on your PowerPoint. Do I have that correct?
That is correct.
And the only reason you're going to testify with regard to altering the 1231-38 to 1231-43 window is because of what Mr. Burgess has done on May 8th. Is that correct?
It's better data. So I'm altering it and correcting it with better data that I've received from Mr. Burgess.
Right. But my point is, if it weren't for Mr. Burgess's change, you wouldn't be making any changes in your testimony, correct? It's only because of what Mr. Burgess did on May 8th. Is that correct?
Only from his report, correct.
Correct. So, and you understand, sir, that that change has significant effects on the very issues in this case with regard to the timeline and the collision you allege occurred, and comparing it to human volitional conduct of Mr. O'Keefe with regard to his manipulation of the phone. You understand the consequences of that change, do you, sir?
I do. I would disagree with your assertion that it's consequential. Again, my original data, which is in my PowerPoint and has not changed, that data is still there. The timing was extremely close within the error of the measurements, which Mr. Burgess ultimately showed in his subsequent report that was within the variance associated with those timing devices.
I understand, but my point, sir, and I want to understand if I have it correct, is that is going to move the time that you assert the 1162-2 trigger occurred, correct?
Correct.
And
the defense.
You would agree that's a substantial change given the issues in this case when seconds matter? Or do you think it's an insignificant change?
I wouldn't say it's insignificant. Again, I haven't modified my PowerPoint at all. I was happy with the data I had and satisfied with the data I had. Again, once presented as engineer would with better data, we use better data. It brings it, I'm sorry. It
Please,
brings
for
it,
voir dire, let him finish.
Yeah.
it brings it closer in time to Ian Whiffin's last contact point
Ooh.
data. But
Yes, he's
even
like,
if we
yes,
don't have that,
thank you.
given what I knew about the variance in the cell phones, my time was still within that window anyway.
Sir, you've just answered my question, which is
Good.
you agree that it affects the timeline in the activity of Mr. Whiffin's report. You said brings it closer. Did I have your words correctly?
Correct. What I was concerned about was your word about significant change. It brings it closer. It doesn't necessarily bring it significantly closer. My original timeline was very close, within the range of the accuracy of those types of cell phones, infotainment system data. So even if I didn't have Mr. Burgess's subsequent report, the data is still within that time window.
Sir, isn't it a fact that with the variance of Mr. Burgess that you're now you want to testify to, that there is a change because your 1162.2 trigger 1231.38 to 1231.43, you know that there's a device lock event on the phone of Mr. O'Keefe after that time period. You understand that, correct?
So again, there's a window of plus minus on that. Technically, those timestamps on that are, as you indicated, again, it's literally, I wrote that on my slide. It includes my slide where I have that exact comment.
But my question, sir, is the change means now that with the Mr. Burgess variance moving, you now have part of the moving range that occurs after the device lock, whereas before your change, the device lock occurred after every bit of your range of 1162.2. I have that correct, don't I, sir?
You do.
Okay.
All right.
That's all I
That's
needed.
it.
Thank you.
All right.
That's
so
everything.
We're going to bring the jury in.
Wait, what? Bring the jury in? What was the point of the voir dire?
Are they outside the door?
What? I'm so
You may
fucking
as well
confused
stay
right now.
Right there.
Thank you.
Okay.
Why did she have him do a voir dire if she's just turning around and having the
I'll see
jury
you at
come in?
Sidebar.
Okay. Can we address what just happened?
Yeah, I mean, I
What?
think they need to. So it's
All right.
clear.
So all of the shit that Hank was saying before, nothing changed. It's in the same thing. Nothing changed. His last answer right there, because I was like, I am confused. Is it within the range and nothing really changed, or isn't it? But he just said, yeah, he said it's like in the range, but he said very clearly that before this change, everything he had in his report that dealt with that event was before the last human interaction with the phone of John O'Keefe, making volitional movements. So this is what happened. He just established that they changed it in the last 8 to 10 days, that the change is based on Burgess's time change, and that it moved it closer to the time that Ian Whiffin said there was a last volitional movement. He's trying to say it's still within the range that I have, but at the end of the day said everything without this change, everything in my report was before the last time John O'Keefe physically used his phone, that he was up around making actual conscious movements. So then the judge is like, okay, let's bring the jury in. Well, why did you just have this? What is the ramifications of this? What's he allowed to testify to? What he's not allowed to testify to? If she was concerned and not going to let him say certain things, she wouldn't have just called the jury in, because Brennan would have to tell his witness that he's not allowed to say certain things. So clearly she's not doing a thing. Right?
Yeah, right. But I think it was even more, because I think that
the coffee and donuts and muffins was probably a hint that we were taking longer than what we ordinarily would do. I do appreciate your patience. So I have to ask you. those
Pause it real
questions.
quick.
Were you all able to follow the
All right.
instructions and refrain
But
from?
what I think that it proved is the whole violation of the sequestration order, because he clearly knew what Whiffen had testified to. Like, his statement proved that.
Close says, I honestly believe all the expert testimony is above Judge Bev's head. I don't think she really understands what these changes mean. Sometimes she says stuff and it's clear that she really didn't. Like, she has to now, but there were times where I absolutely agree. Like, she did not understand, and she just seemed to accept Brennan saying his whole, ipso facto shit of what nothing changed. It was already in the report. This witness's last testimony makes it clear this is a significant change. Call it whatever. Everything before that didn't deal with, was before the time predated him moving the phone. But Judge Canoni keeps telling the jurors, we're ahead of time. We could take a 5-day vacation, but I can't give the defense enough time on their voir dire. I can't address this correctly. I can't take this shit seriously because now we're rushing. What in the hell?
You tell him, babe.
Discussing this case with anyone since we met?
Bloop.
Everyone said yes.
So she did nothing.
Did nothing.
You should stand and raise your right hand. Yes, sir. You solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury the case now is very true, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yes, sir. Thank you.
There's my butt. Yep. Judge Canoni's eye. Now we got to go through all Brennan's.
Refer to my resume.
All right, Mr. Brennan,
Thank
whenever
you.
you're ready.
Good morning, sir.
Morning, Mr. Brennan.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your first and last
What's the
name? for
point
court
of even
reporter
doing
that's
this,
next to you?
dear?
Absolutely. My name is
Seriously.
Judson Welcher. My first name is Judson. Last name is Welcher, Welcher.
Sir, what
Exactly,
do you do
John.
for
Where's
a
your
profession?
grave
I'm
concern?
an accident reconstructionist and biomechanical engineer.
I'd like you to explain to us a little bit about what an accident reconstructionist does.
Sure. You can think of accident reconstruction, things such as this, as the physics and engineering that happens in car crashes. So accident reconstruction tends to deal with everything that happens to the car and outside the car, skid marks, vehicle damage, the electronic recording systems in the vehicle, things that have to do with the motion forces and how the physics of everything occurred and how that affected the motion of the vehicles.
You said that you were an accident reconstructionist, but also a biomechanical engineer. How is your work as a biomechanical engineer different than an accident reconstructionist?
So simply, you can think of biomechanics as similar, but to everything inside the car. So biomechanics is looking at how the effects of physical forces are applied to the human anatomy. When I'm trying to explain to somebody what I do, I say, hey, it's like a civil engineer who's designing a bridge. So many trucks and cars on the bridge. Are that going to cause the beams in the bridge to fail? Is that going to cause the cables to fail? So a human body is governed by the same laws of physics, just like the bridge. Obviously, it's made of a lot of different materials, but in a human body, my beams are bones. My cables are the muscles and ligaments. Different material properties, but everything's governed by the laws of physics and principles of engineering. So I'm looking at how physical forces, the outside of the car, when people are inside the car, seat belts, airbags. The first seat belt was patented by an engineer. It's engineers who
But
quantify the
you
force
considered all
of
the
the
state
crash
of
and what kind
random
of
people who
injury
didn't see anything.
damage there is to the body.
Oh,
So it is
but you-
force that causes damage like a fracture. And so we're looking at how the physical forces are applied to the body and what that means in terms of what happens to the body.
Blah, blah, blah.
Dr. Welcher, I want to ask you a little bit about how you became a biomechanical engineer and an accident reconstructionist. Can you tell us?
Sure. So when I was getting ready to go to college, my father, who was a physician, said, whatever you do, do not go to medical school. Because I was getting ready to go to medical school. So this was 39 years ago, I believe. 35 years ago, 39 years ago. he said, it's just not worth it. So I said, okay. So then I entered into the mechanical engineering. I grew up riding motorcycles, taking things apart, frequently pissing my parents off when I couldn't put it back together. But I like taking things apart and figuring out how things worked.
He's
So
kind of like
I went to university and got my undergraduate degree in mechanical engineering. From there, I happened to be at a Thursday meeting of the American Society of Mechanical Engineers. A group came in from a company that did this type of work, and they showed some examples of how you apply engineering concepts that you learn in mechanical engineering to the human body. And so I was like, man, that's a great job. That's the perfect mix of engineering that I have and my desire, to learn the medical side of things as well without becoming a doctor.
Yeah.
So I talked to them. I actually applied to the company and was ultimately hired as a biomechanical engineer.
How long did you continue as a biomechanical engineer until you went back to school?
Here we go with the
So I
aperture lie
actually,
detection.
very quickly after I started the job, I took a human anatomy class at a community college. I quickly realized that wasn't enough.
Yeah.
And so
Insufficient.
in around 1993,
No, look, y'all. This is going to be. We need to listen carefully to this testimony. This is their.
We do. I won't do this over when he's actually talking. Like
No,
right
I'm
now.
not even talking to you, babe. I'm talking like people are like, it's dry. This is their entire case. We all need to pay attention. I'm giving a quiz after this guy is done testifying.
We don't need to pay attention until
I
he
am not
says the
going to
words.
tweet. I'm going to pay rapt attention. This is their entire case. This guy right here.
Once he starts talking about this
Like,
case.
right, this is all his background shit.
Right.
You always got to do this with experts.
But I think
went
he's
to the USC
relatable.
medical school.
He's coming off relatable.
And enrolled through what's called concurrent enrollment, which means you can take the class, but you're not actually in medical school. It's
Can
a
you do
medical
that
school
for
class.
16 years,
But I
though?
took gross human anatomy. So it was me and 160 or so other doctors. I took the same human anatomy that first year medical students at USC took. So it began in 1993.
Did you continue to work as you pursued your higher education?
I ultimately started my own company, continued to work, continued to do research.
Thanks, Beagle
And
guy.
Wonderful opportunity to have two beautiful children and continue to this day.
Tell us a little bit about the company you started and when.
Sure. So in about
He's Aperture.
October of 1994, I started my own company. Me and the guy who was my immediate supervisor said, hey, we can do this better. We can do more research, more testing. And so we started our own company.
What kind of company was it?
It was a action reconstruction and biomechanical engineering company. We also early on did a bunch of testing and design work for amusement park rides. The same concepts for car crashes applies to roller coasters, basically anything. So we worked and had some contracts on improving ride safety. And I was also on the ASTM committee that looked at amusement park ride designs.
Did that company grow from 2 people?
Correct. We took it from 2 to about 25 people. And then we ultimately sold it in right around January 1st of 2022.
Before 2022, did you obtain a master's degree?
I did.
And what was that in and where was that from?
So again, I was working full time. Actually, while I was doing my master's degree, I was also teaching classes at Texas A&M through their law enforcement training division. So it was extension classes. But I ultimately completed my master's thesis in December of 2001. That was from USC, University of Southern California. And I received my master's degree in biomedical engineering. I wrote my thesis. It was basically on automotive seat design, but it was titled Whiplash-Associated Disorders, Related Anatomy, Biomechanics of Injury, and the
Fix the
relationship between
ticker,
injury
babe.
potential and automotive seat design.
Pardon the interruption. If Dr. Welcher reads from this report, which I think he just did, do we know when he's doing that?
Sure. Dr. Welcher asked me if he could refer to his resume, and I said yes. So if you read, just let us.
Thank you.
And it's my resume, not my report.
Your resume, did I say?
No, you did. He said report.
Yeah, no, it's his resume.
You share with us that your company continued to grow until you ultimately sold it in 2022. During that time, did
Oh,
you
so he's
continue
not
to
Aperture.
pursue higher education after you obtained your master's degree?
I did. So again, ever since 1993, I've been slowly pursuing higher education, both obtaining my master's degree as well as my PhD. During that time frame, I also published 20 peer-reviewed scientific publications. I taught for 5 years at Texas A&M and served as a peer reviewer for both the Society of Automotive Engineers and for a short period on the Archives of Physical Medicine. So I was working and running a company with my co-creator, as well as teaching, conducting research, publishing, also while going to school part-time.
Take us to 2011. Were you still pursuing education at the University of Southern California?
I was.
And what occurred? What did you achieve in 2011?
So in August of 2011, I finally obtained my PhD in biomedical engineering.
Right, John?
I wrote
Oh,
my
Hank can
dissertation
ask
reading from
questions
my
about
resume,
education. Go
titled
through every bit of
Development,
it, except when he knows it's
Validation and
bullshit.
testing of a new sensor array for intra-articular pressure measurement, in vitro human lumbar spine, intra-articular facet testing, which is a lot of big words to say. I was testing cadaver spines, looking at the loads inside the spines associated with various motions of the spine.
Did you achieve your PhD in biomechanical engineering?
It's actually in biomedical engineering. Biomechanics is within the field of biomedical engineering.
So you have a PhD in biomedical engineering.
Correct.
You mentioned that you have published many articles. Have there been articles that you have published that are relevant to some of the subjects that you're going to talk about during your testimony?
I mean, I have a number of, again, peer-reviewed scientific publications. Peer review just means you submit it to a journal and they have other people review it, give you comments, your peers in the field. I do believe there are a number of them that could certainly be relevant to both the physics and, for example, pedestrian injuries.
If I could mention a few. You wrote an article on sideswipe collision dynamics. What's sideswipe collision dynamics?
So I was actually an invited speaker at the World Congress, or sorry, not the World Congress, the World Reconstruction Expedition. They asked me to give a presentation on the theory, science, and mathematics behind sideswipe or side impact collisions. That would include side collisions, glancing collisions, shallow angle impacts, such as like a corner of a bumper goes into the side of a car, any kind of glancing or clipping type impact.
Similarly, in many of the articles that you wrote, is one of them about methods for quantifying the impact severity of low speed side impacts at varying angles?
It is.
Tell us a little bit what that.
So that was a Society of Automotive Engineers paper. Again, another peer-reviewed paper that we worked on. It was kind of an extension or continuation of all that research, where we just looked at the physics and the mathematics, basically the reconstruction of glancing or sideswipe type impacts.
Yes,
Similarly,
John.
methods for quantifying the impact severity of low speed side impacts at varying angles. Is that similar to the other papers, or was that different?
Yeah, I thought that was the same one.
If I can continue, another article or publication that you wrote, occupant kinematics and loading in low speed lateral impacts. What does that mean?
So in the course of my career, I've done probably 12 to maybe 1,300 actual crash tests. I've crashed everything from skateboards, mopeds, up to
Welcome,
trains, motorhomes, and ambulances. I've conducted, relative to this case, probably or been involved with 50 to maybe 70 pedestrian impact tests. So the low speed side impact one is we actually put human volunteers in side impact collisions. And what we did is we had accelerometers.
There you go,
which
Bob. You
are
can go
things
volunteer.
that
to be
measure
hit by a
acceleration.
car.
If you had physics or memory, Newton told us force equals mass times acceleration. So knowing the acceleration of something, you can get an idea of how much force is applied to it. So we have various sensors on the body. We have various sensors on the car for the reconstruction aspects of
Yeah,
it.
Meg. While we're
So
going
that
through
study
this
was the
background and
biomechanics
bullshit,
portion.
why don't we get those
And
lights
the
up?
first paper you read about the reconstruction was the reconstruction portion. So the first paper you discussed was everything outside the car. Then we looked at how the forces applied
for
to those
sure,
impacts
Bob.
to people inside the car.
Have you had a lot of publications and studies about the force applied to people outside of a car?
I don't know if I'd say a lot, but I was an invited lecturer to the Actual Reconstruction and Collision Safety Institute conference, where I specifically gave a paper and a series, or basically a lecture on what's called pedestrian impact biomechanics, which was exactly as the name implies, what happens to pedestrians when they're impacted predominantly by cars and vehicles.
How much
Yeah.
of your work involves
not saying much,
pedestrian
babe.
impacts?
Probably maybe
Exactly.
10%, 5 to 10%. Most of it's car to cars.
Biomechanics of low-speed impacts. Is that another paper that you wrote?
That is a paper I wrote.
I don't want to read all of your papers and all of your publications, but on a different topic, did you write a paper on the study of the measurement of Generation 2 Toyota event data recorders and low-speed side impacts?
Yes.
Could you tell us a little bit about
Low
what
speed
measurement
side
of event
impacts.
data means in this?
So Toyotas, newer Toyotas particularly, have two types of electronic equipment on board that can record crashes. There is what's referred to as an event data recorder, or EDR. It's somewhat commonly referred to as a black box. It's not exactly right, but it's close. And then there's a secondary system, which is really more closely tied to maintenance. That's called TechStream, but it will pick up data that you can frequently relate back to various events. So that particular paper was looking at the event data recorder data in Toyotas.
We'll get more into that subject later, but is event data recorders a subject that you're well-schooled at?
Yes.
Well schooled at.
In addition
you
to
talk,
the papers
Hank?
that you've written,
I mean,
have
come
you
on.
continued through the years and after becoming a PhD, your research in this area, in these areas?
Correct. For example, every year we're part of a conference called SATI, which is our company, largely led by the engineer Christopher Furbus that we work with, has spearheaded us going out and conducting crash tests for that conference for 10 years. We did a lot of the instrumentation and crash testing at the Actual Reconstruction and Collision Safety Institute conference. And then for a number of years, the company actually went down and did crash testing for what's referred to as the Spine Research Institute down in San Diego. So we've been hired by various professional organizations. We came out here once, the Massachusetts Association of Action Reconstructionists, I think I'm messing the name up, had a conference. We came out here and conducted crash tests for training other experts out here. We did all the instrumentation, the biomechanics of that crash testing.
In your research and testing, you have pages with dates of the different researches and testing you've done. There's over a dozen of the research and testing items and articles that deal with pedestrians. Is that a common topic in your research and testing?
Yes. So again, frequently at the conference, we're doing pedestrian tests. The last Actual Reconstruction Collision Safety Institute conference, there was a series of pedestrian crash tests run there. SATI 2 years ago, maybe 3 years ago, some pedestrian crash tests that were done there as well. So there are a number of instances on my resume where I have both attended class, and then I mentioned the one time where I gave an hour and a half long lecture on pedestrian injuries.
After you became a PhD or a doctor, do you continue your education and research?
Correct. I've always continued my education and research up until, I just got back from the event data, or Action Reconstruction Collision Safety Institute EDR conference, or the Event Data Recorder Summit. My company, through my relationship with the founder of that summit, was a sponsor. So Aperture was actually a sponsor of that conference. We actually sponsored it the previous year as well. And also as part of that, I assisted one of the researchers in conducting, it's called front camera module testing for pedestrian impacts on Chrysler vehicles. Excuse me, General Motors vehicles.
As a biomedical engineer, are there any groups, organizations, or certifications that are important?
I think ACTAR is important. So ACTAR is an acronym. It's ACTAR, and that's short for the Accreditation Commission for Traffic Accident Reconstructionists. And so it's a bunch of professional groups, originally from some concerns, I believe, from the Department of Transportation, got together and set standards for reconstructionists. Again, these are kind of minimum standards. You have to show, you send in your resume, you talk to them about your research, and then if you're deemed qualified, you sit for an examination that tests your skills, day-long test, theory, a practical portion, and then every 5 years you have to have 60 continuing education units to become reaccredited. I've been an accredited accident reconstructionist since February of 1995, and my accreditation is current and active up through today.
So you've been accredited for 30 years?
Yeah, correct.
I don't want to trick you on the math.
No, I never thought about it, but yeah, I guess it has been 30 years.
Have you testified in court before?
I have.
Have you testified in state courts?
I have.
Have you testified in federal court?
I have. Matter of fact, in Boston.
Have you ever testified in civil cases?
Yes, I have.
Have you testified being called by the plaintiff?
I have.
Have you ever testified being called by a defendant in a civil case?
Yes,
Have you testified in criminal cases?
I have.
Have you ever been called by the state or the government?
Yes,
Have you ever been called by a defendant?
correct. Public Defender's Office.
In any of the cases, whether it's civil, criminal, plaintiff, defendant, government defendant, does that in any way change your analysis about data regardless of who or where you testify?
No, I take my job as to be a critical analysis of the data. So I wanted to look at the data as objectively as possible and form conclusions based upon the data, trying to remove wherever possible speculation, try to remove wherever possible reference to testimony. Now, sometimes testimony is the only thing we have, and so we need to rely on it for bits and pieces. But generally, my job is to try and look at data and see what the data shows. I have no dog in this fight. I don't, quite frankly, care. What I'm doing is trying to do a good engineering job, which is looking at the data and drawing sound principles and sound conclusions from the data.
Presently, you said you had a company and you sold it. Where do you work?
It's a company called Aperture. I guess we were acquired or merged into it technically.
So it is still.
How
his
many
same
offices
company.
do you know if Aperture has?
Oh God, I should know that. I mean, we have them in Massachusetts. We have them in, I think there's 3 or 4 in Texas. There's I think 4 or 5 in California. So I want to say there's at least, I don't know, 13 to 15.
Do you work at a particular location?
I do.
Where do you work?
Long Beach, California.
Do you work with other people? Do you have
Thanks,
a team?
Milo.
I do.
How many people are on your team?
5.
And what's the team comprised of?
It,
Is everybody a PhD and engineer?
one individual
been
is a
trained
PhD in
Super
engineering,
Bowl.
Dr. Umali. And then I
He was in
have
Boston training.
3 other engineers and 1 case reader. I guess it's 6 people. I have a case manager as well.
Is there any, do you work interchangeably at the different branches around the country, or do you have your own team in California that you work with?
99% of the time, it's my own team. Occasionally, we'll get a case from another office. I've worked on a couple cases out of the Texas office and maybe a couple out of the Nevada office.
Were you asked to look at any data or information relative to this case?
Yes.
In looking at data and information, do you try to look at a narrow or a broad range of information?
So I definitely cast a very broad range. We try and get as much information as possible. And then, weed it down to what is important, weed it down to what is consistent with the data. So start off very big and then get down to sort of the meat and potatoes of it, the important information.
Do you necessarily rely on everything you look at?
No, I certainly consider everything I look at, but I frequently don't rely on everything because sometimes it's not reliable or it's irrelevant.
In this case, can you share with us materials generally that you looked at in your review?
Sure. Your Honor, may I read from my report?
Yes.
Thank you. So, Mr. Reporter, I apologize. It's a lengthy list. Slow? So I have police reports, including the Canton PD incident report, and I have 8 other reports, also the 34 Fairview Road Rams final report or cars report. I have the ring video from Mr. O'Keefe's residence. I believe that's One Meadows. I have the cruiser cameras, which are the police vehicles, onboard cameras, both front and rear cameras from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I believe 10 different videos. I have photos and videos of the scene from Sergeant. I have photos of the vehicles, 140 photographs of the vehicles lined up together. I have 25 additional photographs of the scene, 18 separate photographs of the scene, 2 photographs of the scene, one group of 92 of the scene, one group of 50 of the scene, another video showing the cars lined up bumper to bumper, 4 videos of the scene. I have a video showing Miss Reed's vehicle being pulled into the Sally Port at the Canton Police Department. I have a 360 diagram, surveillance video files from McCarthy's, surveillance video files from Waterfall Bar, Canton Police Report, Sally Port videos from Dighton. I have the Lexus Connect Verizon records. I have the alarm.com videos. I have a video of the tow truck arriving at the Canton Police Department. One titled Native Location, John O'Keefe's Phone. Past witness statements. The report of examination from the coroner. Jennifer McCabe Cellbright data. Something called Lexus Infotainment. Different past summary testimony of numerous witnesses. Have earlier summary testimony of numerous witnesses. The Boston Magazine interview with Miss Reed, a Dateline interview with Miss Reed, a 2020 interview with Miss Reed.
This is all the shit that this guy reviewed prior to doing his testing and report.
I just don't understand why he's reviewing that stuff.
Because
And I don't know why he's even testifying to it because
he's trying to get in front, because I mean that's what the other side always does. It's the same thing that they did with ARCA, both of them. That was Lally. Did you know this? Did you know this? Did you see this? So he's listing it all.
right, but they think the prosecution thinks that just proves that he's a better expert when it actually proves he's a biased expert.
100%.
Relying on information that's not
Right.
pertinent to
What the
his
fuck does Karen Reed's interviews have to do with anything
right.
other than to confirm your bias?
Right.
Reports from BODE, the Crime Scene Response Unit, Crime Scene Response Unit Boston, Crime Scene Service Section Maynard, crime scene service section southeast,
Nicole
criminalist
Kelly.
file folder,
Nicole
trace
Kelly
file
points
folder.
out, oh, Tully
UC
picked you up
Davis
from the airport,
veterinary
huh?
report.
You don't say.
I have Verizon records, GPS location records, John O'Keefe GPS points, Axiom cache location.
Did he say that? That he
weather
has
reports,
backup camera
medical
video?
records, including the
Because
Canton
maybe
Fire
we're gonna
Department
see it. I
run
don't think we've
report
seen it
for
yet.
both Mr. O'Keefe and Miss Reed,
Thanks, Milo.
medical records for both Mr. O'Keefe and Miss Reed from Good Samaritan. I have 2 retrograde extrapolation reports, one, and a serum plasma conversion report relative to Miss Reed. I have the neuropathology report. I have the Orange County Medical Examiner's report, the diagrams, the postmortem toxicology report, and a second same autopsy report, more pages.
In addition to the information that you reviewed, did you on your own go out and obtain information that you thought might be helpful for your review?
I did. So first what happened is I asked for all the information on the case. So I received some information, and then what we do is we start doing our homework. So we start doing the groundwork. So once I received some of the information, what I did was, modern cars have what's called a VIN number or vehicle identification number. It's a unique 17-digit number. So what we'll do is we'll decode that VIN number, and that gives us information about the vehicles. So I did that for Miss Reed's 2021 Lexus, as well as Mr. O'Keefe's 2019 Chevy Traverse. So ran the VIN numbers, use the VIN numbers. It tells us year, make, model, safety equipment, things like that. I then got dimensional data from a program called Expert Autostats. And then I have complete parts diagrams for the vehicles. So I have literally bumper to bumper parts diagrams from something called the Mitchell Collision Estimating Guide. And what that is shows parts, involved in the vehicle. So for example, in Miss Reed's vehicle, I have bumper to bumper. I certainly have all the parts around the rear bumper and tail light of her vehicle. And then of course I started additional work on top of that.
After you began your study, sir, did you have an opportunity to personally look at items that were involved in this case?
Yes, I did.
And what did that include?
That included looking at Miss Reed's vehicle, looking at Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, going to the scene of the incident. I ultimately purchased a 2021 LX 570, the exact year, make, and model of Miss Reed's vehicle, and conducted testing with that vehicle, as well as doing a whole bunch of research and compiling data for my report and slides.
You mentioned slides. When you went through your investigation analysis and ultimately led to whatever conclusions you have, did you provide and create a PowerPoint presentation that could assist you?
I did. I provided a PowerPoint presentation on January 30th.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
All right, let's get to this shit. See that funny part where Ann Piccolo said that I wasn't going to play Jaws during Leslie's Cross? That was
Yes.
Never.
not, yeah.
Sir, I'm handing you a binder. Would you kindly take a look at it?
Okay.
Sir, does that appear to be a copy of the PowerPoint presentation that you prepared for us today?
It appeared, right? 141 pages. Didn't look at every page, but it looks right.
All right, I asked to mark this for identification.
Okay.
MMM for identification.
With the court's permission, I'd like to have Dr. Welcher use his PowerPoint presentation to walk us through some of the information he'd like to share today.
Okay. No objection, Mr. Leslie, right?
No objection, Your Honor. Thank you.
Your Honor, I'm looking at a paper version in front of me.
Okay. Is the paper version the same as what we're going to see up here?
It is.
Okay, then that's fine.
Thank you. And Dr. Welcher is going to manage the PowerPoint presentation. Sir, you mentioned that you wanted to look at the area and look at the scene. Your office is in California.
It is.
Why was it important to come all the way out to this area to see the scene firsthand?
Hold on a second.
I'll let you set up before I start asking you more questions.
This is it.
Oh, we went through this, had it working perfectly. There we go.
Okay.
So that's me. No, that's my first slide. No.
I
Again,
have a couple questions for you, Dr. Welcher.
please.
The first is your office is in
Please.
California.
Oh, yes, sir.
Why was it important to come all the way out here and view the scene firsthand?
And you want to have as much information as possible. So I wanted to, physically look at all the things so I can actually see with my own hands, my own eyes, lay hands upon it, look at it as best I can. You try and inspect and look at as many things as you possibly can. Sometimes they don't exist anymore. Sometimes they're gone. And you have to make a best approximation if you can't do that. In this case, I was able to look at the scene in both vehicles.
Was that an important part of your study, Doctor?
I think so. Again, it's always good if you're going to talk about what happened to the cars or what happened to the people to look at what happened to the cars, meaning to actually look at the cars, not just look at photographs when possible. So I have physically looked at the cars. For example, in the Lexus, I climbed in it, over it, underneath it. I downloaded data from it. I did a whole bunch of things looking at Miss Reed's Lexus to assist in my analysis to try and add some further objective data to what we're doing here. So same thing with Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. Looked at the rear bumper, took some pieces off the rear bumper to see what was behind the cover, to see what kind of damage we did or didn't have. So went to the scene, looked at the measurements of the curb, looked at where some of the lines are on the road because you can see them in some of the photographs. Again, it's always good when possible to inspect everything you can inspect.
If you could now begin and tell us how you started your investigation.
Sure. So on September 23rd, I had an opportunity to come out. Mr. Brandon, was the first time I ever met you on that day, I believe. And I had received material before that. And what you see here is, this is my inspection of Miss Reed's vehicle. In the upper left photograph, you'll see, oh, this doesn't work very well. Upper left photograph, that's Miss Reed's vehicle. That's Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, the Chevy Traverse. And then what you see here is a laser scanner. You can see it on the ground here. Laser scanner is creating a 3D model of the vehicles. So I use that to create a 3D model of the vehicles. You can see me in the upper right photograph. That watch is this watch right here, my Garmin watch. And what I'm doing is looking at the construction composition of that right rear corner of the bumper. I'm looking at things such as the dimensions, where various lights and components are, and how does the geometry of that bumper relate to things that would be hit when backed into.
Dr. Welcher notes this is 9/23/94. Is that an accurate date of when you came and first started looking at the vehicles in the area?
You said 24, correct?
I did.
You said 9/23/24, correct. And then on the slide, what I tried to do is underline what I'm doing. So this is inspection of the Reed Lexus. And as noted, I'm only showing you a couple. I actually took 445 photographs.
Do you remember when you began this case, the month or the date?
No, it was obviously before this. I had material before I came out to look at the vehicles.
You think it was months before this?
I don't think it was months. No, it was maybe a month, if not less.
So you began your work in the fall of 2024?
Correct.
And I just want to ask you about the picture in the middle. You see the right taillight housing is missing. Did you
Correct.
understand that had been removed prior to you looking at the car?
It was, yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome. However, some of the evidence stickers, these white stickers here, were still on the vehicle.
You did not place those. Did you place those stickers on yourself?
I did not.
Were they there when you first saw the car?
Correct. They match what I'd seen in other photos.
Thank you.
So just continuing on. So what you see is, again, I mentioned looking underneath the bumper. So we wanted to see what, if anything, was damaged on the corner. So I'm putting my hand to show where the frame rail ends. This is me looking up underneath to the back side of this taillight. If you can see, this red taillight actually sticks out. And so I'm checking the front here from damage. I'm checking the back for damage.
1 second, please. Okay, doctor, when you were looking for damage on the previous slide, did you find any damage to that lower right red taillight?
No, there was no damage to the taillight.
The middle picture is from the inside, looking at the inside of that taillight. Was there any damage to the inside of that taillight?
There was not.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So again, looked at the height of it. I mentioned this lower taillight. Notice how the structure of the bumper protrudes out. You can see one of the marks, which is consistent with the contact to Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. Here, this scratch mark or scuff mark. Notice how close it is to this light. Again, some of the evidence, stickers. Just a better view of those, then going down the side of the vehicle. So with all that information, I mentioned a laser scan. So you move this laser scanner, and each minute and 51 second scan is collecting about 50 million data points. And so you scan all the way around, and then what you do is you merge all that data together. So even though this looks like a poor photograph, what you're seeing is hundreds of millions of photographs, hundreds of millions of points. And so you literally can figure out, if you wanted to know the distance from this lug nut to where the lighter is on the ashtray, you could probably do that to an accuracy of about 2 to 3 millimeters. So really, taking tons and tons of data. So it knows the exact position of every one of these millions of data points, and it knows the color associated with those data points.
Why is that data imaging so important in accident reconstruction?
You want to have an accurate model of the car. So, you probably don't need literally that many points to get an accurate model, but that's just the nature of the way the science is going. Computers are getting better and faster. Scanners are getting faster. So you get an enormous amount of data when you use these scanners nowadays. So then, as indicated on the underline here, I did a CDR. That's a little different than what you heard me say before. CDR is crash data retrieval. So that's the hardware and software that you use to download or actually copy or take an image of, which means you're just taking an image off what's on the vehicle, the EDR, which is the event data recorder. So you use the crash data retrieval hardware to download the event data recorder, otherwise commonly known as the black box. So I downloaded the black box from this vehicle, and although you can hardly read it here, again, I mentioned there are 2 systems on this vehicle. This is the CDR system or EDR system. There's also the tech stream. The EDR system, this system is primarily to manage the safety components, protect the occupants of the Lexus. So things like fire the airbag, fire what's called a pretensioner, keep track of the severity of the crash to decide whether we need to fire the airbag. So it's not really designed for pedestrian impacts. So when we downloaded this vehicle, we got what's called a none file. A none file simply means that there's no data there. The system's working properly. We had no fault codes. But for a car hitting a pedestrian to cause a file here, This is really more designed for car-to-car impacts, something that's going to have a significant impact on the occupant of the Lexus. And again, the Lexus is 6,000-pound vehicle. Mr. O'Keefe's only 216 pounds. So it's not going to register from hitting a pedestrian.
Were you surprised that there was no information about a collision in the EDR?
No, it's exactly what I expected. Okay, I mentioned the second system. So as underlined up here, this is the tech stream. So this is from Toyota tech stream data. You can see the screens here. There's generally two types of files, what's called a vehicle control history and a PCS file. The PCS file is the, God, I forgot the name of it, the protection system. So I also looked at Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. PCS is pre-collision system. Looked at Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, same thing, took a series of photographs, laser scanned it, looked in it, underneath it, behind it. I mentioned taking some of the bumper parts off. So I took this rear cover off here to look at the damage behind the bumper cover. Most cars have what's referred to as a face bar. That's that piece of metal that you see here. And there's a piece of energy absorber here. That's your face bar. So I'm looking to see if there's any damage to that. There was no damage to that.
Before you go forward, I want you to take a couple steps back because I want to ask you some questions to explain
Please.
tech stream data. Could you go back a couple slides, please?
Sure.
Okay. You mentioned that in the EDR, which is similar to a black box, there was no information found. And then you mentioned a different system, the tech stream. Can you make it clear for us how these systems are different and where they're stored on a motor vehicle?
Sure. I mean, a lot of data is stored in a similar location. The tech stream system was originally designed, according to Toyota, for maintenance issues. It seemed to come about around the same time Toyota was having problems with sudden accelerations or allegations of sudden accelerations. So the tech stream data or vehicle control history will give you information when there's, for example, excessive acceleration or rapid shifting of the vehicles or rapid steering of the steering wheel. So the statements are that that's designed to help the maintenance people, if you come in with a problem with your vehicle, to diagnose what that problem is. It has a lot of utility in accident reconstruction because if you jam on the brakes before a crash, frequently the tech stream data will record the crash.
You mentioned Toyota a number of times. Could you share with us the relationship between Toyota and Lexus?
Sorry, in my mind, they're the same thing. Toyota and Lexus, obviously a little different, but Lexus is basically made by Toyota. So Toyota and Lexus has the Lexus safety system. Toyota has the Toyota safety systems, which you both read with the tech stream data.
The tech stream data, in this case, does it play an important role in your analysis?
I think so, yes.
The tech stream data, did you independently download that data yourself?
So I independently downloaded it, and then I also ran a test with Miss Reed's vehicle, and I created a new tech stream file so that I had a stamp in the ignition cycles of what the current ignition cycle was. So I did a sudden acceleration test of the vehicle.
On the Lexus or on the exemplar vehicle?
On her Lexus.
When you did the downloading, why did you do it yourself?
Again, you, whenever possible, want to be the one that does it, make sure it's done correctly, and be able to say, hey, how do I know that's from that vehicle? Well, I know because I was the one who did it. And so if I get it from someone else, then they frequently have to bring that person into court to say the other ones that did it, so then I can use it. So if I do it myself, it eliminates that problem, and then I have no concerns over where it's coming from. So then I know hey, I did it. This is the right car. This is the right program.
You left us at slide 10 when you were inspecting Mr. O'Keefe's car.
Correct. So again, simply a blue arrow indicating that I looked down behind all this stuff, took measurements of it. And then similarly, I have a 3D point cloud of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. So part of the reason we're making these 3D point clouds, and we'll touch on this further, in addition to the scene, you can then basically put all these things back together in the computer. So instead of having to drive the cars to the scene, for example, or to Mr. O'Keefe's residence, you can take these computer models and additional data and put it back in the computer and reconstruct everything on the computer.
Now, very quickly, everything that we're hearing about right now is the Commonwealth using this guy to prove or attempt to prove that Karen's vehicle did not come in contact with John's vehicle in a way that the taillight could have been broken. That's what we're getting to. That's what this entire line of questioning. We haven't even gotten to John being hit yet. This is all, could the damage to the taillight on the Lexus have been caused from the bump that took place when Karen was pulling out of John's garage? That's what all this is. There was definitely contact. That's not a question. The question that he's going to be trying to answer is that the two pieces wouldn't have met, that there would have been nothing on John's vehicle that would have struck the tail light. But we'll see. We'll see what he says. But that's what they're doing now.
So before on the computer. So before we had the exact angle of impact. Again, this is for looking at when Miss Reed contacted Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, backing out of Mr. O'Keefe's garage at One Meadows. I lined them up just to generally show the approximate location. A couple things, you notice how, again, this lower portion of the Lexus bumper sticks out. Notice how the side of the Chevrolet slopes in as you get higher up. So this portion sticks out more than this portion. And this is where you would expect any contact damage to occur, assuming there was an impact. So again, looking at the measurements up the height of the vehicle, of course, as you indicated, Mr. Brennan, the taillight's gone. And then went to the scene. So same thing, went to the scene, took, again, 297 photographs of the scene, had our people scan it to create a computer model of the scene. So, literally, if you wanted to know the distance from this window to, say, some manhole cover on the road, we have the data to figure that out, down to a couple millimeters.
In addition to going to the scene and doing the digital mapping, you mentioned other review of materials. Did you have an opportunity to review dash cam footage from Canton Police Department police vehicles to see the general location of where Mr. O'Keefe was when first responders were assisting him?
Objection, Your Honor.
So that's just.
All right. I just want to be clear. He's not saying that there wasn't an impact between John's vehicle and Karen's vehicle. That little scuff that he's claiming came from John's vehicle on the Lexus. That's where he's claiming the contact took place. They're two different things we're talking about here. This guy's not, what the guy is going to be saying is that when we get the actual angle, they're going to go back to it. They're going to go back to the angle that Karen was pulling out of the garage. And what he's going to be testifying to, I'm predicting, is that there's no portion of John's vehicle that would have made contact with the taillight to crack it. It's not saying that there wasn't contact. It's a different thing. They're trying to disprove the fact that the taillight could have been cracked by her hitting John's vehicle. That's what he's doing in this part. And then later he's going to move on to why he believes that John was struck with a side swipe. This is their whole theory here. This is it. That's what I'm saying. Pay attention. This is their whole case right here. We got to sniff it out, see if it's total bullshit.
Just a yes or no.
Responders see the general location of where Mr. O'Keefe was when first responders were assisting him?
Objection, Your Honor.
So that's just a yes or no.
Yes.
Thank you.
So the text stream download. So this is a screenshot from the text stream download. Keep in mind, this is kind of maintenance software. So we're looking at a number of things in the maintenance software. What we see is, and this is noted in the report too, that when the vehicle gets into the Canton Police Department after this event, you can see the mileage is 12,665 miles. So that shows up in Trooper Paul's report. It shows up in the photographs, and it shows up as matching the mileage in the text stream data, both at triggers 1164 and triggers 1167.
I'd ask you if you can enlarge the data on the right and break down what it actually means, the different columns and the. Is it possible for you to enlarge that?
My fingers are too fat.
Thank you.
Okay. So what you're looking at is what I called event 1162. If you see anything in blue on these charts, that's information that I added. I typically put my initial, JBW, Judson Blair Welcher, that's me. And so this is referred to as the key cycle trip. So key cycle is simply you turn it on, not necessarily turn the ignition on, turn it on, turn it off. That's one key cycle. So I labeled this one 1162-2 because there's also one that's on the same key cycle that I'm calling 1162-1. The system also records the mileage. So again, this is a maintenance system generally. So what you see is the T here is the trigger, and there's a point. So this time in the text stream data, you could think of it as like a stopwatch. It's when it starts when the car turns on and stops when the car turns off. And then if it sees a triggering event, a T, it records that information. So this is when the trigger happened. So that's 1,142.2 seconds. And so I've converted that to minutes and seconds because most people don't think in seconds. And so what it also does is once it sees a trigger, it's constantly circulating data through the computer. So when it says, okay, we have a trigger, it saves 5 seconds before the trigger and then 5 seconds after the trigger. So the trigger's in the middle and you have 5 seconds of data before and 5 seconds of data after.
I have a couple of questions for you,
Please.
Dr. Welcher. First, starting with the clock, the time in seconds on the left. You mentioned that begins when the car is turned on. What type of clock is that called?
It's just a continuous clock, meaning it's not a clock like a time clock. It's more like a stopwatch kind of clock.
Has it ever been referred to as a running clock?
It's the same thing. You start the stopwatch, it's running.
Based on the text stream data alone found in that one spot, can you tell from the data in the text stream alone what time the power was turned on?
No, not alone. It simply tells you how long it's been on. It doesn't necessarily immediately tie it back to a clock time. You need additional information.
And so this in and of itself, the text stream data doesn't give you a certain time on a clock like 1 o'clock or 2:30, anything like that.
No, it simply tells you in this case, when the trigger occurred, it's been on for 19 minutes and 2 seconds.
You also mentioned that there's a 10-second window of information this captures, 5 seconds before the T and 5 seconds after the T, the triggering event.
Correct.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained, ask it differently.
That window of 10 seconds, what happens if that doesn't capture the entire event? What if there's something before or after? What does the text stream data do?
So it depends on what the something is. So if there's another trigger, then it will record more data. So you can have two triggers that are recording things on the same time window as well, or very close to the same time window. So you need another trigger to keep it going. But in essence, what it does is when it sees a trigger, it saves that 10-second window and then just keeps monitoring things until it sees another trigger.
If the data captures a trigger, it has a 10-second window, and an event continues past that 10 seconds, so past the 5 seconds on either side, and there's no further trigger, do you get any other information from the text stream data?
No. For example, in the trigger event, and say 5 seconds later the vehicle's still moving, well, the data just ends, and it says it's going, I don't know, 17 miles an hour, for example. It doesn't continue on. We just know that when the trigger ended, it was going 17 miles an hour.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Okay. So we have mileage recorded in this system. So what we're trying to do is use the available data to see if we can determine, you know, like what event this is, or is this the event, or is this something that could have occurred outside 34 Fairview on the evening of this event. And so one of the things we're utilizing is the mileage. Okay, so 12629 is at the end of event number 2 on the 1162 ignition cycle. When the vehicle ultimately comes into the impound yard, and this is actually before that, comes into the impound yard, it has 12,665 miles. That's a difference, did the math for you here, of 36 miles. Okay, let's consider where that could have come from. So we looked at the various paths and descriptions of where Miss Reed's Lexus was driven after leaving 34 Fairview on the night of this event.
Fairview?
Up until the point the vehicle ended up at the Canton Police Department. So we used Google Maps. We adjusted for the correct date and time of the year. And then what you'll also see is we adjusted for the correct time of day. So, although you can't really see that, let me see if I can blow it up. So you can see that's looking at the mileage and time. Again, really didn't use the time, just used the mileage on Saturday, January 29th at around 12 a.m. That, of course, does not take into account the weather.
And what are the addresses? It's hard to see on the top from where to where.
So this is from 34 Fairview to 1 Meadows Avenue, which is Mr. O'Keefe's residence.
And there are other mileage that you have there?
Correct. So we basically ran through the entire path as we understood it. Again, we didn't have complete information. We didn't know the exact roads. We didn't know if turned around, stuff like that. So you're seeing the suggested available paths, and we end up with a range of data. So we go
Yeah, and he conveniently highlights the shortest route, of course.
through all the paths. And you can see that this is what we end up at the bottom here, which is very hard to see. So the minimum suggested route is 36 miles, 36.1 technically. You have a range of 37.9 to 39.7. But again, that's right in the range of the 36 miles. So that's a data point that's starting to build our confidence in what is in the text stream data being related to our event.
This is all an effort to match whether or not the 1162 data is relevant to a particular event.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustain.
Well, Leslie's going to
Let me
do
ask it this way. Matching all the distances by miles. Is this the only way you're trying to determine whether 1162 is the event in front of 34 Fairview Road?
No. So again, these things are all tools. You can't take necessarily one data point in a vacuum. You need to consider the totality of the data. Which is what I did. So we mentioned the continuous clock that was in there, or the running clock that was in the vehicle. So what you see over here.
Could you
I
enlarge
mentioned-
that for us, Doctor? I hate to
I am
interrupt, but
doing that right now. You can see we have the time. And again, I've converted it in blue to minutes and seconds. This is the first trigger on that key cycle. So on key cycle 1162, there was two separate events. The vehicle keeps a continuously running clock. So we're able to see the time each event occurred relative to when the vehicle was started and the difference between the two events. Okay. So at trigger event 1162-1, we know that the ignition has been on for between 10 minutes and 57.4 seconds. Or that's when the trigger is, sorry, 10 minutes, 57.4 seconds. Again, the trigger has plus or minus. So that's from 10 minutes, 52.8 plus 10 seconds, which gets you to 11 minutes, 2.8 seconds. Or as I wrote here, 10 seconds total. So again, the text stream data indicates at the time this event was written, the trigger occurred, again, at 10 minutes. You see we have the T, 10 minutes, 57.4 seconds.
Dr. Welcher, if I could ask you a couple of background questions. This block of time that you're reviewing that mentions two triggers, can you tell whether those triggers are immediately related or two separate events?
So you can tell they're separate events because there's a separate amount of time between them. There's about 8 minutes between the events. And so they're on the same ignition cycle, meaning the vehicle hasn't been turned off in between. And we have this continuously running clock that records when these things occurred. So it tells us when event 1 occurred, when event 2 occurred. We know it's on the same ignition cycle. So if we have some idea of when the car was turned on, we can then tie that back to clock time or real world time. Okay. So lots going on here, right? A lot to digest. This is trigger event 1162.1. I was provided with data and a report from Mr. Burgess that indicated the infotainment system was turned on at 12:36. Zoom in for you folks. That corresponded to a GPS location that looked like it was outside the Waterfall Grill on Washington Street. So additional cell phone data that we had is that we knew there was a 3-point turn made when the Lexus passed Fairview on Cedar Crest, pulled into a driveway and made a 3-point turn. So what you see over here is GPS data from Mr. O'Keefe's phone. And with that information and knowing when the system turned on, we're able to now tie the text stream data to a real clock, meaning what time of day did that text stream trigger occur. So we're going from the running clock to a real world clock. So if you take when it was turned on, for Mr. Burgess's report, you can see that the Lexus was turned on at 12:12:36. You add in the text stream information, you get it at 12:23:38. And now we have a cell phone data point at 1:54. So at the time my report was written in these slides back in January, that was all the information we had in terms of data point 154. That was the one that was closest in time to it. So we had since received additional information.
Dr. Welcher, let me ask you a couple questions, and if you can zoom in a little, we might be able to see it a little better from here.
Where would you like it?
If we can start at the top when you explain in text. You told us that the text stream data does not have an actual clock. It has a running clock, like a stopwatch.
Correct?
And then you mentioned that after you received information from Mr. Burgess, you could put an actual time onto it. How do you do that?
Sustained.
You shared with us that the text stream data runs on a running clock.
Correct.
And then you received further information so that you could actually identify a time. Where did you receive that information from?
I'm going to allow that.
That was from Mr. Burgess's report.
And do you know where that information came from?
That came off the SD card, I believe, in the infotainment system.
Do you know when Mr. Burgess found the SD card on the infotainment system?
No, I'd have to go back to his report, but it was in it. This information was in his original report.
Based on the SD card information about when the car was turned on and off, how do you match that with the text stream data to get a time?
So when the car is turned on, that's approximately when the running clock starts in it. There may be as much as a 3-second delay in it, but that's approximately when the clock turns on. So this shows us when the stopwatch was started for the text stream data. So knowing that infotainment system has date and timestamps on it, so that ties it to a real world clock from GPS information. And so now we can, when that infotainment system turned on, it's very close in time to when the text stream data started recording data. That allows us to tie the two together.
The times that you're showing on this slide, does that relate to the first or second event on the text stream data, the first or second triggering event?
The first event.
Do you characterize the first event in any way?
I call it the 3-point turn.
In addition to the data you analyzed, was there any other information you saw that evidenced or supported that a 3-point turn occurred at the area depicted in your slide?
Right. We have a whole series of GPS data with heading angles, as well as a description that Ms. Reed gave in an interview.
The time that you have after you consider the SD card ignition on and the running time, what clock is that based on?
It's my understanding that's a clock in the infotainment system. And then we are ultimately trying to also tie it back to the clock on his cell phone.
Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone?
Correct.
Do you have any understanding whether all devices have the exact same clock?
So it's my understanding they do not. In my discussions with Mr. Burgess, reading reports, that they can have, there can be as much as 30 seconds to a minute of variation.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Have you ever heard the,
Strike, Your Honor, that answer.
Sure. Jurors disregard that answer.
have you ever heard the term variance before?
I have.
What do you understand that to be?
That means differences from the answer,
I'm sorry, differences from what?
from typically the correct answer. Like meaning that a given data point has variance in terms of how it's measured, when it's measured. So different measurement device can have a different variance around the actual true number.
You mentioned on this slide a time of 12:23:38.
Correct.
In O'Keefe's cell phone data, that point 154, approximately 12:23:58.
Correct.
Is there a difference between the clock on the Lexus text stream data and that of Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone?
There is.
When you developed the slide, did you have the benefit of more detailed information about data point 154?
I did not receive that until May 8th.
Did you later learn more information, more specific information?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd like to show an exhibit to Mr. Welcher that's already been admitted.
Okay.
It's 192A. Ms. Gilman, can we start with 192B? Dr. Welcher?
Yes, we'll come.
All right. So we have a little blooping. All right. Two things. First, if he does not go back and go into a very thorough explanation with the correct angle in which Karen was leaving John's garage, then all that bullshit with the Traverse was meaningless. I don't know if they're trying to do this in chronological order and that they're going to swing back to that. But if they don't do that, everything, then he lost all credibility with me, because all they did right there was line up the Traverse and Karen's Lexus in a way that's in no way consistent with what happened that night. So there's that part of it. Like if they don't come back to that, that was a big pile of shit and didn't prove anything at all. Like if that's what they're going to lean into, and if they don't, Alessi will hammer him on that. I promise you. Alessi's, make no bones about it, Bob Alessi is here for this dude. He's handled all kinds of witnesses, but he is here for this guy. He is literally, he came to the team to handle this dude. So know that. The other part, everything they're going through right now is simply to try to reinforce that they were able to come up with a methodology in which to eliminate the variance between the times. Okay, that's all this is right now. We have not gotten anywhere near the point where this guy's going to start testifying about what he thinks happened to John. Right now, all we're dealing with is the variance in the times between John's phone and the Waze app and the internal clock. We're not talking about the clock that we all set. We can set, you can make your clock in your car, whatever the hell you want it to be. There's an internal clock in the computer that's different. So that's the clock that we're talking about. Just I saw a couple comments in the chat. So different clocks we're talking about. So everything that we're hearing right now is them going back to what Bob Alessi was arguing about with the motion in limine, that this should all be kept out because they changed the times, and it's Hank's stupid clocks are different shit in terms of being able to determine the variables and the variance between those two different clocks. And that was when Judson was talking about, we found an event that happened in the Lexus with John's phone that happened to be in the Lexus when they did that 3-point turn in order to turn back around onto Fairview. Okay, so that was the event that they were using in order to determine to sync up the time on John's phone and the time on the internal clock in the Lexus. That's all this is right now. I just want you guys to be very clear on it. We have not gotten to the event, whether or not John was hit. Right now, they're just trying to line up their clocks. They're trying to get this in so that they can say, oh, see, we know we came up with a methodology to be able to figure out and sync up the times on John's clock and the Lexus, so that we know that when these two things happen, they happen simultaneously because we have this data point of the 3-point turn. So that's what all this is. That's it. So the 2 points I wanted to make were, one, If they don't circle back to the Traverse and Lexus collision, which we know happened, we saw it happen. We saw during trial 1, the tire move, there was definitely contact. Sounds like what to me, what they're doing is they're trying to say that little scuff mark, which to me is absurd, could have been from anything. I mean, I have scuff marks all over my vehicle from little carts and shopping, the market, whatever I have. Like, we all have scuffs on our car. If they don't circle back to that, all of that was bullshit, because they didn't prove a goddamn thing thus far with respect to whether or not there was the ability to be able to make contact with Karen's taillight in the Traverse. Like, they have to, like, if they don't prove that, the guy, that was worthless. I don't even know why they did it, other than to him point out there was a scuff mark and that's how it lined up, because that didn't prove anything. So that's the one thing. And then the next thing, all they're trying to do right now is they're trying to puke out their methodology and how they were able to sync up the times on John's phone and the time in the internal clock in Lexus. That's where we're at with this thing right now. We haven't gotten into John yet. All right. You guys all clear on that? I think I have some blooping time. I mean, but like, know this, Bob Alessi's fucking ready for this shit. See, me look ready. Look at Bob's face. Yeah, he's ready.
Dr. Welcher, if you could take us back to slide 30. And so we understand you mentioned there were 2 triggering events. Is this the first one or the second one?
It's the first one.
Is that the one you've labeled the 3-point turn?
Correct.
And where did that happen? What street?
Cedar Crest.
At this 3-point turn triggering event, there is a time in red, 12:23:38.
Correct.
Where is that time taken from?
That's coming from the cell phone of Mr. O'Keefe at 0.154.
Okay. And is there another time on there?
I mean, I do the math between those two.
Okay. Could you make that a little larger? Could you zoom in so we
Sure.
can see it better?
So there's an infotainment time of 12:12:36, I guess another time that answer your question. Then
And
we have,
the 12:12:36, what does that indicate? What's that relevant to?
that's when the text stream data basically turned on, plus or minus a little bit.
When you say the text stream, is that relative to when the car turned on?
Correct. Sorry.
Okay.
So when the car turned on, then we add the time for the trigger. So what we have is we have data in the text stream that shows the speed, the position, the steering of the vehicle on that trigger. And so we're trying to match the timing and the description of what the vehicle was doing with the text stream, the infotainment, and the cell phone data.
Is the data that you analyze regarding the speed, the direction, and the timing to determine whether this was consistent with a 3-point turn?
Yes.
Okay. Continue, please. And if you can enlarge that, because it's hard to see back here.
Sure is. Okay, so again, we are looking at event 1162-1. The information in blue is speed. It comes out of the text stream in kilometers an hour, converted to miles per hour, feet per second, looked at the total distance traveled, shift position. So in the text stream data, a shift position of 1 indicates you're in drive. A shift position of 2 indicates you're in reverse.
There's no zeros. What would a zero indicate?
0 is usually neutral. And I believe 3 is park. So there's also data on the acceleration of the vehicle. So basically, what is the effect of whatever you're doing in terms of stepping on the gas or not stepping on the gas? And then there's also information on the steering of the vehicle. So again, there's trigger 5 seconds before, 5 seconds after. So over here, a positive number equals a leftward steer. So you can see we have in the forward velocity or forward motion in drive, goes forward with leftward steer, stops, shifts into reverse, and then continues with a rightward steer back.
Could you take us over to the left of that data? When you look at the number 1162-1 as an event, can a key cycle, or when a car is turned on, power ignition on until the point it's turned off, whatever amount of time, can it have more than one triggering event?
Yes, it can have lots of triggering events. In this case, it has 2. On a key cycle 1164, there's 11. On 1167, there's 10.
If you could move a little bit to the right on this, is there something you can see on here that caused the triggering event, some of the data?
Yes. So if you look at the triggering, the indication of what this trigger was, what you see is accelerator opening ratio, which is basically, you can think of it as how much you're stepping on the gas pedal. And so if it exceeds, in this case, 30% quicken time after shipping into reverse, that tells the system, hey, we might need to start recording this data. So what you can see, it went into reverse, and then within a very short amount of time, the accelerator pedal went above that 30%. That's what caused the T or the trigger in the text stream data.
The row next to the 31.5, engine RPM data, can you explain to us what that is?
Sure, that's how many revolutions per minute the engine's turning.
The more gas, is it generally the higher the RPM?
Correct. There's going to be a little lag. Your car doesn't move instantaneously. You have to step on the gas, then the RPMs go up, and then it starts going faster.
If you could explain to us the total distance and distance travel columns, how do you read that?
Sure. So we know the speed at various times. We know from this data that there is, you can see half a second between each one of these timestamps. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 data points at half a second. That's the 5 seconds of pre-crash data. So if you know you're going so many miles per hour, again, I converted it to feet per second. Feet per second, you're going so many feet per second for half a second, for example. You just multiply those two together and it tells you how far you went. So what I'm doing is looking at speed traveling during the interval. That's during this short time period. And then I add it all together here for total distance traveled.
You mentioned that when the data is captured, it's limited to 10 seconds. When we look at the top row of JBW vehicle speed MPH, it's 9.94. Is that 9.94 miles per hour?
It is.
Can we tell whether it was going faster or slower before this data?
We generally cannot. I mean, you might have some, it looks like it's slowing down. And then you see right here, this brake switch application. So you have two things relative to braking. You have the brake switch, which is simply whether the brake is on or off, just enough pressure to make the brake light come on. And then you have brake oil pressure, which gives you some idea of how much pressure is in the system, which is a rough indication for the braking. But then what you see here is the longitudinal acceleration or deceleration. This gives you some idea of how much the vehicle is speeding up or slowing down. So generally a minus sign is a slowing, or accelerating in reverse.
And for the bottom of those columns, I'd ask you whether or not the beginning of the window, if you had any other information, is it the same situation for the end of that window that's captured?
Correct. So at the end of this window, you can see it's still going about 8.7 miles an hour when the trigger stopped. So after that trigger plus 5 seconds, the system said we no longer need to monitor it. Things have returned to an okay state. And so then it stops monitoring the system.
Based on your analysis and review and looking at this data, did you come to a conclusion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty whether or when this event occurred as it is portrayed in the data?
Yes, I did.
And could you share with the jury, to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, when did this occur?
So this, you want time-wise or location or both?
Start with location, then time.
So it happened on Cedar Crest. It happened between cell phone data points 154 and 155. And it's a 3-point turn on Cedar Crest. And it occurred, according to the text stream data, about 12 minutes, 23 seconds after the vehicle was turned on. So,
And do you have an understanding of the variance between the Lexus clock and Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone?
yes,
And what is that variance time?
21 to 29 seconds.
And so the Lexus clock at 21, 23, 38, what time would that put Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for just a minute,
Everything that
please.
guy just said is bullshit.
All right, so that's exactly what I was saying they were doing. So all of that was to get to that variance time between John's phone and the Lexus. So that's where we're at with this, and that's the only place we're at. We have not gotten into any other part of the testimony. We have not gotten into the accident that they're claiming happened at all. Not yet. So, and like I said, if they go back and do not, there's nothing to buy at this point, Brittany. Like there's nothing to buy. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm certainly not buying whatever they're trying to push with the Traverse not being able to have caused the taillight to crack, because they didn't prove shit there. So if, like I said, if they don't circle back to that with the proper angle in which Karen was pulling out of the backing out of John's garage, then that was useless. That did nothing. As a matter of fact, I find that will be very helpful if that's all they did, because Alessi will attack the shit out of that. Now, if they circle back, if they're doing this in chronological order, I don't know why they showed that at that point. Seems like they should have just waited. I'm starting to think they're not going to circle back to that shit. So which would be fabulous, because that didn't prove a goddamn thing. And again, when I'm saying prove, remember, they are trying to say that the taillight, they being the Commonwealth, that the taillight damage could not have happened from Karen backing into John's Traverse. That's why he pointed out that little scuff mark below that lower taillight. That's much smaller, intact taillight. He showed that little scuff mark, and that's what he claimed came from the Traverse, from striking the Traverse. So if that's all they're putting out there, Alessi's going to chew it up and spit it out. Everything that we've been hearing about in the last half an hour is all about this time frame that changed, that Alessi was so pissed about, that we then heard during the voir dire that he knew about it 8 days prior, 8 days ago, and that they're not turning this shit over. And it's also that argument that Alessi was taking that these witnesses were violating the sequestration order, meaning that other witnesses that have yet to testify cannot be watching the testimony of other witnesses that are testifying. That was a big thing for Alessi. He was super pissed about it, and he absolutely believes still, and after that testimony, I think it was proven Because I think if you line those two things up, Whiffin's testimony and the day that he figured out the 8 days, I bet you it's right around there, if not exactly on that day, to when Alessi was claiming that clearly Burgess and Welcher were both watching Whiffin's testimony or watched it after the fact. So, you know, but like in terms of buying it, like, I don't care, because at the end of the day, when Wolf and Rensler get on, I mean, they're going to give their analysis that John O'Keefe's body was not struck by a motor vehicle, and that the vehicle itself isn't showing any kind of damage that would be consistent with a motor vehicle pedestrian strike. Like those, like to me, those are the only two things that matter. I don't give a fuck about the time. I really don't.
Turn off your camera a second.
All right.
Good.
You're missing all the good stuff. I mean, good in the sense that we're finally, whatever the Commonwealth's case is, we're finally hearing it. So yeah, I mean, like nobody should be convinced of anything right now. If people are on X tweeting like, "Oh, they haven't proven shit," like they haven't done it. We've been watching this guy for what, 40 minutes, and all we've learned is that, you know, he looked at a bunch of shit. He took, you know, whatever he called them, laser scans of shit, and he can tell us, you know, within a couple of millimeters, the distance between two things. And now they're trying to explain why they were able to get rid of the time variance, or figure out what the variance is, at least, which is at 21 to 29 seconds. That's the variance between John's phone and the internal clock in the Lexus. So using that, what is that? 8-point variance, 8-second variance. You know, they're able to try to pinpoint, because like the whole point that they want to be able to make is that when they're claiming the vehicle strikes John, that's when his phone stops moving. Like that's their big aha moment. That's their Perry Mason moment. And they want to be able to sell that. You know, like how they're going to be able to, in any way, shape, or form, mitigate what ARCA is going to get on and testify to in terms of the injuries. Good luck. Because that begins and ends the case for me. It's always been that way for me.
I'm going to give you a 10-minute break because we're right through. So 10-minute break, and then we'll go again.
Chair's right this way.
So much grouping we have.
Please rise for the jury.
Not much. I was not pausing much. I'm paying rapt attention because this is their entire case right now. This is it. This is not the spot to be zoning out. But if you are, I'll catch you up, because I'm actually not tweeting. I'm paying very close attention to this because I want to hear what their whack theory is. And the other bonus that you have is that Bob Alessi will be going through all this shit with a fine-tooth comb. So those two things, you got those two things going for you. If you're drifting off, you find yourself nodding. Oh my God, I just fell asleep. We got you. We got you covered. We got you covered. Of course, Allie has to deal with some real shit during, like, she could have skipped the entire case in chief of the Commonwealth and just gone to this guy, because this is where they're putting this is their basket. Judson Welcher is their basket, and they've put all their eggs into that basket. This guy's it. This dude's the whole thing. I think it's the last witness. They're not calling anybody else. I tweeted early. Like I tweeted early about the whole voir dire, but I haven't tweeted since. So, yeah. So are you guys feeling like nobody should be feeling nerves at all right now? Because we've spent an hour them just trying to set up that you can trust the time that the Commonwealth and its witnesses came up with. You can trust it because this guy just said a bunch of shit for 40 minutes and showed you a bunch of numbers.
What the dog doing?
Garrett Wing he's a defense expert, Gwennon. So they're not like I think like it, let me see. So like in terms of, we have a 81-19 split on who watched trial 1. 81% of you have watched trial 1. 19 have not. So in trial, if you're one of that 19%, Adam Lally did a much different case in chief. He did what I would call a pre-buttal case because of the fact that the defense had filed its motion, like prior to trial 1, filed its motion to dismiss motion, which laid out their entire theory of the case, which is where, you know, they're claiming that something happened inside of that house and that there's all this circumstantial evidence to point to what they're saying is being enough to get in front of a jury. And so what Lally did is he did a pre-buttal case. Like typically you wait, if you're the prosecution, to rebut the defense's theory of the case until the rebuttal portion of the Commonwealth's case. So it typically goes like this. Typically goes, state goes first. That's their case in chief. Okay. When their case is done, the defense typically files what they call an oral motion for a directed finding. Okay. And that's where they're saying, look, we heard all the Commonwealth's evidence. And if you're looking at it in a light most favorable to the prosecution, which is the standard of review, that even if you're looking at it in a light most favorable to the Commonwealth, that they did not meet their burden. They did not prove each and every element of the crime. And then they make that motion, and then the judge will rule on it. Typically, it's denied. Typically, the judge will say, well, I think they've met enough to get it to the jury. So that'll get denied. Occasionally you'll see you may win on a count or two. Like if they didn't get any evidence in that would in any way fulfill one of the elements of the crime, then you might win a count or two. But you rarely ever see an entire case getting a verdict from the judge on a motion for a directed verdict or finding. So you got case in chief, motion for directed finding, and then you have the defense with their case in chief if they elect to do one. Remember, defense doesn't have to put on anything. They don't have to put on one witness if they don't want to. Defense has no burden to prove anything at all. But we know that the defense is going to be putting on defense in this case. So then they would go, and then after they're done, you get the Commonwealth with their rebuttal case. Now, the rebuttal case is only supposed to be dealing with the defense's case in chief. They're not allowed in their rebuttal to go all the way back and say, oopsie, we forgot to put this shit on. So now we're doing it now. Okay, so but what Lally did in trial number 1 is because he knew the defense's theory, because of that motion to dismiss, he did what I called a pre-buttal case. He tried to get in front of it, all of it. That's why we saw all the people who were in that house. Adam Lally called them, not the defense. And then the defense had to cross them during the Commonwealth's case in chief. That he did it in the opposite way. He was trying to get in front of it. He was trying to have the jury thinking, oh, this is all a bunch of bullshit before the defense started. And instead of allowing them to develop their entire theory through their case in chief, he tried to get in front of it. Now, he hadn't prepped his witnesses properly. It was a big clusterfuck. So, you know, and we ended up with a mistrial because the jury couldn't reach a conclusion, couldn't reach a verdict. So Brennan's not doing any of that shit. And the whole reason that I'm talking about this is because I saw a comment about the dog. Hank Brennan is not going to address those wounds as to being caused by a canine at all during his case in chief. Like, we have only heard about the folks in the house through the defense on cross when they can squeeze it in. Hank has tailored his witness list to avoid the people in that house and what may or may not have happened in that house like the plague. Because basically we've seen Jen McCabe, and there was one other witness who I can't remember who was in the house that night. So it's just a very different case. So that's what I'm saying. Like we're this is the end of the Commonwealth's case right here. He's sticking to, I don't give a shit what the defense is saying about what happened in that house. They could talk about that if Canoni will let them as much as they want on their case. And then if I have to rebut it, but I'm sticking with the concept that John O'Keefe was sideswiped by Karen and somehow ended up 10 to 12 feet in the yard. Somehow this taillight exploded. Somehow John O'Keefe's body is not showing any injuries consistent with being struck by a motor vehicle going 6,000-pound motor vehicle, Sarah Levinson, thank you, going 24 miles an hour in reverse. Somehow he thinks Welcher is going to be able to explain that all away. So we'll see. We'll see. You know, and then, you know, and it's like, I like, this is fascinating to me. This is their entire case. This is it right here for them. And whatever he ends up saying before Bob Alessi gets his chance to go cross-examine him, we've heard it all. We've heard their whole case, and we'll see where it stands. I'm going to do a poll. As soon as this direct is done, I'm going to do a poll. I know what the results are going to be because I know y'all, but I'm going to ask you, did the state, but I want you to be honest. It's okay. This is always frustrating for me, especially when people are invested in a case like we all are invested in this case. It is okay to feel like, like I'm worried now at the end of the state's case, not just in this case, in any case. Because if you have a situation where the state's case is so shitty that they can't even make it seem like what they're saying happened during their entire case in chief, then the thing should never have been brought to trial, period. Now, I know me included feel that this case should never have been brought to trial, but it has, not once, but twice. And so if we reach the end of this direct examination, and because like I see a lot of people like, this guy's got an education, this guy's not a schmuck. Like, this guy's been doing it. He's highly educated. You may hate him. You've got to kind of like ask yourself, do I hate him because he's trying to fucking put Karen Reed in prison? And the answer to that is probably yes. But in terms of whether or not he's a credible, knowledgeable witness, he is. You know, I mean, he's a hired gun, though. That's the difference between this guy and Wolf and Rensler. It's what I'm always talking about. It's what I'm talking about. Wolf and Rensler are manna from heaven because they're not hired guns. They reach their opinion independent of being hired by either side. Can you see the difference? Oh, we're going to pay you a bunch of money and you're going to say the shit that we need you to say, that's Welcher. Oh, these two guys were hired by the Department of Justice to do an independent investigation, which neither side knew about. And these guys came up with an opinion that states that John O'Keefe's body and his injuries are not consistent with being struck by a motor vehicle. And the damage on the Lexus is not consistent with having struck a pedestrian. Not hired by either side. Not a hired gun. Completely independent. Do you see how much more weight those two guys have than a guy that's a hired gun? So, like, that's why when Allie's like losing her mind about the concept that Canoni will not allow them to say who hired those two guys, because that's how important the difference is. It's everything. It's the difference between you hiring somebody because you know they're going to say what you need them to say, and having two witnesses that are testifying that weren't hired by anybody. Completely independent. What would you give more value to? What do you give more weight to? Obviously, the two guys that weren't hired by either side, who are not hired guns. That's why, frankly, both Allie and I are furious. Like, it's got to be addressed in some way. Because it's like a case in a criminal courtroom should never be that it has to be looked at just so in order for you to convict. We're trying to get to the truth in these cases. And by her not allowing the defense to say exactly who hired these two witnesses is fucking bullshit. Because it takes the power of knowing that they were independent away. And why? It's true. They were independently retained. That is a huge fact. Huge. Because it means they're not hired guns. Typically, I'm like, expert witnesses, you got to put them on because you got to get the evidence in, but they're going to X each other out. Of course you believe Arca Lori G. They weren't hired by the defense prior to trial one. They were independent. They came to their own conclusion based on their own investigation that was not at the behest of the defense or the Commonwealth. You're getting a truly objective opinion from these two guys. Everything else is subjective. This guy's completely subjective. He's been retained by the Commonwealth for one reason and one reason alone. If Hank Brennan had talked to this guy the first time, been like, yo, all right, you heard about the case at all? A little bit here and there. All right, well, we need an expert that's going to be able to look at the evidence and tell us that John O'Keefe was struck. And I'm going to send you some shit over. I don't want you to generate a report at this point, but I want you to take a peek at it. And I want you to tell me, based on what you're seeing, if you can say with a degree of scientific certainty that John O'Keefe was struck by a vehicle. And he sends a bunch of shit over to him. He takes a peek. He's like, yeah, I could do that. I could do that. He's like, all right, send me the retainer. You're signed up. Do your work. And that's what he does. It's a fucking hired gun. And the defense does the same type of shit, except they didn't with Wolf and Rensler, because they were independently investigating Canton PD, born out of the shit that was going on with Sandra Birchmore in that case. And they caught wind of what was going on here with the same goddamn department. And they said, you know what? We're going to take a peek. We're going to see what's going on. And where we're going to start is we're going to start with the same set of circumstances. We've got a police department that's saying that this cop was hit by a vehicle. Start right there. That's where we're going to start. Just like they did with Sandra Birchmore, which they were originally claiming was a suicide. So it was the same kind of concept, except that way they wanted to make it seem like nobody did anything wrong. Here, they wanted to seem like Karen hit him because that's what Proctor had landed on by the early evening. And he had formed tunnel vision. So, that's where they started. They're like, we need to know. The first thing we need to figure out is whether or not John O'Keefe was actually struck. If he wasn't struck, well, then we need to do a lot of digging because we've got this taillight that's strewn about in the front yard. How did it get there if John O'Keefe wasn't struck by Karen Reed? So, like, that's where they had to start. So that's why they hired ARCA to figure out whether or not John O'Keefe. So when they came back and they said, no, but we don't think John O'Keefe was hit by the vehicle. That's why they got all their phones. That's why they started digging into their shit. Like, it went like that. So if you're asking me how much weight I'm giving, I'm not giving this any weight right now at all. And he hasn't proven a goddamn thing. So there's that too. But we're getting to it. We're going to get to the accident here. But I'm dying to know if they're going to circle back to the Traverse. Dying to know. If not, that, like, I cannot figure out what the purpose of them doing that was. Unless he's just going to devour that portion if they don't circle back to that. I mean, they didn't even show her pulling out.
All right, so Mr. Brennan, you can continue. The objection's overruled.
Dr. Welcher, could you take us to slide 30? Could you zoom in a little bit on the right photograph and the text under the right? Okay. You were explaining to us the time relevance of 12:23:38. And could you tell us again, remind us, what is 12:23:38 referring to?
The 12:23:38 is syncing the text stream time to real world time. So we know how long the text stream is on. We know when the vehicle was turned on. So we're adding those two together. So if you add the 12:12:36 to, for example, 11 minutes, 2.8 seconds for when the end of the trigger is, that gives you 12:23:38. So the end of the trigger in real world time, no longer in the running clock, is now 12:23:38.
Based on the infotainment clock?
Based on the infotainment clock.
And that's from the Lexus?
From the Lexus.
Your Honor.
Sustained.
And where's that from?
The Lexus.
Thank you. The 12:23:58 number, what's the significance of that?
So that is Mr. Keefe's cell phone data at point 154. Again, from the original data we had just at 154 and 155 and not the in-between points.
Oh, Mr. Keefe.
So,
And at the bottom in parentheses, explain to us what that means.
sure, if you look at where the text stream math works out to be, 12:23:38.8, and compare that to 12:23:58, the difference between those two is 19.2 seconds.
The difference between which clocks?
Between what the text stream infotainment system would show compared to what point 154 on Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone is.
And based on new data, do you now have information about what the variance, the difference is between the clock on the Lexus infotainment and the clock on Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone?
Yes,
And what is that?
Objection, Your Honor.
Going to allow that.
it's, you need to advance the text stream clock 21 to 29 seconds.
You need to advance it 21 to 29 seconds for why? Why do you need to do that?
Because the cell phone is ahead 21 to 29 seconds.
After you advance the text stream ahead 21 to 29 seconds, can you then compare the information, the time that's coming from the infotainment system Lexus to Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone from his iPhone?
Correct. That's what you need to have an apples to apples comparison. You need to get them on the same time clock.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
You can proceed.
So I think we left off here. So that's 1162-1. So what we have is we have the cell phone data, the original cell phone data on the right-hand side. And then from that text stream data, you know, we have whether it's going forward, we have the speeds, we have the steering angles. So from that information, we ran a simulation to show you what the text stream data means. This is what the 10 seconds of data is. And again, just because the simulation stopped, that's just where the text stream data ends. Again, as we showed you earlier, that the car's still moving. That's just the last data point we have. So what that text stream data shows is matching a 3-point turn on that Cedar Crest Street. So we have the vehicle motion, the timing data consistent with the interview statements about making a turn, 3-point turn.
Can you take us back to the data chart and show the 2 points that you just mentioned, the turning? Where's that reflected in the data?
Sure. So you can see
And you'll have to enlarge that. I'm sorry, Doctor.
column N, that's the ship position. So that's looking, we start off going forward right here. And you can see at the start of the simulation, we're going about 9.94 miles an hour. And then as you start a 3-point turn, you generally start, in this case, if you're going to the left, with the left turn. So you can see we have this steering angle here, then the transmission. So again, we have the brake application. So you're coming in, but you're slowing down and you get down to a speed of approximately 0, shift into reverse, back up, and then start to turn the other direction as you're backing up. So again, you want the rear to go to the right, you turn the steering wheel to the right, right is negative, and then as you start to pull around and pull forward, you turn back to correct for the steering. And so that's what this shows. So again, if you put it all into a simulation program, the speeds, the shifting, the distance, keep in mind we only have that 10-second window of data, and the steering angle for that Lexus, that's what it indicates.
Can you enlarge the photograph on the right with the data points and explain to us the significance of that?
Sure. So again, what we're trying to do is we have the infotainment, we have a text stream. We're now trying to see how that correlates to Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone. So we had originally very coarse data points, 154 and 155. There's additional data points between here. So we're looking at how well does our predicted time compare to those two. So with the cell phone correction, you end up with the text stream data at 12:23:59 to 12:24:07. So that's actually right in between these two data points. And so we know 154 was closest, but it's on the right-hand side of the road. 155 is when it's turned around and heading back in the southerly direction. So the cell phone data corroborates the text stream timing data in conjunction with the infotainment system data.
Thank you. Please continue.
Okay, so we talked about 1162-1. That's the first trigger on the text stream. So we're going to go to 1162-2. So I've highlighted that in yellow. So we're now talking about the second trigger. So this is on the same ignition cycle. It's on ignition cycle 1162. We have that same continuous running clock, but we've now synced it to real world clocks. So instead of the running clock, we now have some information on the real world clock. So at this time, we know the ignition has been on for 19 minutes and 2 seconds. So at the trigger, 19 minutes and 2 seconds. And again, we have 5 seconds either side of that. So between 18 minutes, 57.6 seconds to 19 minutes, 7.5 seconds.
Could you enlarge that, please?
Which part?
That part where your arrow is. You were speaking about the clock. Could you explain that so the jury can see?
Sure. So again, this is continuous from when the time comes on. I just converted it to minutes and seconds here, so you can see how long it's been on. This is the mileage. These are the speeds over here. And this is some information on how far it traveled. Again, we have the plus minus on the steering. That gives us some information on the steering. Really, there's very little steering going on at this point. Slight leftward steer.
Dr. Welcher, did you determine how long after the first trigger, that 3-point turn, that this second trigger occurred?
Yes. 3-point turn occurred about 8 minutes after.
You said the 3-point turn occurred
I'm
after.
sorry, this event, I misspoke. 11.2 occurred about 8 minutes after.
After the 3-point turn.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Can you walk us through this data?
Sure. Okay. So we have the accelerometer data here. I've highlighted a shift from drive to neutral to reverse.
I'm sorry, you're
Again-
gonna need to zoom that in so we can see it.
Absolutely. We have information on the brake switch, brake oil pressure. We have the acceleration data here. And then from that information and using the acceleration data, calculating the speed at which it's backing up. The reason we have slightly different calculations here is we have some evidence that the wheel's slipping on the ground. So we need to use the accelerometer because the wheel speed is simply telling you the speed of the wheel. It's like if you're stationary burning rubber, the speedometer reads a certain speed, but you're not going anywhere. But the accelerometer tells you how much the vehicle's moving. So from all that information, we get information on how far the vehicle's traveled. We've done it in terms of total travel distance. We've done it relative to the start position.
I'm gonna ask you to start on the columns on the left and take us through the information that you have regarding this second triggering event. So if you can scroll all the way to the left.
All the way to the left?
So the first column regarding time, could you remind us again what that is?
So again, that's the continuous running clock.
And the second column in blue?
That's where I take that time and convert it to what we more commonly use, minutes and seconds.
And now we have a key cycle event, different than the 3-point turn. What's the number?
So this is now 1162-2.
And
So again, it's technically in the system the same key cycle. I've called it 1162-2.
And the red number next to it to the right?
That's the mileage. So it's actually at the same mileage as 1162-1. So we know, obviously, they're within the same mile.
If you can scroll over a couple of columns. From your data, can you tell during that event how far the Lexus traveled during
Yes.
that event?
Yes.
And how do you do that?
So we have accelerometer data. We have velocity data or speed data back here. I've corrected for what you see down here is, and I go through this on a later slide, but right here you can see a significant increase in the RPMs, but yet the acceleration is dropping. So what that means is if your RPMs are going up and the speed's going up, that means you should be accelerating more. But what happens because the acceleration is dropping, that means what's actually happened is the wheel's slipping. So what I've done is I've used the accelerometers data to calculate the speed once the vehicle is put into reverse. And once we know the speed, again, feet per second, we know every data point is half a second. So speed times time tells you how far you moved. Feet per second, feet divided by seconds times seconds gives you feet. That's how far you went. So you get how far you went in each interval, then you get the total distance traveled. And so this is relative to the start. So 0 is the start. The vehicle goes forward about 34 feet. Then you see it basically stops in this area here, then begins to back up and ends up backing a total of 53 back from where it originally started. So if you add 53 to 34, you get 87. So the total motion, 34 forward, 53 back, the Lexus moved 87 feet total.
Dr. Welcher, when you say the Lexus moved 83 feet total, is that according to the data or is that the entirety of the movement of that Lexus?
No, that's just from when the data starts to when the data ends. So if you look at when the data starts, you can see that the vehicle is actually going 13.67 miles an hour. When the data stops, the vehicle is still going 23 miles an hour. And you can see,
I'm sorry.
you can still and see that it's still at 74% throttle. So, you know, this is 3/4 of full throttle in reverse.
So to start with the distance traveled, if you can go to the top, we see that the speed is 13.67. Is that where the data gets picked up?
That's where the first data point is. Again, the trigger is here. This is 5 seconds before the trigger.
Are you able to tell how fast or slow the vehicle is traveling before that data point in 5 seconds before the trigger?
No.
And likewise, on the bottom, the speed. At the end of the 10-second data points at 23.61, can you tell whether or not that speed stayed the same, increased or decreased?
I mean, considering you're at 74% throttle, it likely increased. How much, I don't know. And you can see that up here, she's on the brake. Down here, she's not on the brake. And so she's not on the brake and at 74% throttle.
And what is the percentage of throttle that has to be initiated to cause a triggering event?
For a shift into rear and a rapid throttle application, it's 30%.
If you look at the next column over, if you can go to the top heading for the jury to see the engine RPM data, could you explain that?
Sure. Again, that's the engine RPMs. And so, as I mentioned, you have this jump in engine RPMs and a very dramatic jump in the reported speed of the vehicle. But when you look at the acceleration is actually dropping. So again, that's a telltale sign that the tire is spinning because the vehicle is not being accelerated. And so I've used the accelerometer data. Again, if you just, a process called integration, you integrate the accelerometer data, it will give you the velocity. So what I've done is it's called piecewise integration to get the speed data that takes into account the tire slippage, and from there calculated the speed or the position at each interval going across the top here.
I got a rewatch on
If I
the.
could stop you at your column that says JBW speed at each time step?
Yep.
If you go to the bottom, please.
They're not showing us, or sometimes they are.
So does your data indicate that
Showing
the
it.
speed is changing at the end of this 10-second event?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Is the speed changing at the end of this event?
Yes.
How so?
Well, again, you can see it's increased about 2.7 miles per hour. And again, we know from what I already stated that that last time step, you're still at 74% throttle and you have zero brake application.
Is it possible from the data to tell how far the Lexus went forward before it went in reverse in total as far as feet?
Not in total, no. We just have this 10-second window. I can tell you what it did during this 10-second window.
Is it possible to tell how far it continued after the data?
No.
The
Wait,
shift
why-
position changes from 1 to 0 to 2. Can you again explain to us what that means?
Sure. 1 is drive, 0 is neutral, 2 is reverse. And then brake switch status, again, a 1 is you're on the brake pedal, enough to activate the brake lights. 0 is you're off the brake pedal.
Each one of those indicators, 1, 0, 2, how much time is for each of those?
0.5 seconds.
So can you tell how long the Lexus was in neutral for?
So again, it only occurs at one time step. And again, there's a little timing issue. Like we only have data every half second. You don't know exactly where in that time it was.
Okay, you can continue, Dr. Welcher.
Next slide or continue on this slide?
Unless there's something else you want to point out to the jury on this slide. You can
Nope, I'm
move to
good.
the next.
So similarly, using this information to then try to tie it back to the cell phone data to make sure we have the real-time information. Again, this was written back in January before I got the additional information. So what you can see is, I'll zoom in. Again, we're now talking about trigger 1162.2. We know that that's 18 minutes that the vehicle has been on, 18 minutes, 57 seconds, 19 minutes, 2 seconds. This is the range. Again, the plus or minus 5 seconds. The 19 minutes, 2 seconds is when the trigger occurred. Infotainment system,
He paused a second.
adding those two together, 12:36.
Hear this.
Plus the 19.7.5 indicates the end of 1162-2 is at 12:31:43.
That 12:31:43, is it based on the Lexus clock from the infotainment system?
It is. It would need to be corrected to the O'Keefe cell phone data.
And when you reconcile that variance of 21.29 seconds, what is the time?
You end up with 12:32:04. So if you simply take this and add 21 seconds to it and add 29 seconds to it, so you get between 12:32:04 and 12:32:12.
When you reconcile the two clocks and you have that range of 12:32:04 to 12:32:14.
12:32:12.
I'm sorry, 12:32:12. Does that simply accommodate the window of data, but not before and after?
Correct. So, again, even on John's O'Keefe cell phone, even within his cell phone, there's somewhere between 21 to 29 seconds difference on his cell phone. So even that one piece of instrumentation has some variance to it. So we know it's between 21 to 29 seconds at this approximate time. So this is taking into account that variance.
This
So
whole
the only,
variance is reasonable.
Time window that you have is based on the data, and that's reflected in the 12:32:04 to 12:32:12.
Nonsense.
Sustained.
Sounds like nonsense.
Is there any other window you can accommodate with the data you have other than that 10-second window?
Yes.
What's that?
So I was given information about a final lock event on the phone.
Babe,
Let's stick with this window if we can.
Okay.
You missed way too much for
No,
us to
so what I
explain.
want to know is this from the chat from you. Is
I've
this
been paying
making
very
any
close
sense?
attention.
Is
So
this you have been or have not been?
I have.
Okay, so do you think this is making sense to the jury? Because I know I obviously walked in late, but all I'm hearing is so you don't really know the exact time that shit happened. And
No, I mean, the jury's going to be lost in all the data points themselves. I think the big takeaway for the jury is going to be that she, at least according to this guy, went forward 54 feet and then threw it into reverse and went 24 feet back with the throttle with the gas pedal down 75% of the way, reaching a speed of 24 miles an hour without braking. That's what their takeaway is going to be. And I agree with Farmer Whitehair that at this point in time, that a juror might think, all right, well, she threw it in reverse and went 24 miles an hour, a pretty good distance, 37 feet without braking. She could have hit him. Like I think that's where they're going to be left with. No, I don't give a shit about that because we have ARCA coming.
right.
It's like, to me, none of this proves anything other than the fact that she went in reverse. Where it gets interesting, where it gets really interesting.
Let me ask you this though. You said she went forward 50 some feet, right?
Yeah, let me see. I think I
And
wrote it down.
reverse 20 some feet. That if she
There was
left
a total of 87 total feet of movement. That's between moving forward and reversing. So it was
Right, but forward 50 some feet.
50 some
Reverse
feet,
20. You're not getting back to where you
30 some feet.
I think the jury's lost when they say they added time and no matter their
Like that, but that's what I'm saying. Like I don't think the jury, I think all of the data points are pointless to the jury.
Right.
I think what they're going to hear, like normal people, is that she gunned it in reverse at 3/4 of the throttle, that it's capable at 75% throttle, meaning your pedals 3/4 of the way down, and that there was no braking involved. So take that for whatever it's worth. He still has to get to John's injuries and the damage to the vehicle, because it is what it is here, but it could have planted the seed of, oh, well, she threw it in a reverse and gunned it. So that's what I think they've taken from him thus far.
Right.
And that's
But
all there's been.
coupled with that, they have to be taking, they don't really know the time when all this happened. It seems
Well, I mean, they spent the last 45 minutes explaining their methodology on how they got rid of the time variance,
everyone's saying my
or how they synced. Huh? Yeah, your volume is low.
I don't know how to
Mic is
fix this.
Just turn it up on your gain, dude.
Yeah, but why? All right, I'm gonna try to leave and come back.
Or it's the gain, or it's in the StreamYard settings. Just go into audio and see if it's like, I have it at auto. You should have it at auto.
I have it.
All right,
All right, keep going.
I'm kicking it in.
Since you only have 10 seconds,
About a final lock event on the phone.
let's stick with this window if we can.
Okay.
Since you only have 10 seconds of data, is it possible from the Lexus clock data to have a larger window than this 10-second window?
No, the Lexus, or excuse me, the text stream will only give you a 10-second window,
Okay.
but it doesn't tell the whole story because the vehicle's still moving.
Understood. Okay, continue, please.
So I have this other event, a lock event, and the information I was given that at 12, it's 12:32:09. And so we have the text stream data ending at somewhere between 12:32:04 and 12:32:12, which puts this number right in the middle of that, more or less.
How's my sound, guys?
Better. Good.
Continue.
Is this a good place to take a luncheon break?
Certainly, Your Honor.
So why don't we do that, Judge? So
All
we'll
right.
take
I'm going to
45
watch this
minutes.
during the lunch break, personally.
And again, Dr. Wilson,
I think that the
Thank you,
people
Your
should
Honor.
just
Thank
get
you
a
very much.
fan because you don't want to cloud your mind with a bunch of other stuff.
Well, do you want me to replay it?
But I don't know that everybody else wants to sit through it again.
I mean, it could just be going on in the background. They can chat. Yeah, I think I'm gonna
All right,
rewind
so
the
do
video.
it.
Want
Do
you
it.
to
I'm going to grab a notebook.
Yeah, because I was taking some pretty
Do it.
thorough notes. So did you see the shit with the Traverse?
Look,
Babe. Oh, she took her headphones off. All right. Let's see.
Regard to those conversations, what
The voir dire.
maybe 10 on Chrysler vehicles. I
Skip over.
The research and test.
the report of examination from the coroner. So that's me. No, that's my first slide. No.
I
Again,
have a couple questions for you, Dr. Welcher.
please.
The first is your office is in California.
Okay, this is basically where he starts.
Anymore. Sometimes they're gone, and you have to make a best approximation if you can't do that. In this case, I was able to look at the scene in both vehicles.
Was that an important part of your study, doctor?
I think so. Again, it's always good if you're going to talk about what happened to the cars or what happened to the people to look at what happened to the cars, meaning to actually look at the cars, not just look at photographs when possible. So I have physically looked at the cars. For example, in the Lexus, I climbed in it, over it, underneath it. I downloaded data from it. I did a whole bunch of things looking at Miss Reed's Lexus to assist in my analysis to try and add some further objective data to what we're doing here. So same thing with Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. Looked at the rear bumper, took some pieces off the rear bumper to see what was behind the cover, to see what kind of damage we did or didn't have. So went to the scene, looked at the measurements of the curb, looked at where some of the lines are on the road because you can see them in some of the photographs. Again, it's always good when possible to inspect everything you can inspect.
If you could now begin and tell us how you started your investigation.
Sure. So on September 23rd, I had an opportunity to come out. Mr. Brandon.
Is that what she said? A 45-minute lunch break, y'all? I'll change the ticker. Okay. It's probably going to irritate Allie that she doesn't have the ability to pause it, but she can switch it out. I'm going to take the guy for a walk. All right, I'm going to play it at 1.25.
That was the first time I ever met you on that day, I believe. And I had received material before that. And what you see here is, this is my inspection of Miss Reed's vehicle. In the upper left photograph, you'll see, oh, this doesn't work very well. Upper left photograph, that's Miss Reed's vehicle. That's Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, the Chevy Traverse. And then what you see here is a laser scanner. You can see it on the ground here. Laser scanner is creating a 3D model of the vehicles. So I use that to create a 3D model of the vehicles. You can see me in the upper right photograph.
Wait, are you picking a good place to
This watch
start
right
it?
here, my Garmin watch.
This is
And
right
what I'm
when he
doing
gets
is looking at-
all his bullshit, his education. This is right.
Okay.
I want you to watch this because this is the Traverse thing, which he's going to talk about this scuff that he claims was from John's vehicle. They're going to show the two vehicles like close to each other, but then they never get into whether or not, like, I'm like, oh, okay, well, now they're about to line these two things up. They're going to show the exact angle. They're going to show the ring footage of her backing out, and they're going to figure out what angle, what degree she was pulling out at. And they're going to try to show that there's no way that taillight would have made any, that the Lexus taillight would have made any contact with the Traverse. And they never fucking did it, ever. Like, you'll see. So I'm like, okay, well, are they going to like circle back to this chronologically? Because if they don't, all that shit is pointless, but I want you to watch it. I'm at 1.25.
Okay.
And if you want to switch it over to you, you can. But like, so I think I skipped all of his education, all the other bullshit. We're right to the meat of it.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, I saw the boring stuff.
Yeah, we're past all of. I mean, it's all boring, but this is less boring. At least this is fact specific shit. So.
Okay.
The construction
All right.
composition of that right rear corner of the bumper. I'm looking at things such as the dimensions, where various lights and components are, and how does the geometry of that bumper relate to things that would be hit when backed into.
Dr. Welcher notes this is 9/23/94. Is that an accurate date of when you came and first started looking at the vehicles in the area?
You said 24, correct?
I did.
You said 9/23/24, correct. And then on the slide, what I tried to do is underline what I'm doing. So this is inspection of the Reed Lexus. And as noted, I'm only showing you a couple. I actually took 445 photographs.
Do you remember when you began this case, the month of the date?
No, it was obviously before this. I had material before I came out to look at the vehicles.
You think it was months before this?
I don't think it was months. No, it was maybe a month, if not less.
So you began your work in the fall of 2024?
Correct.
And I just want to ask you about the picture in the middle. You see the right taillight housing is missing. Did you
Correct.
understand that had been removed prior to you looking at the car?
It was, yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome. However, some of the evidence stickers, these white stickers here, were still on the vehicle.
You did not place those. Did you place those stickers on yourself?
I did not.
Were they there when you first saw the car?
Correct. They match what I'd seen in other photos.
Thank you.
So just continuing on. So what you see is, again, I mentioned looking underneath the bumper. So we wanted to see what, if anything, was damaged on the corner. So I'm putting my hand to show where the frame rail ends. This is me looking up underneath to the backside of this taillight. If you can see, this red taillight actually sticks out. And so I'm checking the front here for damage. I'm checking the back for damage.
1 second, please. Okay, doctor, when you were looking for damage on the previous slide, did you find any damage to that lower right red taillight?
No, there was no damage to the taillight.
The middle picture is from the inside, looking at the inside of that taillight. Was there any damage to the inside of that taillight?
There was not.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So again, look at the height of it. I mentioned this lower taillight. Notice how the structure of the bumper protrudes out. You can see one of the marks, which is consistent with the contact in Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. Here, this scratch mark, scuff mark. Notice how close it is to this light. Again, some of the evidence, stickers. Just a better view of those than going down the side of the vehicle. So with all that information, I mentioned a laser scan. So you move this laser scanner, and each minute and 51 second scan is collecting about 50 million data points. And so you scan all the way around, and then what you do is you merge all that data together. So even though this looks like a poor photograph, what you're seeing is hundreds of millions of photographs, hundreds of millions of points. And so you literally can figure out, if you wanted to know the distance from this lug nut to where the lighter is on the ashtray, you could probably do that to an accuracy of about 2 to 3 millimeters. So really, taking tons and tons of data. So it knows the exact position of every one of these millions of data points, and it knows the color associated with those data points.
Why is that data imaging so important in accident reconstruction?
You want to have an accurate model of the car. So, I mean, you probably don't need literally that many points to get an accurate model, but that's just the nature of the way the science is going. Computers are getting better and faster. Scanners are getting faster. So you get an enormous amount of data when you use these scanners nowadays. So then, as indicated on the underline here, I did a CDR. That's a little different than what you heard me say before. CDR is crash data retrieval. So that's the hardware and software that you use to download or actually copy or take an image of, means you're just taking an image off what's on the vehicle, the EDR, which is the event data recorder. So you use the crash data retrieval hardware to download the event data recorder, otherwise commonly known as a black box. So I downloaded the black box from this vehicle, and although you can hardly read it here, again, I mentioned there are two systems on this vehicle. This is the CDR system or EDR system. There's also the text stream. The EDR system, this system is primarily to manage the safety components, protect the occupants of the Lexus So things like fire the airbag, fire what's called a pretensioner, keep track of the severity of the crash to decide whether we need to fire the airbag. So it's not really designed for pedestrian impacts. So when we downloaded this vehicle, we got what's called a none file. A none file simply means that there's no data there. The system's working properly. We had no fault codes, but for a car hitting a pedestrian to cause a file here, this is really more designed for car-to-car impacts, something that's going to have a significant impact on the occupant of the Lexus. And again, the Lexus is a 6,000-pound vehicle. Mr. O'Keefe's only 216 pounds. So it's not going to register from hitting a pedestrian.
Were you surprised that there was no information about a collision in the EDR?
No, exactly what I expected. Okay, I mentioned the second system. So as underlined up here, this is the tech stream. So this is from Toyota tech stream data. You can see the screens here. There's generally two types of files, what's called a vehicle control history and a PCS file. The PCS file is the protection system. So I also looked at Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. Sorry, PCS is pre-collision system. Looked at Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, same thing, took a series of photographs, laser scanned it, looked in it, underneath it, behind it. I mentioned taking some of the bumper parts off. So I took this rear cover off here to look at the damage behind the bumper cover. Most cars have what's referred to as a face bar. That's that piece.
All right, I'm going to stick up mine because Bob left and I can't control it. I'm pretty sure I got us at the exact same spot. So give me a sec.
To that.
Before you go forward,
See here, burping, took a series of photographs,
I think
laser scanned it,
not where we were, guys.
looked in it, underneath it, behind it. I mentioned taking some of the bumper parts off. So I took this rear cover off here to look at the damage behind the bumper cover. Most cars have what's referred to as a face bar. That's that piece of metal that you see here. And there's a piece of energy absorber here. That's your face bar. So I'm looking to see if there's any damage to that. There was no damage to that.
before you go forward, I want you to take a couple steps back because I want to ask you some questions to explain
Please.
tech stream data. Could you go back a couple slides, please?
Sure.
Okay. You mentioned that in the EDR, which is similar to a black box, there was no information found. And then you mentioned a different system, the tech stream. Can you make it clear for us how these systems are different and where they're stored on a motor vehicle?
Sure. I mean, a lot of data is stored in a similar location. The tech stream system was originally designed, according to Toyota, for maintenance issues. It seemed to come about around the same time Toyota was having problems with sudden accelerations or allegations of sudden accelerations. So the tech stream data or vehicle control history will give you information when there's, for example, excessive acceleration or rapid shifting of the vehicles or rapid steering of the steering wheel. So the statements are that that's designed to help the maintenance people, if you come in with a problem with your vehicle, to diagnose what that problem is. It has a lot of utility in actually.
I mean, we don't have to rewatch this. If you guys don't want to, we can leave the fan. We were just rewatching it because it's on lunch break. I haven't seen it. I was going to rewatch it on my own. Bob thought, since we're instead of putting up any new data during lunch, we would just rewatch this. So what do you guys think? Would you rather just have the right? We don't all have to watch it because I'm watching it. Bob just kind of thought, all right. So we're going to keep rewatching it. Otherwise, you guys come back. It's probably another 40 minutes now.
Reconstruction, because if you jam on the brakes before a crash, frequently the tech stream data will record the crash.
You mentioned Toyota a number of times. Could you share with us the relationship between Toyota and Lexus?
Sorry, in my mind, they're the same thing. Toyota and Lexus, obviously a little different, but Lexus is basically made by Toyota. So Toyota and Lexus has the Lexus safety system. Toyota has the Toyota safety systems, which you both read with the tech stream data.
The tech stream data, in this case, does it play an important role in your analysis?
I think so, yes.
The
I
text
think
stream
so.
data, did you independently download that data yourself?
So I independently downloaded it, and then I also ran a test with Ms. Reed's vehicle, and I created a new text stream file so that I had a stamp in the ignition cycles of what the current ignition cycle was. So I did a sudden acceleration test of the vehicle
On the Lexus or on the exemplar vehicle?
on her Lexus.
When you did the downloading, why did you do it yourself?
So Bob's right.
Again, you know,
why didn't he ever
whenever
say?
possible, want to be the one that does it, make sure it's done correctly, and be able to say, hey, how do I know that's from that vehicle? Well, I know because I was the one who did it. And so if I get it from someone else, then they frequently have to bring that person into court to say the other ones that did it, so then I can use it. So if I do it myself, it eliminates that problem, and then I have no concerns over where it's coming from. So then I know hey, I did it. This is the right car. This is the right program.
You left us at slide 10 when you were inspecting Mr. O'Keefe's car?
Correct. So again, simply a blue arrow indicating that I looked down behind all this stuff, took measurements of it, and then similarly, I have a 3D point cloud of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. So part of the reason we're making these 3D point clouds, and we'll touch on this further, in addition to the scene, you can then basically put all these things back together in the computer. So instead of having to drive the cars to the scene, for example, or to Mr. O'Keefe's residence, you can take these computer models and additional data and put it back in the computer and reconstruct everything on the computer. So before we had the exact angle of impact, again, this is for looking at when Ms. Reed contacted Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, backing out of Mr. O'Keefe's garage
What?
at One Meadows.
That's not even.
I lined them up just to generally show the approximate location. A couple things. You notice how, again, this lower portion of the Lexus bumper sticks out. Notice how the side of the Chevrolet slopes in as you get higher up. So this portion sticks out more than this portion. And this is where you would expect.
But the light
any
sticks
contact
out
damage
past
to occur,
both of that.
assuming there was an impact. So again, looking at the measurements up the height of the vehicle, of course, as you indicated, Mr. Brandon,
The
the
tail light
taillight's on.
comes out just as much as that other part. What's he
And then went to the
talking
scene.
about?
So same thing, went to the scene, took, again, 297 photographs of the scene, had our people scan it
All right,
to create a computer model of the scene
got a
to say,
got a
In addition
computer
to
model.
going to the scene and doing to see
So that's just a yes or no?
was when first responders were assisting him.
Objection, Your Honor.
So that's just a yes or no?
yes.
Responders were to see the general location of where Mr. O'Keefe was when first responders were assisting him.
Objection, Your Honor.
So that's just a yes or no?
Yeah,
Yes.
but he doesn't know.
Thank you.
Nobody knows, apparently.
So download. We're looking at a number of when the vehicle gets into the Canton Police Department after this event, you can see the mileage is 12,665 miles.
Wait, what?
So that shows up in Trooper Paul's report.
Oh,
It shows up in the photographs, and it shows up as matching the mileage in the text stream data, both at triggers 1164 and triggers 1167.
I'd ask you if you can enlarge the data on the right and break down what it actually means, the different columns and the
Yeah, but Trooper Paul did his
possible
shit.
for you to enlarge that.
My fingers are too fat.
Thank you.
Okay. So what you're looking at is what I call event 1162. If you see anything in blue on these charts, that's information that I added. I typically put my initial, JBW, Jud Welcher, that's me. And so this is referred to as the key cycle trip. So key cycle is simply you turn it on, not necessarily turn the ignition on, turn it on, turn it off. That's one key cycle. So I labeled this one 1162-2 because there's also one that's on the same key cycle that I'm calling 1162-1. The system also records the mileage. So again, this is a maintenance system generally. So what you see is the T here is the trigger, and there's a point. So this time in the text stream data, you can think of it as like a stopwatch. It's when it starts when the car turns on and stops when the car turns off. And then if it sees a triggering event, a T, it records that information. So this is when the trigger happened. So that's 1,142.2 seconds. And so I've converted that to minutes and seconds because most people don't think in seconds. And so what it also does is once it sees a trigger, it's constantly circulating data through the computer. So when it says, okay, we have a trigger, it saves 5 seconds before the trigger and then 5 seconds after the trigger. So the trigger's in the middle, and you have 5 seconds of data before and 5 seconds of data after.
I have a couple questions for you,
Please.
Dr. Welcher. First, starting with the clock, the time in seconds on the left. You mentioned that begins when the car is turned on. What type of clock is that called?
It's just a continuous clock, meaning it's not a clock like a time clock. It's more like a stopwatch kind of clock.
Has it ever been referred to as a running clock?
The same thing. You start the stopwatch as running.
Based on the text stream data alone found in that one spot, can you tell from the data in the text stream alone what time the power was turned on?
No, not alone. It simply tells you how long it's been on. It doesn't necessarily immediately tie it back to a clock time. You need additional information.
And so this in and of itself, the text stream data doesn't give you a certain time on a clock, like 1 o'clock or 2:30, anything like that.
No, it simply tells you in this case when the trigger occurred, it's been on for 19 minutes and 2 seconds.
You also mentioned that there's a 10-second window of information this captures, 5 seconds before the T and 5 seconds after the T, the triggering event.
Correct.
Sustained, ask a different way.
That
Stop bleeding.
window of 10 seconds, what happens if that doesn't capture the entire event? What if there's something before or after? What does the text stream data do?
So it depends on what the something is. So if there's another trigger, then it will record more data. So you can have 2 triggers that are recording things on the same time window as well, or very close to the same time window. So you need another trigger to keep it going. But in essence, what it does is when it sees a trigger, it saves that 10-second window and then just keeps monitoring things until it sees another trigger.
If the data captures a trigger, it has a 10-second window, and an event continues past that 10 seconds, so past the 5 seconds on either side, and there's no further trigger, do you get any other information from the text stream data?
No, for example, in the trigger event and say 5 seconds later, the vehicle's still moving, well, the data just ends. And it says it's going, I don't know, 17 miles an hour, for example. It doesn't continue on. We just know that when the trigger ended, it was going 17 miles an hour.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so we have mileage recorded in this system. So what we're trying to do is use the available data to.
All right, so now I am confused. Going back to whose comment was it about Trooper Paul having it at key cycle? Oh, it's still up. Right, Sydney. If Trooper Paul had the key cycle at 11:64, then 11:62 is not the accident or the incident, right? He was just showing a photograph. We know there were no photographs of the car taken until days later. And if Trooper Paul's taking it, it's when he's outside starting his own testing. So those two key cycles can't match up like that. I'm sure Alessi's going to illuminate us all on this, but all right, let's back up 5 seconds and go.
In this system. So what we're trying to do is use the available data to see if we can determine, what event this is, or is this the event, or is this something that could have occurred outside 34th Fairview on the evening of this event. And so one of the things we're utilizing is the mileage. Okay, so
where's my pen?
12629 is at the end of event number 2 on the 1162 ignition cycle. When the vehicle ultimately comes into the impound yard, and this is actually before that, comes into the impound yard, it has 12,665 miles. That's a difference, did the math for you here, of 36 miles. Okay, let's consider where that could have come from. So we looked at
Or just a guess.
the various paths and descriptions of where Miss Reed's Lexus was driven after leaving 34 Fairview on the night of this event, up until the time the vehicle ended up at the Canton Police Department. So we used Google Maps. We adjusted for the correct date and time of the year. And then what you'll also see is we adjusted for the correct time of day. So although you can't really see that, let me see if I can blow it up. So you can see that's looking at the mileage and time. Again, really didn't use the time, just used the mileage on Saturday, January 29th at around 12 a.m. That, of course, does not take into account the weather.
And what are the addresses? It's hard to see on the top from where to where.
So this is from 34 Fairview to One Meadows Avenue, which is Mr. O'Keefe's residence.
And there are other mileage that you have there?
Correct. So we basically ran through the entire path as we understood it. Again, we didn't have complete information. We didn't know the exact roads. We didn't know if turned around, stuff like that. So you're seeing the suggested available paths, and we end up with a range of data. So we go through all the paths, and you can see that this is what we end up at the bottom here, which is very hard to see. So the minimum suggested route is 36 miles, 36.1 technically. You have a range of 37.9 to 39.7. But again, that's right in the range of the 36 miles. So that's a data point that's starting to build our confidence in what is in the text stream data being related to our event.
Oh, that's starting to build your confidence. So you don't have confidence on the data in and of itself. You need all this other information. Can somebody tell me, am I missing something? He's saying that when the vehicle was brought to the impound yard, that's when these photographs were taken. Are these just photographs we didn't talk about before? Is this something a tow truck driver took? I don't remember ever seeing a photograph of the dashboard when the vehicle first pulled in to the Sally Port. You're telling me they wanted to take the mileage picture, but not a picture of the taillight? I don't know. This is all crazy. All right, here's what we're going to do. We're going to stick back on the fan. We're just going to stick back on the fan because let me see. Duplicate. Oh, what's this now? Okay. Hold on. All right. Share this instead. So I'm going to let you guys chat because this is too much to watch again. And now I got to deal with some shit. We will be back after lunch. Do you guys want me to keep it going even if I'm not here with you? Because I still have it paused on the other screen. I can do that. I just got to take a client call anyway. So I'm going to have to watch this on high speed until we get back. All right, so keep the fan. All right, I'm going to keep the fan. Bob will end up showing up shortly, and the fan is our friend. All right. Mandy, you there? Maybe Mandy's there, but not there. Oh, Mandy is here. So I'm just going to tell you where I'm at, where I just paused it. Why won't it give me the... It's on Boston 10 at 1:49:27. So an hour 27 seconds. But I don't know if that keeps changing because it's a live stream. So if people decide they really don't want the fan anymore and you guys want something else, maybe Mandy can switch it. Oh, say it again. Because I can't tell if people are saying no, they want to keep rewatching, or no, they want the fan, or yes. So I paused at, yeah, see, the time keeps changing because it's a live stream. So, I'll just take a picture. Because I was at 1:49, but now it's at like 1:50. And here. Let me see. Just play it, Allie. It's fine. All right, I'm keeping it going. And I'll be right back, I guess. Switch to this tab. Play.
To match whether or not the 1162 data is relevant to a particular event?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustain.
I think we
Let me
still
ask it
have
this way.
it up.
Matching
Yeah.
all the
1.35.
distances by miles. Is this the only way you're trying to determine whether 1162 is the event in front of 34 Fairview Road?
No. So again, these things are all tools. You can't take necessarily one data point in a vacuum. You need to consider the totality of the data. Which is what I did. So we mentioned the continuous clock that was in there, or the running clock that was in the vehicle. So what you see over here.
Could you elaborate that for us, Doctor?
I am doing that right now. You can see we have the time. And again, I've converted in blue to minutes and seconds. This is the first trigger on that key cycle. So on key cycle 1162, there was 2 separate events. The vehicle keeps a continuously running clock. So we're able to see the time each event occurred relative to when the vehicle was started and the difference between the 2 events. Okay. So at trigger event 1162-1, we know that the ignition has been on between 10 minutes and 57.4 seconds. Or that's when the trigger is, sorry, 10 minutes, 57.4 seconds. Again, the trigger has plus or minus. So that's from 10 minutes, 52.8 plus 10 seconds, which gets you to 11 minutes, 2.8 seconds. Or as I wrote here, 10 seconds total. So again, the text stream data indicates at the time this event was written, the trigger occurred, again, at 10 minutes. You see we have the T, 10 minutes, 57.4 seconds.
Dr. Welcher, if I could ask you a couple of background questions. This block of time that you're reviewing that mentions 2 triggers, can you tell whether those triggers are immediately related or 2 separate events?
So you can tell they're separate events because there's a separate amount of time between them. There's about 8 minutes between the events. And so they're on the same ignition cycle, meaning the vehicle hasn't been turned off in between. And we have this continuously running clock that records when these things occurred. So it tells us when event 1 occurred, when event 2 occurred. We know it's on the same ignition cycle. So if we have some idea of when the car was turned on, we can then tie that back to clock time or real world time. Okay. So lots going on here, right? A lot to digest. This is trigger event 1162.1. I was provided with data and a report from Mr. Burgess that indicated the infotainment system was turned on at 12:36. Zoom in for you folks. That corresponded to a GPS location that looked like it was outside the Waterfall Grill on Washington Street. So additional cell phone data that we had is that we knew there was a 3-point turn made when the Lexus passed Fairview on Cedar Crest, pulled into a driveway and made a 3-point turn. So what you see over here is GPS data from Mr. O'Keefe's phone. And with that information and knowing when the system turned on, we're able to now tie the text stream data to a real clock, meaning what time of day did that text stream trigger occur. So we're going from the running clock to a real world clock. So if you take when it was turned on from Mr. Burgess's report, you can see that the Lexus was turned on at 12:36. You add in the text stream information, you get it at 12:23:38. And now we have a cell phone data point at 1:54. So at the time my report was written in these slides back in January, that was all the information we had in terms of data point 1:54. That was the one that was closest in time to it. So we had since received additional information.
Dr. Welcher, let me ask you a couple questions. And if you can zoom in a little, we might be able to see it a little better from here.
Where would you like it?
If we can start at the top when you explain in text. You told us that the text stream data does not have an actual clock. It has a running clock, like a stopwatch.
Correct.
And then you mentioned that after you received information from Mr. Burgess, you could put an actual time onto it. How do you do that?
Sustain.
You shared with us that the text stream data runs on a running clock.
Correct.
And then you received further information so that you could actually identify a time. Where did you receive that information from?
I'm going to allow that.
That was from Mr. Burgess's report.
And do you know where that information came from?
That came off the SD card, I believe, in the infotainment system.
Do you know when Mr. Burgess found the SD card on the infotainment system?
No, I'd have to go back to his report, but it was in it. This information was in his original report.
Based on the SD card information about when the car was turned on and off, how do you match that with the text stream data to get a time?
So when the car is turned on, that's approximately when the running clock starts in it. There may be as much as a 3-second delay in it, but that's approximately when the clock turns on. So this shows us when the stopwatch was started for the text stream data. So knowing that infotainment system has date and timestamps on it, so that ties it to a real world clock from GPS information. And so now we can, when that infotainment system turned on, it's very close in time to when the text stream data started recording data. That allows us to tie the two together.
The times that you're showing on this slide, does that relate to the first or second event on the text stream data, the first or second triggering event?
The first event.
Do you characterize the first event in any way?
I call it the 3-point turn.
In addition to the data you analyzed, was there any other information you saw that evidenced or supported that a 3-point turn occurred at the area depicted in your slide?
Right. We have a whole series of GPS data with heading angles, as well as a description that Ms. Reed gave in an interview.
The time that you have after you consider the SD card ignition on and the running time, what clock is that based on?
It's my understanding that's a clock in the infotainment system. And then we are ultimately trying to also tie it back to the clock on his cell phone.
Mr. O'Keefe's
cell phone, correct.
Do you have any understanding whether all devices have the exact same clock?
So it's my understanding they do not. In my discussions with Mr. Burgess, reading reports, that they can have, there can be as much as 30 seconds to a minute of variation.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Have you ever heard
Your Honor, that answer.
Sure. Jurors disregard that answer.
Have you ever heard the term variance before?
I have.
What do you understand that to be?
That means differences from the answer,
I'm sorry, differences from what?
from typically the correct answer. Like meaning that a given data point has variance in terms of how it's measured, when it's measured. So different measurement device can have a different variance around the actual true number.
You mentioned on the slide a time of 12:23:38.
Correct.
In O'Keefe's cell phone data, at point 154, approximately 12:23:58.
Correct.
Is there a difference between the clock on the Lexus text stream data and that of Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone?
There is.
When you developed the slide, did you have the benefit of more detailed information about data point 154?
I did not receive that until May 8th.
Did you later learn more information, more specific information?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd like to show an exhibit to Mr. Welcher that's already been admitted.
Okay.
It's 192A. Ms. Gilman, can we start with 192B? Dr. Welcher?
Your Honor, can you approach on-
Yes, we'll come over.
Thank you.
there is a time
All right, Pokemon nailed it. Definitely pistachios. Oh, amazing. Amazing. I didn't even do the chewing part. I just did the cracking of the shell, removing the nut, dropping the shell into the pit of spent shells. All right, so we are live. We are live. So we should be back any second. It's definitely been longer than 45 minutes. So, per usual, Judge Bev not taking into consideration all of our valuable time. Holly must not have been paying attention. It was very faint. Very faint. I was off camera. I just unmuted. But Pokemon nailed it immediately. Ooh, that sounds delicious. Pistachio croissant. I love a pistachio croissant. All right. So was Allie, how was she? I didn't hear her. I wasn't listening. I know she had to dip. So we should be coming back, getting right to the meat of the matter. This guy's clearly going to go. Well, I was thinking about it. Unless he can handle this cross in one of two ways. He can either settle in, dig in, point by point destruction, or he could try to hit a couple of points that he feels are valid for him to hit and move on. Like, he doesn't necessarily have to turn this into like a super long cross, because you always are concerned with that concept of the lady doth protest too much, right? Meaning, you know, if he seems overly concerned with having to destroy this guy's credibility and his theory, if he can't do it for certain, if it's just like nitpicking a bunch of shit, then you worry that the jury is going to get the impression that, well, like, if this guy wasn't like legit, why is this guy why is this guy going so hard? Maybe not. Think about PB and Shelley. Remember, he did a pretty brief cross with the brain guy. And I thought it was super effective. Super effective. So, I mean, we'll see. The one thing that we know is whichever way Alessi decides to go on it, it'll be the right way. So if he digs in, then that's where he knows he needs to be. If he thinks that he's just going to have to chip away at a couple of main points, and he feels that he can do that effectively without belaboring it, then that's what I mean. The brain guy did help the defense. I mean, I told y'all, like, if I was trying this case with Allie, we would not be stuck on one theory, because we're trying to get reasonable doubt just hammered away in the jurors' minds. And in my opinion, you do that with a couple of different theories here. And that guy turned into a defense witness. I mean, the whole slip and fall shit, I have no idea if that happened, but no one's telling me it's not possible. Like, when people try to tell me that's not possible, I'm like, are you fucking insane? What are you talking about? Of course it's possible. The freak accidents happen all the time. It's like people are like, free Karen Reed, but yeah, that couldn't have happened. Like, why quit being married to such a thing? Like, if you care about like Karen's freedom, any way that we can get her out of here from being persecuted, you're taking it, because you're never changing the mind of the people that think that she ran John O'Keefe over. Got news for you. That's never happening. If you think that we get a not guilty on here, that all the anti-Karen Reed people are going to be like, oh, God, you guys were right. That's not happening. You know that, right? I mean, you'll get like bragging rights for, you know, perpetuity, but like, you're never convincing them, ever. it is just as possible as a pirouette. It's frankly, it's more possible as a pirouette because the injuries match. That's the difference. The pirouette, there would have to be bruising on the arm somewhere. I'm sorry, there just would be. If I were to hit you going 24 miles an hour with a 6,000-pound vehicle on your arm so hard that it caused you to pirouette and then fly through the air or whatever. I can't wait to see how this guy has John ending up near the flagpole. I can't wait to hear it. I cannot wait to hear his theory. But as far as a slip and fall, I got a learned brain doctor that supported my theory. And he was a Commonwealth witness. Or one of my theories. Like I'm leaning into that, and then I'm leaning into all the shady shit that the people in the house were doing. And you know what those two things mean? Reasonable doubt. Reasonable doubt. That's it. That's where this case lives. Reasonable. This is like, if you go into the Black's Law Dictionary and flip to reasonable doubt, it's got a picture of Karen's face right there. Like this case is reasonable doubt. It's 100%. All right. So I'm going to take off the lunch break thingy because we should be back any second. But I am current. I am live. OnlyFan is spinning away happily. I'll show you the little red dot down there. You see it, y'all? Ooh, ooh, little red guy. So we should be back any minute. All right. Okay. Throw that guy back up here because that's where we're going to pick up. I mean, I could see his direct taking the rest of the day because she's going to come back. There's 2 hours left. So, and then tomorrow will be Bob Alessi Day. Did she say we don't have court this Thursday? Do you guys remember? Did she say that? I can't remember. Or a half day? Some weird shit. I don't know. It feels like Monday, but we all know it's Tuesday, right? Isn't that weird? We have Monday off. I don't even get what that means. I don't remember Jose's closing from Casey Anthony. I mean, other than the fact that he was starting to throw her old man under the bus. I mean, I remember that part. Insinuating some pretty heavy duty shit. But yeah, I mean, I think people have a misunderstanding that the defense and the Commonwealth have to play by the same rules in terms of theories of the case. That's wrong. The state needs to be firm on a theory. They can't switch up their theories because if you're doing that, there's a question as to why the hell you brought the case because you clearly have no idea what happened. For the defense, that's where we live. Like we're trying to create reasonable doubt in the minds of the jurors by talking about all the other potential things that could have happened to John O'Keefe, aside from the shit that they're saying. That is reasonable doubt. And if you get jurors saying like, yeah, I could see that. And anybody who's saying that they can't still, after the brain guy, is still saying, oh, I don't know how it could be a slip and fall. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? John was hammered. In my world, I always envision it like say, for instance, even in a world in which Karen reverses John stand back there, she doesn't hit him. But it's like too close for comfort, and he's fucking pissed, and he like whips his glass. Like I was saying, like if you've got kids that play ball, like football or baseball, softball, you know, grown men could probably throw a glass, a rocks glass with a thick bottom, 40, 50, 60 miles an hour. It's like how fast I can throw a baseball, even at this advanced age. You know, he hits that tail light. You know, like even, but the thing is that with the slip and fall theory, you still have to include Proctor as planting the tail light because it's the only explanation. Either way, under either the Commonwealth's theory or any defense theory, Proctor's planting tail light. That's happening no matter what. Like, I don't know how this guy can get on the stand and testify because he has no idea where any of this shit was found in the yard. So I don't know how he can opine on anything without knowing that. All right, let's go. Let's go.
All right, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Ron.
Thanks, John.
Dr. Welcher, when we left off, you had given us your opinion on this slide. Could we proceed to slide 35, please?
Slide 35.
I believe the next slide is 35. Okay. Now, when we look at this slide, I'm going to ask you to zoom in, and if we can start from left to right, and we can identify each category as you discuss it and explain to us the importance of the columns.
So we already touched on this from left to right. The first column is the continuous running clock. Second column is where I converted it to minute and seconds. You can see we're on trigger 1162.2. This is the second trigger. The particular boxes that are highlighted are where there's change. For example, in the upper right, when you're transitioning from drive to neutral to reverse. And then I already discussed this a little bit, but where the wheel's slipping, you can see you have high acceleration pedal application, increase in the RPMs. But when you look at the effects on the vehicle, you can see that it's accelerating less. So that's indicative of slippage of the wheels. And then I simply show at the bottom the math I use to derive all that. So again, we touched on most of this. It's the same slide you saw before, just to show how corrected for the speed.
If you could zoom in for a second, I want to ask you a question about the RPM column.
RPM column, go ahead.
If you could zoom in.
Oops.
Whoopsie.
You see in the last line, the last piece of data captured, the RPMs changed from 3,200 to 3,300.
Correct.
And the accelerators is, if fair to say, is that depressed? What's the way you characterize that?
Sustained.
How would you characterize 74? What does that mean?
I mean, it's 3/4 of full throttle. It's 74% of full throttle.
If above it's 74.5, it drops to 73.5 and then back to 74. Why is the RPM higher than above?
So there's, again, this data is referred to as being asynchronous. You're reporting it at particular times, but the computer's scanning the network for the data. So it's not all on exactly the same time step. Not only that, but there's frequently, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
There frequently is a delay from when you step on the accelerator pedal to when that translates to increased RPM at the engine. It takes a little time to build it up or take it down.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. So similar to what we did on the first one, basically what we did is we took all the text stream data that we had, which includes the shifting, the forward, the reverse, and the steering. Again, there was a tiny bit of leftward steer, and put that into a simulation program where we're simulating what the Lexus will do. So we've taken into account the mechanical characteristics, the steering response of the Lexus. So this is to show what it represents on the left-hand side. So each one of these little hash marks, a different color, represents 10 feet. The red lines show the extent of motion. Remember what I said, initially pulled forward, then backed up, past its initial spot, and then went backwards further distance. So what this shows is where we simulated this in a program called HVE. So that's the vehicle, the Lexus pulling forward. And then it accelerated in reverse, past its initial starting position, and came to rest right there.
Doctor, when you say it came to rest there, do you
I'm
have
sorry.
data that the defendant's Lexus stopped there?
No, it did not come to rest. I misspoke. That's where the text stream data ends. As you can see here, it's still going. It's still going approximately 23 miles an hour when that ends.
You'll have to zoom in on that so the jury can see what you're referring to. Please.
So again, as I mentioned, the text stream's taking a window of data. It doesn't take anything outside the window. You can see that when we account for the wheel slippage, that the vehicle at the time of the last data point, again, is at 74% throttle, 3,300 revolutions per minute, and is going backwards approximately 23.9 miles per hour. And you can see it's traveled a total distance backwards of 53 feet back from where it initially started. Or if you consider where it pulled forward 34 feet and then backed up 53 feet, add those two together from the point it pulled all the way forward. So this is 10, 20, 35 forward. And then I'll go 10, 20, 30, 40, 53 back for a total of 87 feet. So from the maximum point it pulled forward to where it backed up, again, that was 34 feet forward, then a total of 53 back, total travel distance of 87 feet. So went all the way forward where it stopped, it then backed up 87 feet. And when the text stream data stopped, it's still moving. It's still moving about 23 miles an hour, and you're still at 74% throttle and 3,300 revolutions per minute on the tachometer, RPM gauge.
We could turn the light on for a moment. Dr. Welcher, in your analysis of the data and the information you acquired and the evidence that you relied upon, did you come to some conclusions and opinions regarding the defendant's Lexus that evening?
I did.
As part of that opinion, you mentioned that you considered mileage to map distances as one way of mapping the location of the vehicle. Do you remember that?
I do.
If you could provide us with slide. I believe it's slide 25. And could you widen the left-handed box a little bit? And you mentioned you measured or you ran information about distances between different routes,
Correct.
specifically regarding Fairview to Meadows, the first box. Do you see that?
I do.
There are 3 different mileage numbers.
Yes.
And then there's streets to the left. Can you explain what's set out in that box?
Sure. It's basically 3 different routes you can go: Sherman Street, Pleasant Street, Washington, and Sherman Street.
When you considered the shortest route, 2.3 miles on Sherman Street, did you attempt to determine how long it would take to travel 2.3 miles, how fast the car would have to be moving or how slowly it would have to be moving to travel 2.3 miles in 4 minutes and 15 seconds?
Yes.
And what did you determine?
So to go 2.3 miles in 4 minutes and 15 seconds, you would need an average speed of 32.47 miles an hour.
What if you took the longest route, 2.8 miles, and you considered 2.8 miles in 4 minutes and 15 seconds? Did you make a determination?
I did.
Could you share that with the jury?
It's 39.5 miles per hour.
Is that what the
Traffic
average speed
lights?
of the Lexus would need to be to travel that distance in that
Correct.
time?
Is that including red lights and shit? Like,
Now, turning to your study of these
what are they talking about?
tech stream events, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty how many triggering events occurred? How many triggering events occurred in that ignition cycle 1162?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
In 1162, the tech stream recorded 2 triggering events.
And do you have an opinion as to the type of triggering event, the type of movement of the defendant's Lexus in those 2 triggering events?
I do.
Regarding the first triggering event, 1162-1, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty what type of event the first triggering event was?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
The actual trigger was excessive rearward acceleration. The event was during the course of a 3-point turn.
And do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty the time between triggering event 1 and triggering event 2 in that cycle 1162?
Yes.
And could you share with the jury your opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty the time between those 2 triggering events?
Approximately 8 minutes and 5 seconds.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty as to the type and triggering event of the second event, 1162-2?
I do.
And could you share with the jury your opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty the type of event to that second triggering event?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
It's, again, the trigger event itself was a transition into reverse and then high throttle application. It's a forward motion followed by a lengthy high speed rear impact or rear motion.
Oh,
Your Honor,
Oopsie.
I'm gonna move to strike that.
yeah. Well, let's move to strike that imp.
Yes, I'm not going to highlight it.
I
So
appreciate it.
I ask get the answer again.
Would you like me to ask the question again, Your Honor?
Yes, Mr. Lessie, yes, right? I'll strike the previous answer. Go ahead and ask the question again.
Okay. Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty as to the nature of the second triggering event, 1162-2?
Just for the record, Your Honor.
Yes.
Could you share your opinion with the jury?
The triggering event was high throttle opening in a transition to reverse. It's a forward motion followed by a higher speed rear motion. And at the end of the trigger event, you're still at 74% throttle.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty the entire distance captured in that 10-second window during the back maneuver or 1162-2?
Do I have an opinion about it?
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty about
Yes.
the entire distance that is captured in that 10-second window of the second triggering event, 1162-2?
So it obviously only captures what's going on during the trigger. It doesn't capture before or after the trigger.
Understood. Do you have an opinion as to just what is captured as far as the distance?
Yes,
And what is your opinion?
that it's 87 feet. So again, the initial forward motion is 34 feet, followed by it backing, crossing the initial point, and then backing up an additional 53 feet.
And finally, regarding this part of your analysis, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty as to whether the defendant's Lexus was decelerating, accelerating, or remaining the same at the end of that data captured at the triggering event 1162-2?
It was accelerating at 74% throttle.
In addition to your analysis of the text stream data, one final question. Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, the relative time?
Okay. It's not 87 feet in reverse. It's not 50 whatever feet in reverse. It's 30 something in reverse. It's 87 total. So because he's including driving forward 50, I thought he said somewhere between 53 and 57 feet, and then reversing. I thought he said 34. I thought I wrote it down, but the total of forward and backward is 87 feet. 87 feet. The question I have that I hope Bob asks is, wouldn't somebody jamming on their brake be a triggering event that would show up on 1162-2? Like if you think that you hit something going back and you hear the noise in your cabin of your car, which would be really fucking loud. It just sounds loud if you hit anything in your car. Your initial instinct would be to jam on your brake. Where is the brake jamming on? Like, why are we not getting any information other than 75% full throttle and then nothing? I don't know. Like there's something missing there. I don't know. You guys rewatched it, so you tell me. I don't remember. I thought it was 50 forward, 30 something back, but you guys watched it a second time, so you knew better than me.
This backing maneuver occurred with the defendant's Lexus that you just spoke about.
Yes.
And could you share with the jury your opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty?
Sure. It matches the window of the cell phone data for Mr. O'Keefe that puts it in front of 34 Fairview. So the backing event occurred somewhere between 12:32:04 and 12:32:12.
So I now want to turn to a different part of your study of this case.
Okay.
At some point,
You have to brake at some point. You can't just be in reverse and then like fire it into drive. You'll destroy your transmission. So there had to have been braking at some point. Like where is the braking happening? Like when does the braking happening? And if they're claiming that John was struck, it seems like it would have been right when that happened. Like, what's your instinct anytime that you're about to hit something or you jam on your brakes? Like anybody who has been driving for any amount of time, that's your initial instinct, right? I mean, I don't get that part. Like Bob's got to dig into this shit. Doesn't make any sense.
did you try to determine whether there was an intervening event that could have caused damage to the defendant's right rear taillight separate from a collision at Fairview?
I did.
Objection, Your Honor.
Oh, interesting.
So the form of the question is to Brennan.
Okay. At some point, when you looked at the data and analyzed this case, did you consider including or excluding evidence, or did you analyze evidence to reach a conclusion, including or excluding whether there was an intervening event that caused damage to the defendant's Lexus right rear taillight?
Yes, I did.
When you started your analysis, what information or claim or evidence did you become aware of that you wanted to analyze to include or exclude as the cause of that damage?
Sure. So my approach to this case is three prongs. I'm looking at the downloads, the technical information. I'm looking at this backing incident, and then I'm looking at Mr. O'Keefe's injuries and how they relate to the events, potentially. So the second prong, which is looking at this data. So I had a Ring doorbell video showing Miss Reed backing the Lexus out of Mr. O'Keefe's residence at approximately 5 o'clock in the morning. And so we wanted to look at the backing activity and whether that contacting Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, whether that was sufficient to cause, or what damage it could cause, and particularly was it sufficient to cause damage to the right rear tail light of the Lexus.
When you were asked to engage in the study, were you ever asked to reach a certain conclusion?
Never.
Was there
Sure.
ever any influence other than the data and facts on your analysis?
There's never been any influence. The influence, again, it's whatever the data shows.
When you engaged in whatever studies you undertook that you'll explain to the jury, were you given any direction or limitations on what you could or should do?
No.
When you received the information, did you understand, regardless of the result, it would be provided to everybody?
I guess generally, yes. I mean, I go through the data, I give you the results, you do with them whatever you see fit.
And in this case, when you decided to engage in that study, had you had an opportunity?
That was the biggest crock of shit answer I've ever fucking heard. If you think any juror believes that a hired gun is just like, oh, I'm just gonna go. What happens is lawyers get an oral or verbal representation from a potential expert so that it's not in writing. Because if a report is generated, we have to turn it over. So we don't ask them to generate a report first. We want an initial kind of verbal report where they'll say, all right, yeah, I looked at it. Yeah, I can make this shit happen. Like, no jurors believing this. No jurors believing what he just said. There's no way.
Opportunity to review the ring video footage from Mr. O'Keefe's home on the morning of January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
Tell us how you went through your study, how you began and the steps you took, please.
Sure. Probably best on the slides. So one of the things we first did was to get an exemplar Lexus. What does exemplar mean? It just means I got the same exact year, make, and model vehicle as Miss Reed. So Miss Reed's vehicle is on the left-hand side, taken during my inspection. And then I found this exact same year, make, model, manufactured at the same plant, everything Lexus in Texas. So even though it looks like a European plate, it's a Texas plate. Purchased the vehicle, had it shipped out to California. So I verified that the Lexus is in fact the one he's doing. It looks like they're going to do what I asked the defense to do the first time, which was reenact it with the vehicles. We're about to see it. So he's circling back. Got the same exact one as Miss Reed's. These are all the standard equipment. Miss Reed's is on the left. My exemplar is on the right. It says Reed Lexus TIS. That's Toyota Information Services, Toyota Information System. So I ran it through TIS, which is the umbrella program under which TechStream runs. I also ran it through My Lexus, which is the Lexus website. And then started about doing what's referred to as a photogrammetric analysis of the video.
Can you explain to us what a photogrammetric, help me with the word.
Easy for you to say,
Photogrammetric. We're doing
Photogrammetric.
photogrammetry is a photogrammetric analysis.
What does that mean?
It's just a big fancy word to saying you're looking at data and photographs. And what we're trying to do is take two-dimensional images, say you get from video or photographs, and knowing some information about the photographs and some of the dimensions of things in the image, get or convert it to a three-dimensional space. In other words, be able to get exact three-dimensional measurements out of that two-dimensional image. So I had the video, just to show the provided video that I was given.
Good job, Loomis, Mom.
So Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. I don't know if you noticed, but there actually is contact between the vehicles. So one of the first things we wanted to do is determine the frame rate, which is how many video frames are played per second. Your normal kind of video camera has about 30 frames per second. Your standard movie is 25 frames a second. You know, a modern IMAX is like 60 frames a second. The frame rate of the camera, how many images it shows per second, because video and films are just single images played really fast. So it looks like motion. And so determining the time between each frame tells you how much time occurred. So if we know the time between each frame, and then we can figure out how far the vehicle moved, distance divided by time is speed. So we put it through a couple different programs. This is called AMP5. We got 19 frames a second. This is a specific forensic program called Axon Investigate, 19.8 frames a second. This is a publicly available program called FFMS. Same thing, 19.8 frames a second. Another program, Media Info, 19.8 frames a second. Anyways, 5 different sources, we're getting 19.8 frames a second. So then what we've done is add information now. So now that we know how many seconds each frame represents, we now put a clock back in to tie that into time. So it's the same exact video, except we have a frame counter now, and we have a time. So we have some information now on the time between each frame. So here's frame 0. This is frame 265. We're 13 seconds into it. Here's frame 305. Notice you see brake lights on the back wall here. Notice how they're not super red because you still have reverse lights on. Now they all go off. So the Lexus brake lights have been turned off at frame 353. 356. Lexus brake lights begin to come on. 357, they're back on. Lexus comes to a complete stop at frame 369. 384, the reverse lights turn off. So now look how red this is because we no longer have the white reverse lights in it. And you can see the Lexus starts to drive forward. So frame 825, this is after the Lexus has left the scene. But notice the tracks in the snow. So we have very definitive locations for the wheels of the Lexus. We lay over a grid on the various frames. So we then took the images and did what's called clarification, which is where you overlay images from multiple versions or multiple views of the same vehicle, and it helps sharpen the image, but it slightly dulls the color. So you get a little cleaner, crisper image. So here's Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle before clarification, after clarification.
Excuse me, Your Honor, pardon my interruption. Can you get numbers of the slides as we're toggling back and forth?
Sure.
Absolutely. Okay, I'll make an effort. So slide 76. You're welcome. Going to slide 77. We're going to focus in on this area here. So what we will actually show is where the snow was displaced in these 2 spots, spots right across from here and right across from here. If you could focus your attention on those. Slide 77. So slide 78. To bring this all together, we went out to Mr. O'Keefe's residence and took a scan, a laser scan. So you see the laser scanner over here. Laser scanner is right here. Fence hasn't changed position. The camera's changed slight position. We can account for that. So here's the subject video. We have the correct resolution. There's a new camera. It's going slightly faster frame rate. That just means we have different times between frames on the new camera, but we're simply using it for calibration to the old camera. It's the same container for the MP4, and it's using the same video codec. A video codec is how the computer encodes the video.
Next slide number, please.
Oh, yes, thank you, Your Honor. Slide 79. Slide 79, part 2. So really, we care most about is the resolution. So slide 80, you can see these are what are called control points. So from the laser scan, we locate these various points. So the 3D scanner knows the exact position of all these points on slide 80 in the image. And so what we can do is use this information in conjunction with the video to create a scaled version of the video. So when we have three-dimensional images or three-dimensional measurements, we can then use that to give us some three-dimensional information from our 2D video. So there's the points on slide 81. Slide 82, excuse me, slide 81, second part, we're basically just fading in. So what you see now, if I go back to the beginning of slide 81, this is the picture from the video camera. And then what you see here is, which is barely any difference, and that's because what we've done is we've now overlaid the points from the laser scan. So now each one of these little speckly points, we know the exact 3D coordinates of those. So we can now know the exact position of all these fence posts, all the positions on the driveway, and we can use that to calibrate. Going to slide 82. So using that information, it's called solving for the camera. We verify that we have appropriate residuals, meaning we don't have too much error. Slide 83. Okay, subject video. Then this is the subject video with the control points overlaid on it. That's a subject video where we're phasing in the laser scans of the scene, 84. So this is both on slide 84. I'm just toggling between the point cloud and the video. And what I'm trying to illustrate is how well we were able to overlay the point cloud onto the video data. So for example, if you say watch one of these fence post points up here while I toggle between the video there's the laser scan, there's the video. So we've done a good job. Again, the residuals show that we've done an adequate job of matching the data. Slide 85. So what I'm doing here is toggling between, this is the video of the car. Remember I told you I went out and I inspected Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle and did a laser scan of it? So we're now taking that laser scan of the video, or excuse me, of the vehicle, and overlaying it onto the car in the video. So this is the video image. That's the laser scan laid on top of it. So we know all the dimensions in the laser scan. We know all the dimensions in the scene of this. We have the tire tracks. We can create and take data points along the tire tracks, create a map of those. So green is the right rear. Again, the vehicle's backing out, coming, slide 87, coming out this direction, backing here, stopping, pulling. Pulling forward towards the bottom of the screen. Backing out here, pulling forward like here. Slide 88. So this is the Lexus lined up. This is when the Lexus has come to a complete stop. So this would be maximum engagement. Again, this is just toggling frame 88, showing that we have the time and the frame number. 369 on the same slide. We've now overlaid the Lexus laser scans on top of the image of the Lexus. So there's the video image, a still image that we took from the video. And here's where we overlay the laser scan of the Lexus. So we've overlaid the laser scan of the Lexus onto the Lexus. We've overlaid the laser scan of the Chevrolet onto the Chevrolet. And we've overlaid the laser scan of the scene onto the scene. So now what that allows us to do, we now know the position of everything in there. And we've also tracked the position of the tire tracks. So that's what it looks like if you overlay the computer model of Miss Reed's vehicle onto the tire tracks.
Slide over, please.
Oh, my apologies, Your Honor. Slide 89, and then I'm just toggling slide 89 where I turn the vehicle off so you can see how the tire positions match up. Another toggle of slide 89, how the tire positions line up with where the end of the snow was. From all that information, again, we lined it up in the video, we lined it up in the scene, we have the two vehicles. We can get the exact position of the vehicles when that Lexus stopped. So when that Lexus stopped, that's going to be the maximum engagement. So from that information, we can get the angle of the vehicle. We can get the degree of overlap, the impact configuration. And it's hard to see because of the angles and the.
Sure looks like the taillight can make impact with the Traverse to me. I don't know about y'all. 100% looks like it could make contact with the Traverse. I don't know.
Because these vehicles are not at right angles to each other. The exact contact. Now I mentioned, and we're on slide 94 now, that contact on the rear of the Chevy Traverse. So you can see we actually, and you can't see. So we took a whole bunch of data points within those two areas where the snow got dislodged. And we're looking at where that is. So if you look at that on the vehicle, so this is where it is on the rear of Mr. O'Keefe's Chevrolet. You can see it's about 25 and a half inches above ground, 32 and a half inches above ground. Here's Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. So these marks are kind of, this is the Chevy Traverse words, are approximately right here. Again, I had the opportunity to inspect Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. There's no damage where these marks are. So sure, it knocked the snow off, but it wasn't sufficient to cause damage to his vehicle. We then mapped that data onto Miss Reed's vehicle to look at where that height is. So you can see the only contact marks are down at the bumper level. I mentioned how that bumper sticks out. This is exactly where you'd expect it. So the only evidence of contact is nowhere near the upper taillight. I emphasize the word upper taillight because it is right in line with the lower taillight, but yet the lower taillight also was not broken. So again, 25 and a half, that's 24 right here, 25 and a half. That's 24 right here, 25, 25 and a half. That's right where that scuff mark was. It's also right at, again, the level at the top of that light. This light is not broken. I've looked at the front of it. I've looked at the back of it. I've looked all around it. It's not broken, and it sticks out further than the light above it. So using those positions, matching the overlay of the vehicles, we can get the speeds from that. We know where the Lexus is. We know how much time it is between each frame. So we know how far it moved. And so what we know is that when it first came to a stop, right before that, it was going about 0.7 miles per hour. So realistically, somewhere between a half to 1 mile an hour, just to account for some variations, but definitely going 1 mile an hour or less at impact.
Slide over, please.
Oh, thank you, Your Honor. Slide 99. That's the dimensions. Slide 102. Similar to what I said, no damage to that light, no damage to Mr. O'Keefe's traverse in that area. And then if I could, I would like to go back because I realized I skipped over something. So this is slide 85. So this is Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle before contact.
Where'd that slide go? Huh. Missing a slide. Huh. Can't find a slide. Fucking guy lost the slide. I lost the slide.
I don't know what happened this time.
I don't know where the slide is. Where's the slide? Help your guy out there, Hanko. You lost the slide, bruh. Well, I lost the slide.
The slide shows that there was snow here. Now there's no snow.
Okay, fuck off.
There.
You don't get to talk about
Dr.
objection.
Welcher, did you look
What?
on the driveway after
The slide that
the touching
disappeared?
between the two cars to see if you could see anything on the snow at the back of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle?
I didn't hear you. I'm still looking for my slide.
So referring to this slide, this is after the Lexus has pulled away. Looking in the snow, I see nothing in the snow.
Were you looking for anything in particular?
Of course I was. I was looking for taillight fragments.
In any of the videos that you have that show Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle after the defendant's Lexus touches it, do you ever see any remnants or shards or fragments of taillight on the ground?
I do not.
When you did your analysis and study, trying to include or exclude this touching as the source of damage to the defendant's Lexus rear right taillight, did you consider speed as part of that analysis?
I did. I considered speed, and then again, knowing we have the positions of the vehicle, we looked at the degree of overlap, and there's only about 2 to 3 millimeters of overlap between the vehicles, which is insufficient to cause the tail light that's recessed in from the edge on the right rear of the Lexus to contact the rear of the Chevrolet.
Considering all the data analysis that you did you come to a conclusion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty whether the right rear taillight of Miss Reed's Lexus was broken or damaged during the contact with Mr. O'Keefe's car at around 5:07 a.m. on January 29, 2022?
That impact did not break or crack that taillight.
Is that your opinion?
That's my opinion.
Is that to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty?
That's to a high degree of engineering certainty.
Wait, reasonable or high? Fuck. High degree is not a thing.
You mentioned there were 3 areas of study, and we've been through 2.
Correct.
Could you tell us what you focused on your 3rd area of study regarding this case?
All right.
So the third area of study, I'm now focusing in on the injuries, the at-scene physical evidence, taillight fragments, broken glass, things of that nature.
Okay, and when you conducted your studies and reached conclusions, did you, in your PowerPoint, provide slides to help explain your process and inevitably your conclusions?
Yes, sir.
If you can take us through the third section of your efforts regarding this case, specifically your efforts to identify the different pieces of evidence and your conclusions about a collision in this case,
Absolutely. Slide 104.
please.
Here we go.
So this is a,
Is this 105, Dr. Welcher?
I'm sorry, 105. Yes, sorry. Slide 105. This is a picture of Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, forearm, hand, and wrist. In anatomy, your arm is defined from your shoulder to your elbow, and then from your elbow to your wrist is your forearm, and then this is your hand. So technically, when you say arm, it really means from your elbow to your shoulder. Most people call this whole thing arm. It's actually the upper extremity. Arm is from shoulder to elbow, elbow to wrist is forearm and hand. So you can see I wrote arm and forearm. So arm, elbow to shoulder, elbow to wrist is forearm. So looking at the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe's arm, forearm, as well as his hand. So this is me. I'm actually 6 feet, half an inch tall. What you see in the upper right is the coroner's examination report for Mr. O'Keefe. He's 73 inches tall. That's 6 feet, 1 inch tall. At this time, I was 220 pounds. Mr. O'Keefe, at the time of this incident, was 216 pounds. So I took measurements of myself. I'm actually wearing the same make and size shoes as Mr. O'Keefe, the same brand of jeans as Mr. O'Keefe, the same brand and size shirt of Mr. O'Keefe. You see the Lexus in the background. We have matched the height to the Lexus. What I'm showing here is both my height, and then keep in mind where the height of this wing is relative to my right eye. So now I'm wearing, in addition, the same shirt and shoes, same type of sweatshirt, and actually the same kind of baseball hat. We tried to determine the exact glass from the waterfall grill, found out they were getting different ones at different times, but I ordered my glass from the same distributor that Waterfall Grill ordered their glasses from. So you can see in my right hand here, I have a glass. Here's a glass. It looks similar. It's from the same location. And then in the lower right photograph, what I've done is I've rolled up my sleeve, taken the sweatshirt off, and I'm going to look at how this contact pattern lines up. So the first set of slides, I'm simply standing next to the Lexus. We know we have a broken taillight. We know how scratches on Mr. O'Keefe's arm. I'm seeing how those may or may not relate to the height and position of the taillight.
Dr. Welcher, if you could back up one slide, I have a question for you. In the middle photograph, at the top of the Lexus, there's like a rim. What do you call that?
I call it a wind wing. I mean, it could be a wing.
Okay, thank you.
Air dam would be another. Okay, so I then set about to do a little bit of testing with the Lexus. The first test you're going to see is me just walking backwards, or actually sideways, into the Lexus. What I've done is I've painted the Lexus right rear tail light with what's called grease paint. Kind of sort of like paint, but it doesn't dry. And then I have backed up sideways, side shuffled into the Lexus with my arm out, see what the damage pattern looks like, or basically where someone of Mr. O'Keefe's height's arm would contact the rear tail light. So then what you see is I've shown the photographs again. I show the paint transfer onto my arm. The yellow grease paint on my hand was to show where my hand would hit the taillight. And so just kind of me walking slowly sideways into it, the approximate location of the taillight, and I'll line it up with the broken taillight in a second, lines up with the approximate location of the lacerations on Mr. O'Keefe's arm.
Dr. Welcher, let me ask you a question. When you're engaging in these demonstrations, are you attempting to try to show exactly how Mr. O'Keefe was struck?
No. So we don't know exactly how he was struck. And pedestrian impacts are extremely sensitive to exact angles. And so where exactly your foot is, whether your foot's off the ground, can have an effect on where you end up after that. We just don't have enough information in this case to determine all that information. We know the taillight was broken. We know the glass was broken. We know we have damage to the rear of the Lexus. We know we have lacerations in Mr. O'Keefe's arm. So I'm trying to see if there's any correlation between all those.
Well, can body posture on a clip or a side swipe collision change the trajectory or the injury?
Of course.
Can the way somebody moves or reacts before impact change it?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
What are other things that can change the trajectory of the person and the injuries?
So for example, if you get hit and knocked off balance or clipped and knocked off balance, you can take additional steps. That'll affect how far your body travels. If you have one foot on the ground versus the other foot on the ground, affects how the body rotates. If your arm is at 90 degrees or 85 degrees, will affect the kinematics. We attempted to model different possibilities, and we're getting results that were all over the map. Small changes in the pedestrian position give you huge change in the output. And so from the tech stream data, we don't know exactly when in the tech stream data he was hit. So we don't even know the exact impact speed. In most pedestrian reconstructions, you typically have a point where the impact occurred, like where the person was, like in the crosswalk, for example, and they get hit and their tire leaves a rubber scrub. That's called the area of impact or point of impact. You then can look at how far they were thrown and using some laws of physics, calculate how fast the car had to be going. Well, we don't have that in this case. We don't know exactly where Mr. O'Keefe was on the roadway when this happened. Sorry, I'm about to go to the next slide. Oh.
Without having an exact point of impact or an exact speed or an exact body position, are you able to specifically replicate the actual collision in the way Mr. O'Keefe's body would move?
Exactly replicate? No. And again, in terms of how he would move, again, we don't know where exactly on the roadway he started. So in terms of how he moved, that's a function of where he started. We don't know if when he was clipped, he took an additional step before falling backwards. So that will change how far you are off the roadway. So the impact, which you'll see in a second, even at 2 miles an hour, will induce rotation of the body. So depending on the speed, the higher the speed, the more rotation. So if I may, so slide 111, this is simply showing where I walk sideways, how this lines up with the location of the lacerations on Mr. O'Keefe's arm. Here's the post-contact scuffing on the taillight. Here's a picture of Miss Reed's vehicle on the right-hand side. So now I said, okay, that was me walking into the car. Let's have the car drive into me. I did this at very low speeds. And you'll see, and we'll throw this from 2 different angles. That's me showing I'm doing test 2. This is from a camera that we have pointing down at it. This is the speed. You'll see it's only about a 2 mile an hour impact. But even a 2 mile an hour impact redirects me back and causes me to rotate and take a step.
I can't wait to see the video with the exploding taillight. When's that come?
Yes.
It's fucking insane. This is insane. I love this though. This is insane. When does the exploding taillight happen? That's what I can't wait to see. So, like, is their theory going to be that the taillight just explodes suddenly and tears through his arm, like before he pirouettes? Like, I don't know. I don't know. So this is shaping up to be the war of the century between Aperture and Arca. This is amazing. All right, we got a little blooping. I don't know how much. Bob's saying he's over there at Sidebar saying everything this guy just said is bullshit. I mean, there's got to be there has to be the exploding taillight demonstration, right? I mean, we're gonna have to see it. Like, they're gonna have to do it. They're gonna have to do it. I'm gonna give this guy some credit. He stood back there at 2 miles an hour and took the beat. I mean, you can't recreate it because he's already turning out of it, so he's not taking the brunt of the impact. You know what I mean? It's like you can't recreate it unless he's willing to like stand there and really see how his body moves. Like, he's turning out of the way as soon as the impact is starting. So it's not a true representation. I'm surprised that Alessi didn't object beforehand. It's not a true and accurate representation of what would happen in any sense.
I'm missing it
you know
all.
what I'm saying? Like, if you're there and you're this guy and you're testing it out, as soon as the thing starts making contact, you not being caused by the vehicle itself, you yourself are starting to spin out of it so you don't get run over.
Are we still on direct?
Oh, you're missing all the shit. Yeah. Like, he just
did he do a pirouette?
Here, I got to show you this real quick.
Do a pirouette.
I'm going to show you real quick. We won't miss shit. I just want Allie to see what he did.
I'm sure this other lawyer's about to call me.
So,
Hold on. Watch.
very low angles.
Watch.
That's
Here
me
it is.
showing.
Look.
I'm doing test 2.
Oh,
Was that going 20 some miles an hour?
going 2 miles an hour.
This is from a camera that we have pointing down at it. This
He's
is the
holding a glass?
speed. You'll see it's only about a 2 mile an hour impact.
He's holding it like Rob in Trailer Park Boys, like at the Rob cocktail angle.
Make sure you're all the way back.
Back up.
And what that proved what happened to him?
That proved nothing.
That's what happened to John O'Keefe. He did what you wanted.
He's trying to line up the injuries on John's arm. So he says they perfectly line up. So he had the paint going. Now we have to wait to see the exploding tail light.
Is that coming? Because
I mean, it's not like the exploding tail light has to happen.
That he did.
The incredible exploding tail light. I can't wait.
He dressed up like John. He's wearing John's clothes.
He says same jeans, same t-shirt. At this point, I was 220 pounds. John was 216, or vice versa.
What in the hell is going on?
I don't know.
Are you sure you're all blooped up? You're at
I'm
real
blooped
time.
up. I'm blooped up. You can see the little red dot down there. That's
right.
always the telltale sign.
Don't worry. Wait, he even had a glass from the.
Yeah, he had a glass. He went to the waterfall, got shit.
No, did he go to the waterfall and get the glass?
Yeah, he went and got hammered and then came back over. He's drunk at that point. Everything's exactly as it is. We have to pretend there's snow there.
Oh, Lord. I
mean, he did come on. He said, like, I'll never be able to say exactly what happened because body position is everything in terms of, you know. So, I mean, he's made that image.
So they had a sidebar. Jury's still there.
Does Bob look worried? He doesn't look worried.
And what slide is this? I think I just can't see it. What slide is this?
114.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Just wait till the judge is done, Hank.
One moment, Dr. Welcher. When you were showing us this video, you walked to the side of the passenger side of the car, didn't you?
I did.
And why did you do that?
I was discussing with them what to do.
You were discussing with who what to do.
The driver.
In no way were you trying to imitate or give a demonstration of what you believed Mr. O'Keefe's movements to be.
Oh, no.
No, I just wore his clothes.
The speed's just 2 miles an hour. I was having a discussion with the driver about what we needed to do to conduct the test.
Yeah, don't gun it.
So when you
dude.
walked up to
Kill
the
me.
passenger
That's
side, it
something
wasn't to
like that.
replicate a study or a movement or give an opinion.
No, that
It
walking
simply-
had nothing to do with this case except for me instructing the driver what to do.
Except
Yeah,
for me
don't
wearing
run me
his
over,
clothes.
bro.
Sorry about that.
No apology necessary. Could you go back to the beginning when you were explaining this so we can go through it?
So this is the dynamic test 2.
Yeah, what a shitty day to get calls for you. Like, this is their whole.
So again, this is the
It's everything.
view from behind.
Ooh, look at that. Did you have a
Just to
bruise,
avoid
sir?
the confusion, I will start it here.
At 2 miles an hour, was your arm bruised the following day? Did you take some photographs of your arm?
Oh. Oh.
What speed is the car traveling?
Not moving.
You can see it.
Oh, the car's moving? I thought he was moving.
No, he actually stands back there and lets the car run into him. So
About 2 miles an hour.
Where'd that glass go? Stayed in hand?
That is the objection that we spoke about.
Is that his beverage in
Okay.
there?
All right, so that's noted, Mr. Larson.
So similar to the other test, this is the post-contact image of the
This is
transfers
bullshit. He
onto
just said it's
my
nothing
arm.
like what happened to him.
Actually, the
Is this a
yellow
fucking
paint.
joke?
You can see from my
He like
hand
rolled
is
like
here. This is from the arm and forearm. Here's the paint transfer pattern.
And that slide number,
I'm
Dr.
sorry,
Welcher?
I'm terrible with that.
That's
Slide
okay.
116 now. That was 115.
Thank you.
Slide 116. What I've done is I've taken these yellow lines to show the extension of the components on the rear of the exemplar Lexus. Then I've done this extension of those same components
God's sake.
on the rear of Miss Reed's Lexus and shown how the approximate location of the fractures in the taillight match up with the approximate location of the contact of the arm onto the taillight.
This
What?
is
Dr. Welcher,
insane.
do you have any
What happened to the bottom?
indication of how Mr. O'Keefe's arm was bent, what angle it was bent at?
It's exactly
Not
how it
exactly,
would need to
but
get
for
the paint
these
on
to
it.
be taillight shard fragments, they would need to be in the area of the taillight, but it could be further up. We know from the police photographs that there was a damage to the rear body panel in the area I'm searching here. So it's possible his arm was a little higher up and the glass
His arm
hit
damage.
the rear of the Lexus and
His arm
caused that
damaged
damage.
the car.
In the bottom right,
Excuse me, your objection.
I will strike that last part about.
All
This thing
speculation.
is so fucking
The whole
hilarious.
thing
the
is
purpose of the
speculation.
circle
What?
is
If this dude,
Are you fucking kidding me right
if
now?
this dude was, if that Lexus was going 24 miles an hour when it backed into this dude, this guy would have been under the fucking back tire. There's no spinning out of this. Like, this
I just
whole
don't
thing
know.
is, I cannot wait
What
till
in
the
the
clock.
world are we talking about here?
It's
He
crazy
said
world.
this is nothing like a reenactment, but
It's
I'm
a total
doing the paint
reenactment.
reenactment to show you how he got the paint on his arm. Meanwhile, he would have been under the fucking car.
Under the car,
Under the car.
plowed over.
for what, Dr.
One
Welcher?
down.
To show
I will strike that last part.
Yeah,
about-
I think so, Judge Canoni.
The purpose of the circle is for what, Dr. Welcher?
Show you
to
where the
show,
arm
in this
was
case,
at.
primarily the location of the lacerations up on the arm,
Where it would
upper
have
part of the
been
arm, and that they match up with the locations of at least the one remaining shard in the rear taillight of Miss Reed's Lexus.
Oh,
Looking at the picture of the
Wait,
Lexus
pause it a
bottom
second.
right
pause
middle,
a second.
are there
'Cause
any
I-
marks?
Clearly, I missed it. But how in the fuck did we get to the point that the taillight's already broken?
We haven't.
But he just said it lines up with the one remaining shard. When did it break?
We don't know. He hasn't gotten to the exploding taillight yet.
It doesn't.
He hasn't-
What in the fuck are they talking about?
It had to explode in
A
his world.
smooth taillight hit
simultaneous.
the arm.
It has to explode simultaneously. The shards have to magically tear through 2 layers of John's clothes, dig into his arm, and then he spins out of the way. It's going to be amazing. I can't wait to see the demonstration. I can't wait. I'm waiting with bated breath. It's
I
incredible.
just can't.
On the Lexus itself
The
that you
remaining
took note of?
shard.
Yes, it's on the next slide.
Thank you.
Actually, it's 2 slides. So there, again, this is the evidence marker. There was a horizontal scuff. We
Stuffing.
know
From his
Mr.
arm.
O'Keefe had blue jean type pants on.
Oh.
There's a scuff in the area that would approximately correspond to hip level for Mr. O'Keefe.
Next slide, please.
Yes, ma'am.
At
118.
22 miles an hour, it hit his hip.
24.
Did you describe what you saw on
24.
the bottom right-hand corner photo as well?
I believe, yes, I did. That's the scuff that lines up with the approximate height of Mr. O'Keefe's right hip. So then I included previous image that you've seen, slide 119, with the reconstructed photograph of the rear taillight, showing where some of the fragments are. You can see where those fragments are relative to the curvature of the taillight. They'd be in the area somewhat centered within the region of the 2 yellow lines on slide 119.
Is there anything about the photograph in the top right-hand corner that's important? If so, could you zoom in and show us?
So again, it's showing that this is when it's, I believe, in the Sally Port at the police station, showing that scuff on the right rear body panel.
Did you see any similar scuffs in the middle back of the car?
To what?
Sustained.
Did you see
That's
anything notable as far as damage to the middle back of this Lexus?
The middle,
Yes.
like back where the doors are,
Yeah.
The middle of the back of the car, did you see any similar damage to the middle? or
there
the
were
left?
scuff marks that ran along the bumper.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, continue, please.
What are those from, buddy?
So this is just showing his jacket he was wearing, that the puncture marks coincide to the marks on his arm. This is from the autopsy report. A couple things it notes: a 0.5 centimeter abrasion on his right lateral knee. He's got a laceration on his right eyelid.
Oh, like I'm ready for that one.
That corresponds to the height
Of what?
of that rear wind wing on the back of the Lexus.
Now
The car hit his eye?
Sustained.
The fucking car hit his
How tall
eye.
was Mr.
It's
O'Keefe?
getting better.
73 inches tall, 6'1".
And how high was that wing from the ground on the back of the Lexus?
It was about,
Wow. Oh my God, this is unbelievable. Now the
It's
wind wing
about-
hit his fucking eyeball.
What is
5
a
feet
wind
11
wing?
inches, maybe 5 feet 10 and a half.
It's like what
Thank
I
you.
would call a
Welcome.
spoiler. It's like that little weird kind of shelf thing at the top of the fucking leg, like at the
At 22 miles an hour?
yet his
Did you notice
Eyeballs.
anything about Mr. O'Keefe's right knee?
I noticed there was a 0.5 centimeter abrasion on the right lateral knee.
Did you note how high from his foot that bruise was on his knee?
We don't know the exact length of his knee. The abrasion appears to be right here at knee level. If you go back and look at where my knee is, that would be at the approximate level of the bumper.
And could you focus in on the bumper to show it relative to the height of your knee?
Sure.
How tall is he?
About the same height as John.
Wow. He's John's
Give or take.
doppelganger.
So my knee is approximately right here.
Show us,
This is where the
cameraman.
bumper is. So the side of Mr. O'Keefe's knee will be in this general area.
So wait, when
Okay, thank
he's
you.
You're welcome.
they didn't even show us the picture. Pause it a second.
Sir, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of
Oh,
engineering
sure.
certainty about the lacerations on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm and forearm regarding its orientation relative to the broken taillight on the defendant's Lexus?
Yes. Your Honor, may I read my report, my opinion?
Okay.
The location and orientation of the laceration on John O'Keefe's right forearm and arm are consistent with the geometry and orientation of the right taillight of the Reed 2021 Lexus LX 570.
After considering these three different subjects that we discussed, the tech stream data, analyzing
About to be
the
done.
touching between the defendant's Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe's car, and then your demonstrations regarding the injury to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, did you consider further evidence in reaching any conclusions as an accident reconstructionist and a biomechanical engineer?
Yes, I did.
Could you turn us to slide 124, please?
Weren't we supposed to fix it not to be biomedical?
So this is some of the location of the physical evidence.
What? You know where the physical evidence was found? Because we don't. The cops don't. Nobody does.
Red plastic, clear plastic.
In the bushes?
His point of rest was indicated to be 7 feet off the roadway. There was a sneaker that was found near the curb. There were various fragments of taillight found in the snow on the morning of the incident, as to the afternoon of the incident.
Could you zoom in on those photos so that we can see the dates?
The date?
Yes.
Oh, sure.
Wait, he can't.
January 29th at 5:46 p.m. This one's at 5:52.
Why aren't they objecting to that? Are these already into evidence? Because how's he using
One's at 5:50,
pictures? We don't know the
5:59.
date. He's authenticating his own.
This one
pictures?
down here is at 5:46.
Yes, deja vu.
So there were
please.
various fragments of the taillight that were ultimately pieced back together and determined to be from
Seems like he's done. Never going to touch it.
Miss Reed's right rear taillight. Additional evidence was found. This is taken on the afternoon of the accident, again, around 5:50 p.m.
Could you zoom in, please, for us?
Sure. So what
That's
you
evening,
see here was later identified as Mr. O'Keefe's right shoe.
And this slide number, Dr.
What
Welcher?
color is this one?
Yes, ma'am. 127.
Could you show us the time and date, please?
Changing shoe.
January 29th at 5:50 p.m. So
Please
a
tell me-
series of photographs. Again, you can see on the right-hand photograph
Oh, there's.
that this is the roadway. This is the curb. The grass will be up towards the top of the right image on slide 127. The shoe is found, up against, in the roadway, up against the edge of the curb. Baseball hat. Again, acquired the same baseball hat. Baseball hat was also found
Same hat.
in the snow. You
He
can
wore the same
see-
hat.
I want you, before you move ahead, the baseball hat, could you give us a close-up view and also the date and time?
So that's where it's buried in the snow.
Nook's not happy.
These were taken on February 3rd. I'm not sure what time it was.
Just because you typed it there. That's how you know?
There was also red liquid identified, I believe they indicated to be blood in the snow as well.
And could you give it?
I'm going to sustain that objection and strike the last part of it.
What?
I
Which
You don't need
part?
to come to Sidebar, right?
Just
The blood
describe the
part?
color of what you saw rather than what it was.
Oh,
There was red coloration in the snow.
And could you give us that date? if
No,
it's different than
you didn't see
February
that.
3rd?
I thought
you
that was
saw
February
solo
3rd as well.
cups.
Is there a date on the photograph to the left?
Is there pictures of the blood in the snow? I can't remember.
I don't see one.
Okay.
Oh, well,
Do you know if those photos were taken by the Canton Police Department?
oh, that's blood in the snow. Okay.
Do you know when exactly those photos were taken?
I don't.
No.
Except I have them dated as February 3rd. But I think that may just be the baseball hat photos.
Okay, can you continue?
You don't know shit.
Then we have photos of a broken glass. Surrounded by red marks in the snow.
Makes a lot more sense. He cut himself on the glass.
This, by the way, is the flagpole.
When are we
That slide
ever
number,
getting
please,
to
Yes,
this?
ma'am, 129.
Thank you.
Slide 130.
Can you enlarge that and explain to us what that is?
Yeah,
Sure.
please.
So at the bottom, it indicates where it's from. So this was from a presentation I gave looking at pedestrian injury biomechanics back in 2005.
Hmm.
And what it's showing is where what are the most common injuries in pedestrian impacts.
Mm.
So what it shows is head injuries are the most common injury in pedestrian impacts. So on the right-hand side, it's all
Where's
injuries
the eye injury?
you can see of all the individual study.
That's
The highest
Always
prevalence or
done on,
highest or most common injury
the wing thing.
was head injuries. In those that sustained severe life-threatening injuries, again, the highest was also head injuries. So head injuries are very commonly associated with pedestrian impacts.
Mm. What about those eye injuries?
This
often
is anatomical drawings just to help you understand the anatomy. The middle section here is from Mr. O'Keefe's autopsy
Fracture.
report. The lower right diagram, the green line represents the fracture lines, predominantly here, at least in the base of the skull.
All right, Crapature. Thanks, Lexus.
So in the
I love it.
biomechanical and forensics just means the legal related scientific industry, there's something called hat brim line or hat line analysis. And
What
what
about
it
ass
is it's
fuck
looking
analysis?
at where the hat line you can imagine is where the brim of a hat would be. And what it is, it's literature that's looking at where head injuries from falls commonly occur.
I'll strike, I'm going to strike. I'm strike. Yes, yes.
Take your shit down.
Take
Crap,
your
sure.
shit down, mofo.
No, that was 132. I moved it because you said to take
It's
it out.
gone, Crapature.
Did I miss the exploding taillight?
They have not talked about it. If it didn't happen before I got
Can
here,
strike something that means-
how the hell the taillight got broken? Deja Vu and I are still
Continue, Dr. Welcher.
waiting.
So, Your Honor, I need to go past that slide.
Okay, go ahead, go ahead.
Is he going?
This
to
is the
say
next slide.
to hit the fire
So
hydrant.
ARCA is not watching. They shouldn't be watching.
Okay. if
Well, I
you can
don't know if
continue.
They
experts
have the
are.
Sure.
report. They have this guy's.
So I
No, but-
provided peer-reviewed scientific literature
Pause it a
that
second.
looked at a metric where they were.
She asked early on if they wanted their expert excluded from the sequestration order, because a lot of times experts do watch the testimony of the other expert that they're rebutting.
Well, I'm assuming that wasn't the case here, since Bob was complaining bitterly about their experts, namely
No.
Shannon and Welcher, watching Whiffen.
That's not the one they're rebutting.
Wait, what?
They're not rebutting Whiffen,
Who's not rebutting Whiffen?
Welcher, and
No, I'm talking about that Bob was
Got it.
bitching about these guys watching Whiffen.
Correct. They're not rebutting Whiffen. So why would they be watching him? They're not supposed to be watching him. But a lot of times you can have your expert who's rebutting their expert sit in and hear what their expert said. So I'm assuming they're not in the courtroom, but whether or not they're allowed to watch this, we're not sure as we sit
Yeah,
here.
I don't know what the
possible.
sequestration order is. I haven't seen it.
Or
So-
publishing that.
Did you have something else?
Sure.
Well, I was just going to ask about
So I
KC's
provided peer review.
question. Is
Huh?
he going to say she hit the fire hydrant first at 25 miles an hour and then hit John? I don't think so, because there's no corresponding damage to the car for hitting a fire
That
hydrant.
fire hydrant wouldn't come anywhere near that taillight. You kidding me?
Well,
Fire
he was underneath the vehicle. Who knows what the hell this guy's talking about?
I don't know.
He's
It's
just
crazy.
making shit up
It's making shit up.
because he was wearing the right clothes. Well,
This is
I
the
was
next
wearing the
slide.
same shirt and hat.
Okay, if you can continue.
Sure. So I provided peer-reviewed scientific literature that looked at a metric where they were publishing research trying to delineate falls versus blows or assaults. And so this metric is
This
in that
metric.
scientific literature.
Mm-hmm.
They looked at a total of 400 different events, 235 falls, 165 assaults. And so you can see
What about a fall during
where
an
it says
assault?
mandible. So mandible is your lower jaw.
Can you enlarge that a little bit, please?
Your Honor, pardon the interruption. I'm moving to strike.
Yeah, you know,
Let's take that slide down. and let
when
me see the
cops
slide.
beat people, they don't punch them in the jaw, do they, babe?
No.
They'll use a phone book.
Yeah. And then lie about it.
Yeah, cops know how not to punch people in a way they'll punch. All right, wait a second. First of all,
What you got? I mean, there has to be some explanation of the tail light.
yeah,
Like
a smooth tail light doesn't do that.
It cannot happen simultaneously.
No.
It's impossible.
I
There's-
thought he
there's
was going to
no way.
say the car hit the cup shattered the tail light, and at the same time somehow
Right. It's a
Then-
magic bullet theory. It's like, it's insane.
the car hit the cup, which shoved his arm into the broken thingy. And then he kept going. I mean, what in the fucking... All right. What does this question mean? Oh, God, I got to take this. For God's sakes, people.
Oh, you're right in the middle of it. You're right in the middle of it. Let me see. I don't know if I have any blooping. I don't think so. Maybe a little bit. Very little bloopage. Oh, perfect. Bloopage. Whoa, what's going on here? Got the elephant trunk up is fully going.
Absolutely.
No talking, court still in session.
We're going to remove the heading on each one of the slides. I don't want to repeat what it says. On each one of them. Thank you. And now, that's all I was going to do. And I'm going to now move into this to see if there's anything else in the report to be raised.
So it starts on page 124. Is that right, Mr. Brennan and Mr. Lessie?
I don't have the whole one in front of me.
Dr. Welcher, is that where it starts?
That appears to be, Your Honor. Yes. 124.
Start now 123. I have to start.
I actually have 122 is already redacted, but I have it at 123 as well.
All right, I don't have it on 123.
123 was a blank slide.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I have 123 as a blank slide.
Okay. So
So from-
124.
Triple M, you do not have that. For 124.
That it is. Thank you.
Yep. What?
124 through 138, is that accurate, counsel?
Checking, I believe it is.
Chrissy? Do you need a break? Do you need 5 minutes?
Chrissy's fine. She's fine.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So if you could do that for us,
Absolutely. Your Honor.
Dr. Welcher.
I'm doing it right now.
We can bring the jurors back.
Your Honor, if we could just, now I just want to look at the rest.
Okay,
2 minutes, and then
Sure.
Your Honor asks us to do that.
sure.
Hey. God. So, like, wait a second. Is his direct done? Hold on, I'm rewinding. He's not done, is he? Did I miss him being like, I'm done? That's it. Thank you, doctor. Thank you. All right, I want to rewind it. He's not done with direct, is he?
Okay, if you can continue.
Sure. So I provided peer-reviewed scientific literature that looked at a metric where they were publishing research trying to delineate falls versus blows or assaults. And so this metric is in that scientific literature. They looked at a total of 400 different events, 235 falls, 165 assaults. And so you can see where it says mandible. So mandible is your lower jaw.
Can you enlarge that a little bit, please?
Your Honor, pardon the interruption. I'm moving to strike.
Yeah, let's take that slide down and I'm going to see you at Sidebar, please.
All right, so that was it. So Hank's still going. Okay. All right.
You want it on the record?
Do you,
Okay, well, we got some more shit here. Got some hot mic shit happening. A lot of moving parts right now. Yeah, I don't know, Casey.
Your Honor, Mr. Fred has given me permission to confirm.
There's got to be some explanation of the exploding tail light.
sure, and it won't be on the record, right?
Yes.
You want it on the record?
Do we need it on the record?
No, thank you.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Please turn to slide 137.
Oh, thanks, Brian.
Good opportunity.
51DD membership. Tracy, thank you. Appreciate you both so much.
Your Honor, you struck one slide. I'm sorry.
I didn't strike we struck it subject to going back once the heading's on, right?
Correct. There may be, depending upon what's in the video, there may be more. That's why. we're
Right,
saying,
but the
everything-
ones, all right, so. we
So I can go back and show them.
Yes.
I don't want to offend the court.
Okay,
Oh, we're all offended, sir. We are all offended with your bullshit.
so are we starting on slide 132?
132, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
I wish I could play the clip of Kevin Costner with the magic bullet theory. So then the bullet took a left-hand turn and then somehow reversed and came back and went through the arm and then up and around and took a right-hand turn and then went back through the. I mean, that's what the shit this is. I mean, like, I don't know what's more inexplicable, the eyelid cut being caused by the wind wing or whatever the hell he calls it, or the magical exploding time. Like, I mean, either way, they're both just insane. I mean, like, if you're a juror, you're just sitting there in bed tonight, you're like, what? Like, how does the tail light cause the arm thing? Like, how does that happen at the exact moment of impact? how does that, like, common sense has to just be like, what in the fuck is this guy talking about?
PowerPoint is ready on the screen.
It looks like it's up. Is it ready, Dr. Welcher?
You got me scared when you asked me that. I need to double check.
Oh, he's just so adorable, isn't he, Bev?
Yes, I believe I redacted everything and we are on slide 132. Thank you. And by the way,
It appears that way to me, Mr. Lessie. From here.
the battery died on this.
Okay, thank you.
Whoever in charge of it. I mean, I brought my own, fortunately, but actually, no, I can't find mine.
Oh, Ms. Gilman has one.
Oh, backup. All right.
Troy.
Equally bad. These laser pointers do not work on those monitors.
Yeah, we've had that.
I had to turn the mic off. I was Kraken, thank you. I motion all who think Reed is guilty after this witness shall forever be bequeathed upon the Commonwealth as residency or Delphi, Indiana. As a resident, I think, of Delphi, Indiana. Pick your poison. Yeah, I mean, for sure. Thanks, Kraken. Billy Juno says, I genuinely think your idea, Bob, of getting hit by Allie at 24 miles an hour would be more scientific than this speculative bullshit. Yeah. I don't know. Should I really take one for the team, y'all? Let's see how that shit goes. Thanks, Billy. Gen X, thank you so much for your generosity, per usual. Johnny Miller, need clarification, please. This seems sloppy. I believe he has 6 answers struck. Am I wrong? Need your opinion. I mean, there's been a lot of stuff has been stricken for certain. A lot of it. At least 6. That she's actually stricken that I can recall. Thank you for that, John. Thank you, little miss. All right, we're back. We back. Yeah, we're never getting to cross today, kids. I'll tell you that.
Dr. Welcher, if you could return to slide 132. Actually, 133, Dr. Welcher.
Is that me or? $132 or $133?
133, please. The next one after that.
So we did skip over 132.
So we skipped over that one as well. Keep going. There we go. If you can enlarge that just a little bit for us.
Sure.
Now, you mentioned that there was studies that talk about guiding the difference between potential injuries.
Correct.
Can you explain that?
Sure. So I gave 3 papers and someone's dissertation on this issue. They are creating a analysis methodology to differentiate whether the nature and pattern of injuries are more consistent with a fall or more consistent with an assault, or they're calling it blows.
Okay, could you walk us through what this chart means?
Sure. So this is their flow chart in terms of their assessment. So it starts at the very top. You can see they analyze a total of 400 events, 235 falls, 165 blows or assaults. So what you do is you ask yourself on the first set of arrows, you look at the mandible, the jaw. And MRS, as you can see at the bottom down here, refers to a simple fracture or multiple fractures. A is no fracture. Mr. O'Keefe has no mandible fracture. So that means we go down this row. It then looks at all facial fractures. So these are the bones that constitute the face. So if you have a facial fracture, you go to your left. If you have no facial fracture, you go to the right. So if you have some event, no mandible fracture, no facial fracture, what they've indicated that is predominantly associated with falls and not assaults.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
In addition, did you do any further study on the force of a person falling back and landing on their head?
Oops, I did.
Could you
So what I did was I did what are called drop test. I took an anthropomorphic test device, ATD, was just a fancy name for a crash test dummy, and dropped it backwards onto a hard surface to look at what happens if you were to say fall backwards and hit your head onto a hard surface. So on this particular photograph of Mr. O'Keefe in the upper left, there's noted to be abrasions above the fracture line in the area. You can't see that at all. You can see noted to be abrasions right here. Your Honor, I brought a hat. That was the one I used in my testing. May I put it on and demonstrate something?
Mr. Lessie,
If you would like a sidebar, or I can.
are you objecting?
I am objecting.
That's sustained. No, you can't put it on.
Okay, so I will show you the dummy testing I did. Watch when the shoulders hit the ground, then the head hits the ground. It creates kind of an arc path that will drag and slide objects up the head. So if you have something such as a baseball hat, it'll cause it to drag across the scalp, dragging it up to a similar location to where these abrasions are.
Wait a minute. Wait a
So here's the
minute.
testing. Again, this is a
Hold up.
crash test
Pause
dummies
it.
you see on television.
Wait, for what? I just
This
want
I'm
is
sorry.
myself.
Wait.
demonstration.
Okay, but is he saying that some part of the abrasion to the back of his head?
Yes, he's saying that the
Well-
abrasions at the back of the head were caused by John O'Keefe's hat sliding up.
But
this.
they already put an expert on to say the entire thing is consistent with the head.
That's the wound itself. This guy's talking about abrasions beneath the wound.
What's his name didn't talk about any brain surgeon guy didn't mention any abrasion.
That sounds like a Commonwealth problem.
Yes, it sure as fuck does. Nothing exploded yet, right? While I was gone.
No explosions.
No
They're giving me
explanation
similar
for-
instructions, telling them what we're going to do.
What are these two doing?
All right.
Sit and watch.
Ooh.
Shoulders come in, then the head contacts the ground. What you see is if you fall backwards and land on a very hard surface or hard surface, you'll get extremely high loads on the head.
Does he put his
If you
elbows
compare
in
that
the
to
ball?
data in the science,
I'm sorry to interrupt.
You're
Yeah,
done.
Please explain what the chart is before you explain.
oh, sure. This chart up here,
Nope, the next page.
right,
You can enlarge it, tell us what it is before you get into the details.
absolutely. So this is actually kind of a famous study that was published, one of the first studies
Famous.
looking at head fracture or skull fracture tolerances. So what you see, the portion at the back of your skull is called the occiput bone. So that bone, if you put your hand in the back of your head, is your occiput.
What?
Oh,
So we're
God, I was
looking at
waiting. I was like, he didn't say
Occiput
anything.
impacts.
He said boner.
And what you can see is that when they took
So proud of
cadaver
you.
skulls and dropped them from as low as 40 inches onto a hard surface,
Mhm.
they were getting linear fractures. And you can see even at 40 inches, there is called a stellate fracture.
Okay.
Stellate means star-like. You
But
get
what about
a
when they're hit?
fracture that goes out like a star.
6,000-pound vehicle.
So even at a
24 miles an hour.
40-inch drop height, you have sufficient force when landing on a hard surface to cause skull fracture and a level 3 type skull fracture.
Ooh.
So Mr. O'Keefe, again, is 73 inches tall. His occiput is about 4.6 inches down from the top of his skull. That means it would fall a total of about 73 minus 5 would be 68. So just under 6 feet. So 72, 4 inches under, so 5 foot, 8 inches is the fall height. What is data showing that even at a fall height as low as 40 inches onto a hard surface, you can get fairly severe skull fractures.
But I want to hear more about the occiput boner.
Dr. Welcher,
Bob.
regarding
Hey,
the third part of your
He
analysis,
said it.
did you come to a conclusion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty? Whether or
Engineering
not
certainty.
the defendant's Lexus collided with Mr. John O'Keefe on the evening of January 22nd, January 29th, 2022.
Sir.
Around 12:32 a.m.
Yes.
Before you give me your opinion,
Okay.
I'd like you to share with the jury what that opinion is based on.
Sure. So it's based on the 130 slides you've seen, based on my personal inspection of the Lexus, the correlation of the text stream data with the infotainment data, as well as Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone data. It's looking at, I guess, where the taillight wasn't broken. It's looking at the physical evidence at the scene in terms of
Where
taillight
was
fragments,
it broken?
glass fragments, red color in the snow. We have the cell phone data, the location and position of the arm lacerations, the air temperature at the time indicative of sufficient to freeze, the location of the fracture on the back of his head relative to the scientific literature, my testing of forces available falling onto a hard surface, published science on the fracture forces associated with falls.
Hmm.
And I'm sorry, I'm reading from my report. I'm reading from my report.
Is the vehicle 6,000 pounds, babe?
Yeah, the Lexus is.
Probably it's more complete if I read my report.
The objection is.
Exactly. There was no biomechanics in here at all. They haven't even explained how the taillight exploded. It's like they're just skipping that part
Okay.
altogether. Is that what they're doing?
Okay, Dr. Welcher, let me ask you again. Based on your analysis, data available, reviews, study, based on the fact that you are an accident reconstructionist and a biomedical engineer, have you reached an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty whether the defendant's Lexus struck Mr. John O'Keefe on January 29, 2022, around 12:32 a.m.?
Yes.
And could you share the bases of your opinion before I ask you your ultimate opinion?
Sure. So again, you've seen my slide presentation. I've inspected the Lexus. I've looked at where it wasn't damaged. I've inspected the taillight. I got an exemplar Lexus. I ran lower speed contacts to verify that the injury pattern and location on the arm is consistent with the height and orientation of the taillight. I have looked at fracture tolerance data for falling backwards onto hard surfaces. I've looked at the metrics of where his injuries were and what injuries he didn't sustain. I've looked at the cell phone data, and then I've looked at Miss Reed's interviews as well.
Based on all the evidence you considered, could you share with the jury what your opinion is to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty about whether the defendant's Lexus struck Mr. O'Keefe on January 29, 2022, around 12:32 a.m.?
I can answer. Yes, based on the totality of the evidence, DNA, everything I've talked about, that is consistent with that happening with a reasonable degree of scientific certainty. That is what happened.
That is what happened. Fucking strike it. What just happened?
I'm sitting here
Dumbfounded.
absolutely stunned. So this guy is just the most important part of the entire case for the Commonwealth is the taillight exploding. And this guy gave zero explanation of any kind, whether it be scientific, whether it be biomechanical. He gave zero explanation as to how the taillight came to be in that particular like end result in terms of the Sally port. Like, how did it explode? We heard nothing from this guy. Is this it?
Hey, here's what ChatGPT said.
Oh,
Okay.
thank God. Thank God for the robot.
All right. I said, if a person is struck with a 6,000-pound SUV traveling 24 miles per hour and falls back and hit his head on hard ground, how severe of a head injury would you expect? He does this whole physics of the impact and math and kinetic energy thing and says blunt force trauma to the torso, pelvis, or limbs, risk of multiple fractures, internal bleeding, organ damage, body likely thrown or spun violently backward, hitting the head to the ground. This is a second high energy impact, a common cause of fatal traumatic brain injury. Did they say he had a traumatic brain injury? Huh? Hello? What's
I'm dealing
happening?
with Scout. Ask the chat. Hold on.
Oh, Bob is busy. I don't remember if they specifically said that or not. A skull fracture, which he did have, epidermal or subdermal hematoma can cause brain herniation in minutes to hours. Contact brain contusion, he does have that. I don't know about this diffuse axonal injury, cervical spine injury, especially with a fall backwards. 24 miles per hour is sufficient to cause severe or fatal head injuries in the vast majority of adult pedestrians. Severe traumatic brain injury is almost certain. Then it says unless the collision was a glancing. So now I just got to see how do you have a glancing?
Yeah, no, like here's where I'm at. Okay, this guy just testified that and gave a demonstration how all the gouges in the arm were caused by the taillight. In order for that to have happened, that means that the taillight couldn't have been just shattered. It had to have exploded out so that it tore through 2 layers of clothing, somehow caused the damage in all those different areas, exploded. And he gave zero explanation of it. Nothing. Like nothing. Okay. I mean, good. How do they think that they're going to be able to sell this shit to the jury with no explanation of how those? I mean, wow. I'm like, okay. I mean, good. I'm thrilled. I mean,
pedestrian studies.
The reason he didn't give an explanation is because there is none. It's really a rhetorical question. There is no way for him to explain. If there would have been a reasonable scientific like explanation for that, I promise you he would have given it. The fact that he didn't tells you all you need to know. His science is faulty. His silence is deafening as to that issue. It's huge. It's like he cannot come up with an explanation for it. He just can't do it. Believe me, you don't think this guy wanted to be able to try to explain that? Except unless it's coming, it doesn't seem like it's coming because he just gave his final opinion. Oh God, there's so much for Alessi to attack here. It's going to be now you know why Brennan was fighting so hard to keep Arca out. I mean, this guy couldn't come up with an explanation for the taillight explosion. Like, didn't even posit anything as to how that occurred. And I saw everybody ask, which of course would leave.
Oh, got it.
What happened?
Got it.
Did the robot solve
it? Robot solving everything. Okay. So I said, Could such an event, because I was like, all right, because he was like, unless it was a glancing. I'm calling my guy a he, but I don't know why. And it was like, yeah, even a glancing blow from a 6,000-pound SUV traveling 24 miles an hour could generate enough force to throw a person several feet, cause a skull fracture, even if they strike their head. If they strike their head on a hard surface and it goes over, some other things, you fall backwards, you lose your footing. So I'm like, okay, well, could such an event occur without any other bruises or injuries to the body, but for the skull fracture? Yes, it's entirely possible that a person can sustain an isolated skull fracture from a glancing blow of a 6,000-pound SUV traveling 24 miles an hour without any other visible bruises, injuries to the rest of the body. But, hence my last question. Okay, but with such contact, would there be damage to the SUV, such as a shattered taillight? Excellent question. The short answer is no. It is highly unlikely that a glancing blow to a person would result in something as dramatic as a completely shattered taillight on a 6,000-pound SUV unless specific high-force conditions were met. And then, of course, you'd expect to see some corresponding injuries now. So you can't have both, according to chat.
The
You
robot.
can't have both. You can't have no damage to the body, but all this damage to a soft body like a human, especially in a glancing contact, is not dense or rigid enough to shatter a taillight.
So did you ask that? Liz had said, Allie asked ChatGPT how much force it would take to shatter the taillight and if a human arm could produce that much force.
To shatter.
I mean, they didn't say anything, Megan. You don't have to believe it because they didn't say it. There was no explanation. It's like this big gaping hole in the state's theory. We had the amazing paint demonstration, but we had no explanation as to how the injuries were actually caused
Okay.
by an exploding taillight.
Chat says, great question. Because I added something to whose question was this?
It was Liz Essen. Thank you, Liz.
Thank you, Liz. How much force would it take to shatter a taillight? And can a human arm cause such force? Question mark. What if the person was holding a cocktail glass in their hand at the time? How much force does it take to shatter a taillight, and whether a human arm with or without a cocktail glass could realistically generate the force? They didn't give me the answer yet. All right. So most modern SUVs are polycarbonate, or acrylic plastic. Typical force threshold based on engineering tests. Polycarbonate taillights can withstand impacts of 10 to 30 foot-pound of force for fracturing.
They're calling it for the day.
Damn it. A direct strike with the hand. Oh, with a hard, not hand. Jesus.
If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. And please be very careful with your social media. So we'll see you tomorrow. Oh, I'm sorry. We're starting an hour late tomorrow. Is that what
Oh, thanks. Thanks for that. Late start.
We'll start at 10 o'clock tomorrow. So we'll see you at 10 o'clock. The court officers will tell you about your specific directions.
So that's an 8:50 start for us. So Mickey says, thank you, Megan. Mickey says, while we don't buy it, I'm worried for Karen. The unknowing jury could possibly buy it. And him tossing in those interviews, definitely Brennan coached. I mean, that's what I was saying. If you don't walk out of the state's case in general, feeling like, all right, I'm a little concerned or I'm very concerned, then they haven't done their job at all. And here,
All right.
Dr. Welcher.
Dr. Welcher can step down. I know he has to come back and have his
So
equipment.
just leave everything here.
And then you'll come back in 5 minutes.
Roger.
All right.
come back
Yes,
5
please.
minutes. All right. let's get
All
into
right.
it.
So, Mr. Alessi, I will hear you as to your objection.
you, Your Honor. Would you like me to go to the podium or stand?
Right there's fine, and let's try and wrap this all up by 4 because I've already heard you at sidebar.
We'll do so, Your Honor.
That means both of you I'll hear from within the next 5 minutes. Go ahead, Mr. Lessie.
Thank you, Your Honor. The point number 1 is the question of whether, based on a reasonable degree of scientific or engineering certainty, he has an opinion whether a collision occurred. I'm going to give a dramatic and accurate example that happens in courts all the time equivalent. So by analogy, if the issue is whether or not a defendant has stabbed an individual and caused a certain event, that is the ultimate question for the jury. That question is never permissible in a trial. By analogy, this is the exact analogous situation. The question of whether there was a collision is the ultimate question for the jury. That is why we are having this trial. The defense strongly asserts there was no collision, and there is substantial evidence to that. We are going to cross-examine Dr. Welcher. We are going to put in our own strong case to demonstrate no collision occurred. That's no surprise. It was in our opening statement. This witness cannot, by precedent for years, opine on the ultimate question that is going to the jury. I accept, subject to evidentiary issues, the 2 questions that a biomechanist always answers in these situations. Is the damage to the vehicle consistent with a pedestrian hitting the vehicle? And are the injuries to the individual consistent with being hit by a motor vehicle? Those are the questions that are permissible, not the collision question. It is resoundingly improper in this trial, in any trial where that is the ultimate conclusion for the jury. Yes, an expert can offer opinions, but every expert is bounded by the extent of their opinion, and that opinion on whether there was a collision would invade the province of the jury and the whole purpose why we are here, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Brennan.
So what Mr. Lisi is arguing is that in their opening statement, they repeatedly invaded the province of the jury because they must have asserted vehemently over and over again there was no collision, over and over and over again. And he just told you that when his expert takes a stand, they'll have abundant evidence that there was no collision. This case is about the collision, but that is not the ultimate issue. The ultimate issue is manslaughter or mens rea for second-degree murder, not collision.
Bullshit.
They don't get to define the prosecution's case. They do not get to define or limit the prosecution's opinions. They have no case law. They have no study. They have no jurisdiction or jurisprudence to say what we are limited to. He's entitled to an opinion. His opinion is not limited to whether or not the defendant struck Mr. O'Keefe. That evidence is obvious. It's not whether or not there's damage to the car or Lexus. That evidence is obvious. He also is an enormous part of a biomedical engineer and an accident reconstructionist. He studied the tech stream data. They didn't. He did. And he's entitled to give an opinion. The tech stream data, based on fact and science and data, tells us when, if you put it together with other evidence, and where, when you contribute it with other evidence, this collision actually occurred. We don't have to play peekaboo and close our eyes to the reality of the fact that the evidence supports the conclusion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty that the defendant struck Mr. O'Keefe with her Lexus in front of Fairview Road. I am not interjecting the defendant. I always refer to her car, so it is sanitized, her Lexus. I've been careful about that. I don't have to, but I'm very careful about it.
Oh,
He is
that makes a difference.
The tech stream data, the physical evidence, is independent studies. He is allowed to offer an opinion about whether the injuries are consistent with the damage to the car, or whether the damage to the car is consistent with the injury to Mr. O'Keefe. And he's also allowed to answer, in his opinion, the issue of a collision, putting aside the fact that that was emphasized and repeated in the opening statement, and it's going to happen again when
Opening statement's not
It's not
edited.
our
Like, is
fault
this
that
guy
our
fucking
kids
kidding?
testify or look into the text stream
Since
data
when
or
is
Hold on,
opening
hold on.
statement
Rewind.
evident?
belittle or
Rewind.
limit that evidence.
I don't know if
We
he's
expect
talking
to
about
ask
them or him.
Dr.
Talking
Welcher
about them and their opening.
our
Like, since when is opening
with the injury
statements
to Mr.
evident?
O'Keefe, and he's also allowed to answer, in his opinion, the issue of a collision.
you on
Putting aside the fact
Boost?
that that was emphasized and repeated in the opening statement, and it's going to happen again when other people testify. It's not our fault that ARCA didn't testify or look into the text stream data, or they don't have an expert for it. It doesn't belittle or limit that evidence. We
Well, they
expect
should.
to ask Dr. Welcher, does he have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty whether the defendant's Lexus collided with Mr. O'Keefe on January 29, 2022, around 12:32 a.m. That is one of the opinions we're going to ask him. Nothing to do with the ultimate opinion of guilt or innocence, or whether it's manslaughter or there's mens rea for second-degree murder.
And what was your second? You said that's one of the opinions you're going to ask him. What else are you
I
looking
will
at?
also ask him about the consistent with, whether the injuries are consistent with.
With what?
With what?
I'm going to ask him after this part about the difference between a clip or a side swipe as opposed to a full-on injury, pedestrian collision from a front or back of a bumper. And there are further slides to emphasize that point. And so there'll be an opinion regarding that as well.
And you,
Consistency with a side swipe or a clip.
okay, so this is not the end of Dr. Welcher's testimony. He's just moving on to another area.
It's close, but it's not the end.
Okay. Go ahead. Yeah.
Your Honor, here's a case. Attorney Brennan said, go to case, well, here it is. Commonwealth v. Coleman, 366 Mass 705. And it stands as a proposition exactly that I articulated. I won't repeat it. Secondly, Your Honor, we practice what we preach. I have the ARCA report right in front of me. And I have the report of.
Is that a new one or is that
This is the new one.
okay.
It's also, the old one is the same. So I can, either one is the same. They do not, Mr. Brennan incorrectly said what our experts are going to do. I don't know why he did that, because he has these in writing. Neither Dr. Wolf or Dr. Rentschler talk about a collision, a conclusion. It's consistency. It's those two questions I said at sidebar. And for reference, Your Honor, for the most recent is page 15. There is no.
I don't have that report, so I'd like a copy of that report.
Your Honor, a copy, and I also, Your Honor, refer Your Honor to ARCA's existing report, which I'm going to do from memory. I think it's February of 2024 that was done for the U.S. Department of Justice and FBI, where they basically said and gave opinions on those two items I spoke to you at sidebar. So Attorney Brennan is incorrect when he says what our experts are going to say or not. We've already committed in writing to what they're going to say. We're consistent. We practice what we preach.
All right. So we will discuss this tomorrow before we start. I'll tell you my ruling tomorrow before we start. I need to go back and see what exactly came in to evidence today. All right. So I'll see you in the morning.
All right. So
Was that it?
Yeah.
Oh, well, that was something. I don't know what it was, but it's incredibly bizarre to me. It sounds very much like they're never addressing the taillight exploding, which, I mean, how do they do that?
So I'm going to tell you, I kept going with this with Chat GPT, by the way. And at first he was like, you know, because now he's a he, because I didn't like it at first. But I was like, I asked, you know, okay, so now you have a man with lacerations to the arm and a skull fracture with no other injuries, and the vehicle taillight is shattered. Does it seem the two events are connected? Again, 600-pound SUV traveling in reverse, 24 miles an hour. And first he's like, yes, and gives me all the reasons why. And, you know, the taillight hits and then this hits. And then I was like, so then I said, how could the glass shatter the taillight and shards hit the arm, but no bruising or injuries to the arm, hand, shoulder, or anywhere else. And chat says, this is an excellent critical question because you're pointing out an apparent inconsistency. How could the cocktail glass shatter a taillight and injure the arm with the shards, but not leave any bruises or trauma to the arm, hand, shoulder, or surrounding areas? The short answer is it's highly improbable that a person could shatter a taillight with a cocktail glass and suffer lacerations only from shards, yet have no other physical marks to the arm, hand, or shoulder. So, I mean, I just say, just open up your computer, you know,
Right.
ask GPT. People get that easier. They'll just believe it. Computer said it. So for 2 experts from the same company have changed their testimony based on the other one's report, one 2 weeks ago, and now today's 2 days ago. I mean, what the hell's going on over there?
Yeah, thanks, Grin.
So he's just ignoring it. He's just ignoring how did an undamaged taillight cause those injuries? Because when I was asking chat seems
It's
to
not
think
just that it's
the body would have to get
ignoring
thrown.
that. It's like it's ignoring the fact of how it got shattered to be left
Right.
in the yard. It's
Oh,
like,
that too. Yeah.
well, yeah, that too. It's 2 completely separate issues. One, you've got to explain to me how it exploded, because an exploding taillight is the only explanation, even though they didn't find any actual taillight in John's arm. So somehow this taillight exploded, tore through 2 layers of shirts, embedded themselves, and somehow flew out of John's arm, leaving no trace that they ever were there. And yet, this guy gives no explanation for that, which is one issue. And it still leaves open the question is, how did the taillight get into the yard? Like, he just, like, are they not addressing the taillight at all? They're just good. It's a giant gaping hole. Like, I don't, like, how Hank can't see that. He has to see. There's only one explanation, y'all. And that's that Welcher could not come up with an explanation for it scientifically.
Because when he was doing his little demonstration, if I remember correctly, what arm is he had his arm out, right?
It was
With the back of his hand facing the car, right?
it had
Because
to have been
it's his right arm that's out, right?
right. It had to have been his right arm.
Because he wasn't standing on the other side.
He
in the
then
street.
spins around. Because he spun out of it like this way. It's insane, right? I don't like it's crazy.
How did he spin out of it?
I don't know.
Spun out of it. He rolled with it. So, but that's the back of his hand. When is it hitting the glass? If that's what we're supposed to believe, the glass shattered the taillight. When is it hitting the glass? And how is then the glass found next to him? If the glass did all of this, why is the glass over there where his body is?
I heard zero biomechanical testimony in this, like nothing, but like absolutely nothing.
Well, potentially criminal says just left court. Easiest question I'd ask Welcher is, why didn't you get hit at 23 miles per hour? Well, I didn't want to risk getting run over.
Right. Exactly.
Because how are you rolling off of a 24 mile an hour?
Rolling off shit. You're getting
and like someone
over.
else said earlier, was he just standing there with his hand out and watching the car come? I mean, like, what in the and how is the hand out? Right.
I mean,
the
injuries,
but the eye's getting hit with the thing. Is he like this? Is he
the
like
injuries
this?
to the right arm, right? I'm not crazy, right?
I think so. Somebody check us.
Yeah, check us. It's right in the right arm has the injuries, right? Correct? Somebody answer me real quick in chat. Anybody? Yes.
Right arm.
All right. So that means
right arm.
that in order for him to be holding the glass
it had to have been across his body, and that he's fully behind the vehicle.
Right.
Like, how is it a glancing blow? Is he saying that the arm was like?
That's what I'm saying. He's standing with his arm, but not like that, Bob, because the glass has to hit. So is he standing like this?
I don't know.
And then it hits him and he runs backward,
I don't know.
but he doesn't fall in the street. He gets projected into the yard.
Okay, their
Wow.
shit doesn't make any sense. Like,
Shit
I
don't make no
hate to
sense.
say this, but I think Pooper Trawl's like explanation might have been more plausible than this guy.
I still
It's
don't get
insane.
how the eye is getting hit.
I don't know. He said it was the.
I know, but
airplane.
okay, so when he did the cars backing up, right? He's like, well, this part protrudes out further and this part protrudes out further, trying to say these other parts would never make contact. Yet, in his run over accident scenario, all the parts are getting contacted with all the various parts. Like, how is the eyeball getting close enough and to when his hand is the thing getting hit with the glass? Where's the eyeball anywhere near the car? So then he falls. You rolled back.
Yeah, I mean, Mark's right. There should have been a Daubert on it, but like, I mean, she obviously
Oh yeah,
limited it.
absolutely should have been.
Right. She limited it to whatever, the bullshit that he was allowed to ask during the voir dire, which was essentially who you prepped with and how long and when. And that's what he was voir dire today, but it had nothing to do with Daubert on his methodology.
Well, I know. Well, that's the
like
point.
you be guaranteed that Alessi asked for it.
Yeah, I can't remember if they did make some like a form of a Daubert motion because they said that he couldn't testify to certain
Oh yeah,
things.
what they've been asking for a Daubert on this shit since before trial.
Yeah.
Like, and they asked like after they got the report, they've been asking, and she keeps denying it. Here's the good thing. Here's the good thing. Yeah, Bettero's going to be with us on Wednesday or Thursday night, so it should be perfect timing for either the end of the Commonwealth's case in chief or the very beginning of the defense's case in chief. So either way, it's going to be primo Bettero.
Amanda's losing her mind. We love you too.
We're all losing our mind.
We're all losing our mind.
I mean,
It's
but
like their engineer expert is addressing more medical than the taillight. And he's not even explaining how the injuries happened. He still hasn't explained how the injuries to the arm happened. It's on the unbroken part of the tail. What unbroken part of the taillight, first of all? And again, like we've been saying, how does it both cause it to break and the broken parts cause the injury when the arm's not staying there after you hit it to break it? It's hanging around to get scratched up by it too.
What do you think I'm saying? Like, it only can happen one way, which is impossible, which is the exploding taillight theory. It can't be because, like you're saying, it's not as if the arm would just sit there and the exploding taillight freezes in place for a second in order to create all these jagged edges for the arm to like somehow it goes through, it freezes, it explodes, and then all time stops for like 2 seconds or a second, and it just freezes, and then it tears through his shirt in its frozen state, and then gets through both layers of his shirt, somehow causes all those gouges, and then it starts moving again, but somehow none of it's left in the. It's insane. Like, Alessi is going to destroy this guy on that alone. On that alone, like that one fact, the fact that they've left this gaping hole as to how that taillight, first of all, was destroyed. And second of all, how it could biomechanically cause the injuries to John O'Keefe's arm is everything. Like, if I'm Alessi, I'm just focusing on that shit because the rest of it doesn't matter. It really doesn't. It's like, oh man, that was like Alessi's just got to be salivating. Like he's got to be just like chomping at the bit to get in there and like get into the ring with this guy and have at it.
This
But I'm
time I
telling
said-
you, like the thing that you have to remember about expert witnesses is much like Alessi was trying to get in against Hyde, her opinion that she gave out of jurisdiction in a different federal case, whereas she was exposed as that particular opinion that she gave in that case was deemed not to be scientifically sound by the court. And when Alessi was trying to get it in, Cannoni said, no, I'm not going to let you get it in. But that's a real issue for experts that they're hyper cognizant of, because typically those are allowed in. They're always allowed in order to destroy that expert's credibility. You always bring in their opinions in other cases. So they're hyper vigilant about not puking out some shit that they know is going to get brought up in the future for other clients when they've been retained on different cases. So if you're wondering why he just has not given any explanation, it's because he can't scientifically come up with one. Like Bob Alessi is going to ask, he's got to ask him that question. Why didn't you address how the taillight was damaged, sir? And he's going to have to say, because I don't know how it was damaged. You know, like you claim that the location of the injuries on the arm are consistent with it being at the same height that the taillight's at, but you're not explaining how they happened. Why is that?
Well, here's one more thing, and I'll stop doing.
I'm like,
this.
I'm like over the robot answering shit.
All right, just last thing, I promise. If
right.
the glass broke the taillight, how could the glass end up right near the body? And then it answers, if the cocktail glass broke the taillight, yet ended up near the body, which is found 8 to 10 feet from the road, the explanation must account for how the glass moved from the SUV near the taillight to its final location. The most likely explanations are problematic, either physically implausible, or they contradict trauma patterns and impact physics. And it was just like it was moved there. That's what it doesn't work.
Yeah, I don't
It's
know.
unlikely a person could retain hold of a shattering glass. You know, the glass couldn't have propelled there after hitting it. The fragments, even the base, were flung and it bounced back towards the person. But the entire glass or large identified portions being found near the body are not at the point of contact is very improbable. I mean, that was the hardest part, found right next to him.
Yeah,
Broken
see,
glass.
like this is where I'm at with it right now. Like Mickey's point here, valid. Well, I don't like, and I read this before, but it bears repeating. While we don't buy it, I'm worried for Karen that an unknowing jury could possibly buy it, and him tossing in those interviews, definitely Brennan coached. So that's a valid point, and you should be concerned about that. Here's how I'm offsetting it in terms of my mind, in terms of why I'm not worried, because he can't address the most important issue, which is that taillight. I think we all agree. If there is not a broken taillight in this case, there is no case. Like it never would have been brought. The taillight is everything. And
Right.
their primary witness, their star witness, cannot explain anything about that taillight. How it shattered, first and foremost, how it could have caused the injuries to the arm. None of that has been addressed. It sounds like, unless he's going to add it in at the last second, it sounds like they're at the tail end of his testimony. I don't anticipate that he's going to be bringing it up. And you've still got Alessi, who's going to destroy that part of their case, because I don't see how you can put an expert up that's not going to address that issue. And then you've got Arca.
Right.
So
And it's,
as nervous as you can be feeling about it, and like I
I
said,
gotta remember Arca.
you have to always remember Arca.
But like Grin for me said, this guy didn't even look at all the things he listed because he changed his report days ago based on Shannon's report.
Right.
So,
Well, but that was all to timing.
Like, that
And he
was all
used the
time.
DNA in Karen's interviews.
I mean, their case is essentially,
John Miller
okay,
says.
we lined up the timing of the car. We lined up the timing of John's phone. We lined up the timing, the final act on John's
But
phone.
I didn't really line up any of that shit. I just relied on Shannon's shit.
Right. And it coincided with the last act on John's phone, which means in your minds, it should mean that that's when John got hit. And that's it. And now we're going to put a guy on to say that the crazy looking arm injuries line up with where the height of the taillight is. And, I mean, we can't say, like, who knows what happened? It's like, who knows? It's all a bunch of bullshit.
Coulda happened.
It's
Grin
all-
for me says, is this motherfucker still talking after the company he works for and the person he updated his report based on 2 days ago were proven incompetent? Our company does research. Research your people, idiot.
It's even more than that, Grin. I don't know if you were here earlier, but the reality is that Aperture gobbled up this guy's company. Like, he's got to have an ownership stake in Aperture because his former company that he started with the dude that he worked with was
Acquired. It might have been called
acquired
Aperture.
by
Again, I don't know.
So, I mean, he's got to have some kind of ownership interest, which means that he would have some oversight in terms of hiring. I mean, it's like,
Look, it was just purchased in 2022, I thought he said. So
whatever the case may be.
did you do all of this? Like Billy
Yes.
Juno's comment? Okay.
Mhm.
And John's other question about the 6 answers that were struck?
Yes.
Okay.
I got all those. The last two, Mickey, sorry, I'm just so mad. What? You don't need to apologize over here. You kidding? Do you hear us ranting? Do we apologize? I never apologize for ranting. Allison doesn't either. Oh, sorry, I got so upset and ranted.
Sorry, I'm just so mad and need to vent. Her
Could you
SUV
imagine?
never leaves the roadway, and all the taillight material and the glass from the cocktail glass is found in the yard.
The exploding taillight.
ChatGPT says that don't work. Like, that's not physics.
Magic bullet theory. Thank you so much, Mickey. Courtney with the K. Isn't it odd that Tully is talking to the experts? Yes, it's very odd. Doesn't the prosecutor usually do that? Yes. Hank got Tully to do his dirty work. Yeah.
Why are cops picking people up from the airport? They can
Why
get a
are
car.
cops talking to any experts at all, ever?
He's like, wait, just this
beyond
one
bizarre.
conversation or all our conversations? A minute ago, you acted like the only thing you talked about was getting picked up from the airport.
It's insane. We all agree. Crapature is the new moniker for Aperture. Crapature.
Crapature.
Forever moving forward will be referred to in our chat as Crapature.
And whoever you were, because now I forget. I'm sure someone remembers who it was that first called it Crapature. But
I don't know, but it was glorious.
It was glorious.
It was well done. It was within the last hour, and I threw it up on screen, so we'll be able to review and determine who deserves full faith and credit for that. All right, you guys. Interesting day. I didn't find it boring at all. I found it to be interesting, and now we know.
Thanks,
now we know
Jade.
where they're at. Like, it's always the fear of the unknown that's the scariest thing, and now we don't have any unknowns aside from the magic taillight, which frankly is a big win for Free Karen Reed. Like, the fact that he cannot answer that question, you should take as a huge, huge win for the good guys, because it is. I mean, like, it's just
Can't afford Uber from an airport. I mean, he would be writing it off anyway. They could have had a
Where's this?
who knows, anyone pick him up. Tully's got to pick him up. Come on.
These are way too small. I can't get them up.
downstairs. It's in the duffel.
Oh yeah, Lexus said it. That's right.
All right, so
Rapture.
tomorrow we get it's an hour later, so it'll be 8:50 Central Time, 9:50 Eastern. If by chance they're coming in, I think she's handling other business, other shit on her call. Like, I don't think there's anything set up to be argued. I'll keep an eye on it. I'm going to set it for 8:50. If by chance they come on early and there is early argument, if that's why they're starting early, but I really don't think so. Like, she was saying that it'll be
It's got all this extra time, but had to rush the the voir
I
dire
mean,
today.
like there's, I mean, she has to handle at some point or other parts of her call. Like, so she's got to continue cases and let people that came in and,
Yeah.
so it's like, all right, you guys are amazing. Thank you so much for your generosity all day. We appreciate you so much. Don't be overly nervous about what you heard today at all. Like it
She did say
was,
she's ruling in the morning, so maybe a little early. We'll keep an eye on it.
yeah. I mean,
Plus,
there'll
we get
be-
blooping time. Who doesn't like
we-
blooping time?
we-
We might
we-
not need it though, but we'll need it on a break.
Yeah. I mean, look, it's like, I want you to just rest very comfortably with the fact that it appears that the Commonwealth is not putting forth any theory on how that taillight got destroyed. So, I mean, just lay with that all night and enjoy it because it's a big win for the defense in my estimation. All right, y'all. Thank you guys so much because without you, I am just an old man
Sitting around talking to his wife.
Hard to